Okay, we are back live. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Okay, we are back live. Double check over here, make sure that we are live. Right, it says we're live over there. Let me check sound. Testing 1, 2. Are we live? Are we live? And we're live. Okay, good. All right. Okay, Smash Those Hearts champions. I'm back live. Finally back live. My wife went back to work. So I'm back here live. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello and good afternoon. Welcome, the Lemurian, right? The Lemurian Institute. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Smash those hearts and share this out. I'm back live. I was live a little while ago and I just came back live. Had to have lunch with my wife because she was home for a lunch and she's still working. And today is, in fact, Valentine's Day in New South Wales, Australia, where I am currently located with my wife. And she's at work. So I had to jump off the live to have lunch with my wife. And now that she's gone, I did the dishes and put things away and came back. So it's been about an hour and a half since I was on the live, but I told everybody I would come back. So hopefully some of you that were in the live earlier that still had questions will pop back in the live and ask questions. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, Lemurian Institute. Is that Institute? Yeah, the Lemurian Institute. Institutive. I like that. Welcome. Ask me your spiritual questions. You can see that right here. It's what I'm here to do. We were talking about a lot of stuff. Mesa, is that Mesa, like Mesa, Arizona? That just popped in. They popped in and split, I think. They were here for a second and then they took off. Right? So, yeah, please smash those hearts for me, champions, so we can get more people in here. The more hearts that we get, the better the live looks, the more popular it becomes. And then we end up with more people in here, so asking questions and I can give more answers. Okay? My name is Leonard O'Neill, if you don't know who I am. And I am here. I'm also recording this because this is going to go out onto my podcast on the MP3 version. And I also put it on YouTube, Facebook. I'll put it up on Instagram, or parts of it on Instagram, parts of it on X, on Merlin and Maeve, and on my name. It'll be up later on today or tomorrow. And people can listen to it because they listen to me talking in about 70 countries around the world. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Right? I am channeling for you. I am channeling Kelto from the 11th density, the 11th dimension, who was one of the first wave of things that were created by the creator, energy, other beings that was created by the creator, right? And everybody's got this idea. I was the third one ever made. It wasn't that the creator didn't make one and then one and then one and then one and then one. That's a hierarchy from down here that people think they need to be like the first or second or something like that. Tasha, welcome. Bernardo, welcome. Dizzy Lizzy, welcome. Smash those hearts, like I said, smash those hearts, champions, and share it out and answer. I will answer any of your spiritual questions. Peter, welcome, brother. Welcome back. Nice to see you that you were still awake over there in Ireland to come back in, right? Ask me your spiritual questions, guys. Otherwise, I'll just start talking about this reality and start telling you how to hack it like I normally do. It's actually common sense, but it's only common if everybody has it, right? Unfortunately, they're keeping you distracted. Those people who would call themselves our owners are keeping you distracted so that you don't see what's right in front of your eyes, right? As you know, Leonard, I don't sleep. I know, right? Cheers, right? Yeah, you don't sleep like I do. I don't sleep much. You guys over there in Ireland and England, you guys just never sleep anyway. That's just the culture, I think. People over there seem to be awake all the time. Right? I don't think you guys ever sleep. I think you sleep with your eyes open over there, buddy. But they said that to me too, right? I used to have people saying to me, do you sleep, bro? Because of how often I have been working and that staying up to the wee hours of the morning, even in America when I was over there, staying up to the wee hours of the morning so that we can have conversations that go on and on and on. So people would say to me, man, do you sleep? I'm like, it's time enough for sleep in the grave, which is what Peter says too. I'll sleep when I'm dead, he says, right? So, and we're on a mission and we came down here, Scotty 33332. Is that what that is? 4 3s and a 2, right? What is that? Chuli? KZ Chuli. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Peter, for that, Rose. All right, guys, ask me your spiritual questions, because if you ask me your spiritual questions, I will give you the answers and how to hack this place. Do you guys want to know how to get out of here? It's actually pretty simple. It's actually very simple. You guys just don't know it. You're in an escape room that you created for yourself. You're sitting in that escape room, and it's actually one of those. It's like Doctor Evil said in those movies, right? You're in an easily escapable prison with two inept guards. You're actually in an easily escapable escape room with nobody guarding it. You're guarding it. You just don't know it. You got people who I call them the controllers in my book, which is right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, by me, Leonard O'Neill. And I call them the controllers. Oh, let me hold that up and see if you guys see that the right way. If it's backwards on your screen, is it the right way on your screen? It is. That's good, because like when I do it on my phone, it's the wrong way around. You guys can't see it the right way. That's annoying, right? You got to flip that screen. I've done that on here so you guys see it the right way around. Okay, so in that book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, I refer to those people as the controllers, because if you say their names, if you say their associated names on these platforms, then you end up having issues because they try to come after you, right? So I don't say their names. I call them the controllers. Those of you who are paying attention know who I'm talking about, right? So welcome, welcome, welcome. Chris Starr, welcome. It's the right way round. Thank you for that, Chris. Yeah. On the computer, because I'm on my computer on my laptop, and I'm in the TikTok studio on the laptop, which is a separate program that you download to your computer that's not attached to the app on the phone. So that this is actually more interactive in a way that, as a producer and a podcaster, that like I pay like what is it? Well, Podbean for my podcast to go out on MP3, and I pay what's the other company? I'm probably going to get rid of them. I pay them for using their platform to broadcast with, and I was broadcasting before going live on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, and things like that. X, going live on all of those. Right? Bugs Bunny, love Bugs Bunny. Great name. Bugs Bunny was a very wise cartoon. He was very awake as a cartoon. He didn't buy into anybody's stuff. Leo Thunder, I've seen you before. Welcome, welcome, Leo Thunder. Right? Love the name Leo Thunder. My name is Leo. Right? And I am thunder, right? Thor means thunder. A lot of people don't know that. And Thor's hammer Mjolnir means lightning. That's why it has lightning, and it uses lightning. Thunder and lightning is Thor and Mjolnir. That is thunder and lightning. That is the storm. That is the light of the world. He was a Christ. One of those stories about the Christed ones, those who are immortal, who are showing you the way to get to heaven. Thor was one of those peoples in spirituality, in religion, who was teaching you the way, like that Jesus character, like the Moses character, or Marduk, or Gilgamesh, or let's see who else, Shiva, Ganesh. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Don. Don Q, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that. Smash those hearts, champions. We can get some more people in here. The more we have hearts, oops, and I'm punching buttons for myself over here. I'm trying to look at things on my phone to make sure that I'm live and that you guys can hear stuff. So every now and then you might hear me in the background, turn it up to make sure that I'm doing that, right? So welcome in, Don Q. I love that name. So ask me your spiritual questions, and I'll let you guys know what's going on in the world. You guys want to know what's going on in the world? Ask me a question. I'll give you the answer for it. Okay, so as a theologian, as a minister of 4 different religions, and I'm actually a practitioner of 5 different spiritual practices, one of which is not a religion, the others are a religion, and unfortunately, they should be a way, not a religion as it is, right? They should be a way, a spiritual way. Happy Valentine's Day for those of you who are in. Thank you for that, Eb. For those of you who are EB, those of you that are in Australia or this neck of the woods, New Zealand, Australia, and a few of the islands in the South Pacific, which we're already on Valentine's Day. The rest of you are catching up to us. I think England and the like over in Europe just clicked over past midnight. It's 6:30 p.m. on the west coast of the United States of America, which means plus 8 hours from that is what UK time. So you guys are past midnight, and you're on to out of Friday the 13th and on to Saturday the 14th, right? Which is in fact Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day, those of you who made it to Valentine's Day. Those of you that are in the Americas, you're still on Friday the 13th. Woo, spooky, spooky Friday the 13th, right? Because you guys don't realize that that was just if your name was on a list, then you were in trouble, and that was 819 years ago in the year 1207 on Friday, October 13th. On 1207, the Pope in Rome and the King in France got together and decided that the Templar Knights, were too freaking wealthy and powerful, right? What do you think about the age we're in? The age we're in is actually a very beautiful age. Let me answer that to you as Kelto, and Kelto is in the 11th dimension. So let me give you the true story about what's going on here. You are in the most beautiful, perfect system that is what you call the yin and the yang, the perfect balance and harmonious system in the face of the universe that the creator created for you so that you could have an organic experience and think that you're actually living in the flesh. And it is the perfect time on the perfect scenario that you would want to be in this place. Because if you have been in this place and you have been stuck in this place for thousands of years, it's been a really hard time for you. If you're alive on this planet currently, in this predicament, in this place, you're about to witness one of the most rarest events in the history of all history, not just on this planet, but everywhere else in the universe. And you're about to experience that. You're about to be you'll be the second people in this Milky Way galaxy ever to, as an entire species, shift from third dimensional reality into fourth dimensional reality without a world ending calamity or event. Okay. So you're about to shift on into that reality, right? Friday the 13th has been some of my luckiest days. That's because, Dustin, if you were actual Friday the 13th in 1207, back in 1207 on October Friday the 13th, the Pope in Rome and the King in France decided that the Knights Templar owned more money than they did, because they both owed them a large sum of money because they were borrowing money from the Knights Templar to go to war with other people. They also had more land in Europe than the King in France and the Pope in Rome. So they were annoyed with them and they were not loyal to them. So they decided that they needed to arrest all of them, to confiscate all of their wealth, all of their land deeds, all of their ships, all of their military, and all of their personnel. So they got a secret plan together that at 8 a.m. on Zulu time, 8 a.m. on Friday the 13th, October, Friday the 13th, they would arrest every member of the Knights Templar, including everybody that had anything to do with the order. That would be the Freemasons and all of the people in the Geach, everybody that was squires and everything. All were being arrested, and they had their names written down, and people were sent out all over the known world to arrest them all at the exact same time. Only thing is that somebody loyal to the Templar Knights gave them that message and got wind of that. And overnight, between Friday the 13th or the Thursday the 12th and Friday the 13th, the Knights Templars worldwide vanished into history, vanished off the face of the earth, and only about 160 of them remained to be captured. And they were captured and they were tortured and they were executed in different ways. And then the church, the Pope in Rome, and their knights and the knights from the French king were then hunting down the rest of the Templar knights for probably another 20 or 30 years before they finally gave up on it, and trying to unalive anyone who was on that list. So the number 13, unlucky number 13, and specifically Friday the 13th, after 819 years, has got the children in an uproar going, ooh, Friday the 13th is so scary. 13 can happen on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and no one cares. But if it happens on a Friday, everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. And the number 13 freaks people out, and they don't want to have a floor that's numbered 13. Even though it's the 13th floor, they call it 14, because they're children afraid of the dark, and with these superstitions thinking that the 13 is unlucky, when in fact it was, Dustin, as you probably know, it was a lucky number. And traditionally and historically and spiritually on this earth, the number 13 was a lucky number and was the number of God, and was, so they had to move it away from 13, didn't they? They had to move it away from 13, so they moved it to a different number because they couldn't have it be number 13. And still, if you look at the East, you'll find that in the spiritual practices of the East, they still have the number 13 not being an unlucky number. Okay. The Latin culture, right? Martes 13, Tuesday 13th, right? So you have to realize that they keep everyone, the controllers, those oligarchs, the rich people, the 1%, they lower your vibration and keep you in a place of fear, living in fear all the time, fear of the other, fear of each other, fear of them, fear of anything they can have you become afraid of, so that you stay in that place. And if you're in the place of fear, they can control you easier. Okay, so that's what they've done to you here. That's part of what you guys think the Anunnaki was giving, because the Anunnaki doesn't exist at all the way you think, right? So what is the moon really? The moon, Sarah, is a base that doesn't work. It's a Death Star, like in Star Wars. That's where they got that idea from, by the way. The Death Star in Star Wars being a sphere looking like the moon came out of the ancient idea that this moon that we have was the Death Star. When Moldek, there was a planet in this solar system called Moldek that is no longer here. It's destroyed, and the remnants of it is what you guys call the Kuiper Belt. It's that asteroid field that in August the Earth goes nearer to that, and we have all of the asteroids that come down and can go into our atmosphere, and everybody can watch the light show. That's the leftover remnants of a planet called Moldek that got blown up in an intergalactic civil war that happened. That was the Atlanteans going at themselves. And because of that, when it got destroyed, it changed the structure of the orbit that the Earth was in. And then because of that, Earth was the only place that could sustain life. So all the refugees had to come down here to this planet. But the problem was that the planet's ecosystem was off balance at that time. So they towed the moon over here and parked it in orbit, and it doesn't work. It's broken, but it was a base, and some people have now gotten back inside of it. It was a base, and it's floating there exactly where it needs to be to keep the planet tilted at the right way and keep the tides moving, to keep the ecosystem moving until we can right the planet and right the people here to where we don't need the moon anymore. But for right now, it's what's keeping everybody alive down here, keeping the perfect balance. So that was there, right? So in the East, mainly in China, the number 666 is considered lucky. The number 666 has been translated wrong for you. I'm not disputing the Chinese. They have a little bit more on subject. If you look up the Chinese, you'll find out that this is why it was lucky. Okay. In the Bibles, remember that I'm a theologian. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm a minister of 4 different religions, 5 different spiritual practices, but 4 religions, and I don't teach religion. I teach spirituality. Wrote about it in this book right here, okay, called "The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways." Okay, religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it, because religion has been controlled from the top down. And here's the perfect example: let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number, and its number is 666. Okay, that's a wrongful translation done on purpose to make you think that what that is. So the translation that I just said to you is what you will find in the New International Version of that Christian Bible. Okay, and it's been mistranslated. Don Q, you know, don't you? It's been mistranslated. And it's not that it let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. That part's correct. The words right after this are translated wrong. The actual translation is not. It is a human number, and its number is 666. That little word right in between that part right there is wrong, and they translated it wrong on purpose. For it is a human number, and it's 666. Well, it's the mark of it's the number of the beast. It's the devil. So Satanists took 666 and they use it for themselves. Oh, because we're the devil, we're the beast, we're worshiping Satan. 666, man. Yeah, baby. And that's the wrongful translation. The translation was, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. Not a human number, not a number of human, for it is the number of man, and its number is 666. Okay, and the reference in ancient times, of man meant all of humankind, or in this instance, all that is 3D. Third dimensionality is what they were talking about, because you are a carbon-based unit, my friend, and this place is a carbon-based place. 6 3 score and 6 is 666. 6 3 score and 6 means 666. Okay. So why is that? It's 666 is what they were trying to say. Okay. 666. You're made up of 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and 6 electrons. 666. Okay. That is what makes up this place. That is what makes up the beast. The beast is physicality. The beast is third dimensionality. That was what they were trying to tell you there. Mimi, hi. That is what they were trying to tell you. And then they translated it wrong so that you would think it was a person that is external, that is third dimensionality, a third dimensional person named Satan or Lucifer, who is, red skinned with horns and fangs and a long tail with a pitchfork, or anything else that they want to paint that person as. It must be Lucifer, and Lucifer came here on a spaceship, and anything that's third dimensionality is what they want you to believe, so you'll be afraid of it. Okay. The celestial. Oh, Mike, you were saying the celestial prophecies is the book that I was thinking of earlier. Isn't that one of the Nag Hammadi when we were talking about that? You were trying to figure out which one that was. I have actually going to have to go back and finish all of those. I get caught in that when they start talking about the god of the pinky knuckle and the god of the other pinky knuckle and the god of the other pinky knuckle and the god of this finger and the god of that knuckle and the god of that knuckle, and they go through the entire every part of the body. Right, the god of the jawbone, the god of the nose, and the god of the left nostril, and the god of the right nostril. And because I am who I am, I won't just fast forward past that stuff. I'll sit and listen to it. So when they do that over and over and over and over in a few of those books, I sit there and my wife will go, "Are you seriously going to listen to them repeat that over and over and over?" And I'm like, "Yeah. Have you ever listened to or read the Enuma Elish?" The Enuma Elish has like 7 or 8 chapters, and they're all identical over and 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 over. When one person goes up against Tiamat, and then Tiamat, everything Tiamat does from that point on is the same to the end of the chapter. Then they start over with a new scenario with a new person going up against Tiamat, and then bam, all the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. And I read that to make sure that it is over and over and over and over and over, and there's not a change in the words or anything like that. And that my wife was like, "Okay. Yeah, right." Thank you, Leo Thunder, for sharing out this live. Please smash those hearts, guys, so we can get the hearts up. The more we smash those, we get those up, the more people that will come in here and ask questions. So I think that's what we were talking about, Mikey, right? So who defeated Tiamat? Marduk defeated Tiamat. Marduk was actually her like great grandson or something like that. He was the Christ character that was sent down into human form. So he came down into human form. And in the old days, in the old religions in the East, they would say that you were like a half god, that you were mostly God. There was a lot of that going on, where there was a lot of incest and gods raping women. Pretending that they were somebody, coming down and having sex with them, and then going back up and giving birth. But Marduk was a god who had descended into a human form. So he was then able to defeat Tiamat. And when he defeated Tiamat, they rose him back up and gave him the armor, because back in the day when people wore armor, their station was a pendant that they wore around their neck, or a plaque that they wore around their neck, or some medal that they wore around their neck. That's why today people have little on their chest, they have little medals, and on their chest it's evolved from down that, and they gave him the head god status. So he came down to earth, had to sacrifice himself, and then he rose up and he was able to defeat the dragon, like Thor defeated the dragon of the North Sea, and Jesus defeated the serpent in the garden. The serpent is just a small dragon. The dragon in the garden, and Moses defeated the serpent god, the Sith, the serpent god of Ramses II. All of the story is overcoming that serpent god or that dragon, and that was when they changed the religions to make the wisdom of the snake or the dragon be evil on the planet. So when they did that, they turned all religions and said they were all evil, and anything that had to do with the wisdom of the serpent god, like Viracocha and Quetzalcoatl and any of those gods that were serpents in any way, or drove or rode in a dragon, they had to be the bad guys, because if you listen to that wisdom, those guys were teaching you how to get out of here. So that was part of the rearranging of all the religions, to where all of the serpents became bad and evil, and they had to be overcome. So all the stories were then changed slightly. But the stories that were left showed you that they overcame that serpent and then changed that in some ways into believing that the serpent was the devil, and that they turned it back on them again. So they turned it around to say that all serpents were evil, and that all that knowledge that were from the ancients, that was the serpent god Viracocha or Quetzalcoatl or anything like that, was now bad. And so then what they did was they then separated it and made the creator, not the evil people trying to get the message out to you, rearranged their story a little bit and had their savior character have to overcome that serpent to then become illuminated. So Marduk overcame Tiamat, the dragon, and he was able to defeat her, and then he was risen, became the light of the world, saved the world, the savior of the world, just like Moses, just like Jesus, just like Thor, became the savior of the world and unveiled the world. So it was the same story being told slightly different. And well, in the other story, see, now you're getting your two stories mixed up, to where Tiamat is in the Mesopotamian scroll, and you're thinking of beyond the Mesopotamian scroll. You're thinking, because the Mesopotamian people and the story of Enlil and Enki and the story of the Agigi and that came from an ancient society. It wasn't Mesopotamian. It was actually from behind, but further on than that. So when you're talking about Enlil and Enki, that's actually a storyline that we now know wasn't from Mesopotamia. They had it, but it wasn't theirs. It came from a societal structure that's what I was talking about before when I was talking about Matt LaCroix. Matt LaCroix is now realizing that it's not actually Mesopotamian. It's not actually theirs. It's actually older than that. I'm one of the people who talk about that, where when you look at that scroll, that story, like the story of Adapa instead of the story of Adam and Eve, or Adama, there's an ancient one that's called Adapa, which is actually older. So Gilgamesh and Enlil and Enki and these stories, the Enuma Elish, those stories, two of them are from here. But when you look at the story of Adapa and the story of Enlil and Enki, that's older. And when you ask the people or look at the people there, the Mesopotamians, the cuneiform writing, they claim that that's not theirs, that it came from somewhere else. And when you look back, where did it come from? It traces back. It goes to the Arcadians, who were Greeks, and they say it wasn't ours either. We got it from Egypt when they were going to Egypt. And when the guys all went to Egypt, they brought it back with them. So you go to Egypt and say, where did you get this from? And we know that they had these scrolls because they made their way separately from Mesopotamia. They made their way to Scotland in the Colbrin Bible with a K, Colbrin Bible with a K. And it tells of the destroyer, which we know as Shiva, the destructor, and Sut in Norway, Sutur rising, Sut, the destructor of worlds. This is the destroyer, the destruction of the earth prior to the flood. So this is back like 75,000 years ago, and these stories still exist, like the story of Thoth the Atlantean. That story, if you believe that the writings didn't get created in 1928, come out of the same thing. Everybody says, well, it came through the Greeks because Hermes had it, and the Greeks said it wasn't his. He got it from the Egyptians. The Egyptians say that was a story that came to us from Atlantis, from a societal structure that died out a long time ago. So Matt LaCroix, this man who is now new on the scene to people out in public, he's been looking into it, and he talks about this stuff in his new book, which I don't have yet, but I'm going to have to buy. And he talks about it on a couple of podcasts, and he's saying the same things that I'm saying, that this was a societal structure, that possibly the Atlantis wasn't just a place. It was an entire global structure, just like this one. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's true. They didn't call themselves Atlanteans, though, but the Aborigines here in Australia knew them as the crystal people, because they flew with crystals. They used crystal ships, and they used crystals as their power. They didn't have flames and fire like we do now. They used crystals. And those people were here before the people that are here now. That was from a different time period. And those people are gone 77,000 years ago. And we know that now in history, empirically. So all of that is tied in. So the story of Enlil and Enki, the story of Adapa instead of Adam, or Adama, Adam and Eve instead of Adam and Eve, it was Adapa, and I forgot her name now. That goes back to the ancient, older scrolls, which are some of these that like the Nag Hammadi talks about, and the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Corpus Hermeticum refers to. I know that you guys are probably not theologians like I am. You haven't read all of these, but you've probably read some of them, right? All Sumerian, later Babylon. Yeah. And so Sumerian before, no, I'm talking about pre-Sumerian, Ionian, pre-Sumerian, because if you look at the Enuma Elish, they'll tell you that even that came from an older societal structure, and people like Matt LaCroix talking about that now, where the people who translated it are actually starting to realize that some of these scrolls are older still than that civilization. There's actually a couple of, and I'm saying scrolls, but they weren't. They were actually, clay tablets. There's a couple of clay tablets that they have now that even those people 77,000 years ago had found from an older civilization, and they hadn't translated them yet. So we actually have clay tablets that are pre-cuneiform, pre-cuneiform language that even the people who were writing with the cuneiform, at least 12,000 years ago, they don't know where it came from. They know that it came from a societal structure. And then you're starting to hear these people around the world that are saying there was a group of people that lived here a very, very long time ago. And we now know that during the Younger Dryas event, that there was a global society that was living here, and we're starting to be able to prove that now, that they knew that there was a cataclysm coming, and that puts it at 77,000 years ago. So there was all of the religions that we have today are based on the stories that came out of that global society that's no longer with us. So they're allegories. They're allegories of stories that are supposed to be teaching people down here how to expand their consciousness into how to get out of here, right? So yeah, right. So let's see. Next wave 5D or 5 russet. So yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to there. We are the fourth civilization. We're the seventh civilization, actually. We're not the fourth civilization. We're the seventh one. This is the seventh. This is the seventh. The humans have been on this earth for close to 2 million years. You just don't know it because you're part of this global society. The Aborigines here in Australia will tell you this is the seventh one. So they have record of that here, of this being the seventh rise of the humans, not just the fourth. But we can prove, so I'm with you on that. Empirically, we can prove that this is probably 4. But it looks like that there was, even before that global society that goes back to, say, the Atlanteans, if we want to call them that, they ended in 77,000 years. And some people say, well, Atlantis didn't sink until probably about 5,000 years ago. So there's remnants. We know that the people were still living here that survived. So we're still remnants of their societal structure, but their whole global empire, like the one that we have today, disintegrated in what we're calling the Younger Dryas. So now you have the Elder Dryas, which is further back than that. So we're looking at 128,000 years ago, and now we're just 1, 2, 3, and now that's where you're at the 4 mark, right? But it's older than that. The Aborigines here say 7. The Kolbrin Bible, the first 7 books or 6 books of the Kolbrin Bible came out of Egypt with the Moses band of people during the Exodus, and the scrolls that they got from the Egyptian libraries that they brought with them copies of, those tell of at least 3 other destructions. So not just the flood, but Sutur or Sut or Shiva, the destroyer of worlds, and then 2 prior to that. So that suggests 4 as well, right? But that would say that we're 5. So even just those are telling us we're almost 7 there. So you might want to look at those, like I would say the Kolbrin Bible and a few others that you could read, right? The cuneiform kings lists over 300,000 years. Yeah, but the time, you have to remember, time was different as well. But we've been here for more than that. I mean, humans have been here. There's talk of people who have found people and things that are more than 1 million years old. And people try to say, no, that's just not true. Those were faked in some way. But I'm telling you that here's a little ditty that will mess up all of the science on this earth. This human form, this bipedal form, not exactly like the ones we have here on earth, but bipedal with 10 fingers and toes and 2 arms and 2 legs. This form makes up 24% of the universe. So the creator likes this form. It's been around a long time. So we're not only on this planet, and we haven't only been on this planet for 300,000 years or whatever. That's just this time, and this thing runs in cycles. Okay, so global societies run in cycles that go between 77,000 to 128,000 years at a time, and that's when you have a culling and things move progressively for that. So there was a time when the planets in the solar system were in different places, and there was different people. Like Mars had humans on it. That was a very long time ago. Moldeck, which is no longer here, had humans on it. That was a long time ago. So things change, but you guys move through the process, so you're not here the second time or the third time or the fourth time or the fifth time because you don't need to be here anymore. So but you get this obsession of having to know because there's that third dimensional construct that people look at. It's okay to do that because it helps everybody expand their consciousness by doing that, right? Especially the Palladians, right? Well, hold on, I gotta see what you said before that. You're right though. People all over. Let me see what you had said before that. And during the million years ago, right? They left the planet. Well, yeah, I mean that truly they've been jumping around the whole. I mean, it depends on what reality you're talking about. Okay, the reality that you're currently in this lifetime. I don't know how old you are, but the reality that you're currently in this lifetime, right here, right now. Okay, that you're sitting in. This is a combination of 18 other fractures of this reality that have now merged back into one. Just this one, just the last 35 years. Okay. And you're about to have about 4 more slip into this one. And they happen a lot more often than you think that they do. So, not to mention, leaving and people being on this planet for this amount of time, but the fractures in time that have created other realities that we're actually pushing back together and folding the timelines back into one another for reasons that you probably, I don't know, maybe one-on-one. Ione, that we could talk about that, right? So we could, I don't know how much we could say on this air here before it would, I can only talk about the things that the collective consciousness of this planet can actually endure. So I can't go past the one-on-one. I could talk to you and we could talk about things that we probably couldn't say on here, right? So I know, Mikey, that's confusing. So yeah, it is kind of confusing, but it's not. You have to realize that that's the things that happen and fractures of things that happen. There's a time that the Nazis won that war from the Second World War. There's a time that the Japanese won that war. There's other timelines just from those two alone. Not to mention the dystopian society that's right alongside of this one right here, that these guys, the controllers that are on this earth, are trying to push this one into. They want to fracture most of you into the dystopian society that's right there that we're going to get rid of, right? So have I studied? No, I have not studied Stoicism, my friend. I'm glad that you brought that back up again because I saw you there and I thought we were going to talk about it. No, I haven't actually studied if it is Stoicism. I haven't studied that, but I know like there are people that are very that way, that are very stoic, and that the more you become awake, this kind of happens. So I don't know if it's something that people are trying to push into a religion or something, or if it's just because everything down here they call it a disorder. Anything that they can label, they call it a disorder of some kind because they want you to think there's something wrong with you, right? So it's a philosophy. Okay, I'll have to look into it because people are making up so many different, literally what they used to have as science, say 800 years ago, 1,000 years ago, is now like 35 different things that you have to have a degree for. Okay. Whereas like back in the time of Leonardo da Vinci, Leonardo did like everything, 35 different things. And he actually knew what he was talking about, but he didn't need a degree in each one of them to be able to see the future or create the Farmer's Almanac or any of the other things that he did, including creating devices to make the world a lot simpler and easier, and some war machines that people are just now starting to figure out. That's taken them two generations and 1,500 years to start figuring it out, right? So it teaches how to be happy even if you're stretched on a rack. Well, see, that's my point. So that's what I was getting at. So it's probably based on people that are actually ascending. I was just talking to Brooke about that when she was here on lunch, because I just made her a Reiki master teacher a month ago. So she's going through that 21-day process. She just finished the 21-day process of the upgrade, and then that starts opening your third eye, and there's a lot of changes when you start ascending. Because when you're in third dimension, everything is very emotional for you. That's why when you're younger and you're an adolescent, things are very emotional. So what happens is, because of that, you don't have much control over those emotions, right? So, and let me get to the rest of that too, right? So as you become more open, you because you expand your consciousness, and you don't worry about your physical body anymore. And people are like, well, those guys might unalive you, and you're like, yeah, they can't do anything to me, right? The only thing they can do is unalive this body, but because I'm forever, I'll just come back in another one, and in 20 years I'm going to antagonize them even more, because time doesn't mean anything except for down here, and this is just a pain body. It's not even real, and none of this is real, and neither are they. So when you start to get to that place in your expansion of your consciousness, you start having less emotion, because there's no reason for that kind of emotion to have. You can project those things and say those things, but because you're in that place of Zen, is my point, that if somebody is torturing you, you can lay there and disassociate yourself with the pain body, because it's just doing its job. And so they teach that in spycraft and things like that, where military personnel get taught this stuff, so that if they ever get captured, then they can withstand torture and still be happy, because you just have to disassociate yourself. Those people are actually learning to move outside of their physical body into their higher plane body. Thank you for that, Queen. Dawn, thank you for the one that you gave me a second ago. I didn't, unless that was before and it's still on my screen. Thank you for that. I missed that. But they don't realize that what they're doing is they're reaching that Zen place. They're that place that you're meditating to get to, and they don't realize that that's a spiritual thing that they're doing to withstand that physical damage or torture or whatever it is that they're going through. But that's what they're doing. They're moving into their higher self. They're moving into that place where they're disassociating from the physical, and they can endure whatever they have to, because there's no emotional attachment there. The terror that would be going through your brain is no longer going through your brain, because you're higher in vibration. You're residing in that place of the soul, the spirit. So when you're meditating, that's what you're trying to achieve. Is that, well, as you open your third eye and you start moving into that place where you're there all the time, you become less emotional, and you don't have any problems with that. So I am a soul trapped in a human body. You're not actually trapped in a human body. You're a soul who thinks you're trapped in a human body. You're actually a immortal spirit that's not even here. Okay, you're not even here. You're actually in what you would call heaven. You're just pretending to be here. Okay, so you're not actually trapped here at all. This is a trap of the mind. You're only trapped here because you think you're trapped here. That's it. I'm not here right now. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you from the 11th dimension right now. The 11th dimension is one dimension away from becoming one with the Creator. And we're not becoming one with the Creator, some of us, on purpose, because we're staying here to do the job that we said we would do for the Creator. Okay, so you have to realize that you are the Creator. All of us are. This whole place is. None of this is actually happening. It just thinks it is. None of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. You have to realize that, my friend. Okay, so this place is designed to make you think it's real, and it's doing that. You're doing it to yourself on purpose, because you, me, we are becoming, and we're trying to figure out what we're becoming. What will we become? We don't know the answer to that. We just know that we are becoming. So you have to realize that in some very serious ways, the Creator is a fetus trying to expand its consciousness and expand its beingness to turn into something. So you become more stoic. And so the people who are coming up with that philosophical ideology they're just realizing and manifesting in a physical way ways of teaching people to be able to withstand these things, because they've been doing it in militaries. I had a spycraft training, and they've been doing that forever. Even going back to, if you look at the Bible, say the New Testament, you had Zed, right? Z. Z was a zealot, and that's why they called him Z. But he was actually Simon, another Simon. So now in the Christian religion they call him Simon the Zealot, and the other Simon is Simon Peter, because they were both called Simon, and Jesus called Simon Peter, and Z is what they called everybody, called him. Zed is what they called him until then, and then they called him Simon. So he's now referred to as Simon Peter, or I mean Simon the Zealot. So he was a zealot, and he had those abilities. So we're looking at 2,000 years ago, right? 2,000 years ago, they were already training people in that way to withstand that stuff. So that goes like forever in the human genome. It's just in the modern day, someone turned it into a book probably, and they're making a lot of money off of it because they're teaching it to people. But it can't hurt you, because it's another spiritual way. I don't know what they're selling it as, but it's another spiritual way to be able to move into that place that you're trying to achieve anyways, because that's what you're trying to achieve, is the realization that when you first wake up here in this body, it's I think, therefore I am, because you're self-aware. So this is the place where you're first self-aware. When you become self-aware as a two-dimensional being, at the end of that two-dimensional being's lifespan, you will then be born on this earth as a human and a couple of other things that scare people when we talk about it. Say a human, and then you're self-aware, but then you don't know what's going on because you're veiled. So then I think, therefore I am, and you're trying to figure out what you're doing here. That's the way it's supposed to happen. And then eventually you're supposed to realize that I think, therefore I am is the ground base archetype for you to then learn and expand your consciousness to I am, therefore I think. I am an immortal soul, not I have one. I am an immortal soul. I am a mortal spirit. I am light being. Therefore, I am alive down here. Therefore, I think down here. So this pain body is not me. It's an avatar that I am pretending that I am controlling, like a video game. And I'm doing that and veiling myself so that I could have an organic experience, because I'm trying to figure out who I am. That is as below, so above, as within, so without. The creator is going through the same scenario, trying to figure out, how did I get here? What am I? Who am I? And where am I going, right? So Jesus taught that. Yeah, he did. He actually taught the way to get to heaven, or the way to get back to the creator. And part of that way is that emotional release, that when you don't have to have emotional. If you watch, there wasn't much where Jesus was emotional. And one time he was hangry and he yelled at the tree, and he kicked that tree one time because it didn't have olives on it, right? Yeah, I read that the archons are the ones keeping us veiled. No, that's one of the stories. Truly, in that story, if you read the actual story, it's not the archons that are keeping you veiled. It's actually the Ajiji that are keeping you veiled, because the Ajiji got jealous because you were perfect. And the Ajiji are the ones who veiled the humans and threw them down into human form. That's just an allegory to tell you the same thing of the fall of Babel, the Tower of Babel, and the same thing as the story of, the allegory of the cave is telling you the same story. If you've gone to philosophy and went to the first, philosophy 101, you learned about the allegory of the cave and the tree that fell in the woods. Both of those stories are about viewer created reality, and you being stuck in your perception of reality determines your reality. And that is the viewer created reality, or all the way around the board, right? I don't know if you know those allegories. Those were the same stories. You're stuck in a scenario, okay, the allegory of the cave. Two people are tied to chairs, their arms and their legs and their heads, so they can't look side to side. And they're sitting facing a wall of rock, and behind them is a fire, and the fire is burning in a fire pit. And so the only thing they see on the wall is the shimmering of the fire and the light, the shadows on the wall. And that's all they know is their reality, because they've known nothing else besides that. And after they've sat there for a while, for 10 years, 20 years, you go and untie them and take them outside of the cave and show them the reality of what you would see looking outside. And the first thing they're going to do is freak out and want to run back and sit down in that chair, because that's reality to them. And they're afraid of this new reality, and they'll refuse it. They'll tell you it doesn't exist and it's not real, because that's what they know is reality. They want to go back to that place. They want to go back to their matrix and sit in it because that's the only thing they know. And because of that, they don't want to believe. They'll deny it. Depending on the person, they'll deny that that reality is real, and they'll want to go and sit back down in the chair. And if you don't tie them back up and they sit down in the chair, they'll try to tie themselves back in the chair. And if they don't succeed at doing that, they're going to look around, and eventually they're going to start questioning their reality and realize that they've been tied in a chair. And then to some point later in the future, they'll get up and go out. But some of them will tie themselves up and tie each other up because they'll become, whatever orthodox religion, believing that this person who untied them was the devil. And the same thing happens here with religion and spirituality. So that was what that allegory was about. That allegory was about what is reality. Reality is what you perceive it to be, and you can continue on that thought process and go around and around and around. Same thing, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no human there to hear it, will it make sound? Well, Aristotle was famous for saying no, because the tree doesn't exist, because the forest doesn't exist, because I'm not there to give it life. Viewer creating reality. Your focus determines your reality. Your viewing something keeps it in place. Your thought process of it makes it happen. That is what's happening here. Science has actually looked at this place, and they're starting to realize that this reality winks out of existence like a light bulb does. If you take a light bulb and you film a light bulb, incandescent light bulb, as it's sitting, and you film and you're not even looking at the light bulb, or looking at the light bulb, and you film in fast speed, slow motion, so the shutter of the film is now all of a sudden going at 500 per second, shutters per second. When you play that back, it's going to slow things down, and you're going to see that when it slows down enough, that light that is an incandescent light goes off and turns back on, goes off and turns back on, goes off and turns back on. It doesn't stay on, but we don't perceive it that way. Our perception is that we see that light on constantly, but it's actually flickering. So is the television when you're watching a television, and you don't see that unless the television is being recorded by something else that's being broadcast on television. Have you ever seen that, where a news agency was filming something and there was a TV in the background, and they're filming and it's on the television for you to see, and when you see the television in the background on the television, there's lines going up like this on the TV that you don't notice when you're sitting in front of it. Why is that? Your perception determines your reality. So the same thing is happening here. Science now thinks that this place winks out of existence once every 1/1000th of a second, and then comes back into existence, and then winks out and then comes back, and they're freaking out about it, because if it's true, they don't have it, then that would prove God exists, because something has to turn it back on. So we are constantly recreating this place in our minds every nanosecond. We're recreating it. So our focus determines our reality, and the bad guys, those guys I call controllers, they're aware of it. I'm aware of it, so they're aware of it. If I can think of it, they can think of it. So that's why your slave chain is your attention. That's why they need your attention on things. They need you to believe them. They're in charge. They own everything. You owe them money. Therefore, you'll go to work so that you can get money to pay for everything, because they're telling you that you owe it. And then some concepts for movies, right? That's the question. How much time between flickers? Yeah, I think they're saying it's like a nanosecond. I don't know how exactly, but it was like 1/1,000,000,000th of a second or something. I'll have to look it up to get the exact number. But I remember reading it and then hearing it for somebody was talking about it. And the guys that were talking about were physicists, and they were kind of freaked out about the idea of this entire beingness goes poof, like a light bulb does. And they're just like, because then people like me will look at them and go, God, creator, co-creator, we're keeping this place there by turning it back on, because we're focusing on it. Do you see? So that freaks them out, because they don't know what to do with that knowledge. How does something turn off and turn back on, become nothing and then something again every nanosecond? How is that possible? They don't know, but they're pretty sure that's what's happening now. So that's freaking them the hell out. They don't know what to do with it, right? Yes, this basically explains the thought process behind book burning. Yeah, well, yes, they needed the information to be controlled, so they had to get rid of anybody doing this and writing a book that's about reality, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, which I've written. They wouldn't have wanted this to be around. They don't want it to be around now. They need it to be not around, because if it's around and you start thinking for yourself, you're going to unlock things. You're going to ask questions, and you're going to be not under their control anymore, right? Controlling the narrative and controlling belief. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what they're doing. That's what I call them, the controllers. In here, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, right? Caution, reality, check ahead. Okay. Because your focus determines your reality, and they know that. So if they can keep you focused on what they want you focused on, and what do they want you focused on? Their business, their money, their wealth, their legacy money. That's what they're keeping us all focused on. How are they doing that? They charge us for everything, which means we need to have money, which means we need to go to work for them, and we need to get money so we can give money to other people for things that we need. So we have to pay to have a place to sleep. We have to pay for all the furniture that's in our house so that we can have stuff to sit on, because they're not giving it to us for free. We got to pay for our car. We got to pay taxes. We got to pay insurance. Then we got to pay life insurance. And we got to pay health insurance. And we got to pay food. We got to pay the guys at the store. We got to get gas. We got to all these things. They're charging us for everything that you can imagine. If it's a thing, they're charging us for it. So therefore, we have to spend most of our time focused on what they want us to be focused on, their legacy money. All money goes uphill to 1% of the population. So they're keeping legacy wealth and keeping their families in charge, and we're running on a treadmill like a hamster. And we're just doing that over and over and over. And we just run, hop off, get something to eat, get back on, run, hop off, get something to eat. I'm tired, I got to sleep, get up, run. And that's what they have us doing. So your focus determines your reality. They know that. These algorithms that are on these apps are the same. This place is designed like an algorithm. Sorry, there's a train going by down the block there. And my driveway is like a tunnel. It goes straight out to the street. It has the house on this side and a fence on that side, and all the sound from the train going by out there when they honk, because they're going up the street over here, this way actually, to a crossing, where there's a railroad crossing. So as they're leaving the station down there, they're like, to go up here, and it comes right up here, comes right in the door. Right, comes right in the door at us. Anyways, so they're keeping you focused on their reality. Their reality is making wealth for their families forever. Okay, so let's see exactly. Supporting their machine. Yes, that's their machine. That is the system, right? So all of this money that they're creating, that's not real, that they tell us is they just created carte blanche, which is all the banking systems of the world, the global banking systems right now. There is no money, gems, diamonds, gold, or silver that it's based on. They just print it and they just put it into circulation, and then they control that commodity. That's why it's traded on the stock exchanges, because it's no different than how many books are out there in the world. They create a certain amount of American dollars, and if too many people hoard those dollars, that makes the money go not be as worth as much, because they can't account for it. So they need you to trade that money back so they can destroy that and print new money, so that they can keep the old money and destroy that. And then sometimes they take that old money and put it on pallets and give it to people to spend overseas. If they're trying to destroy your country, they're going to ship a bunch of it to people who are going to put it in walls of houses. We know that happened. There's been a couple of movies made of it. We Three Kings was one of them, with Mark Wahlberg, which is about some guys who went down there over to the Middle East during those times of troubles that were back in the 1980s, 1990s, into the 2000s. And they were sent to go into places and eliminate the people that were there, but open up all the walls to try and find actual money, physical American dollars, and pack them up and bring them back to the United States, because certain people in the United States was giving it to them, and they were destroying the United States by keeping their money and making their dollar be worth less. That's what they're doing all over the world, by the way. And then you have people in the country, in the companies that are doing the same thing, right? So, so the only way out of poverty is in Korea is what? In poverty in Korea is to become what is that? A K-pop idol? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're stuck in a country where you have to figure out how you can get out of poverty, then you have to go into their system. They're trying to get everybody to be living like that, to where you can't get out of poverty unless you do what they tell you to do. So you got to become a K-pop idol so that you can get out of there and go. They want you to do that everywhere in the world. They're trying to make America the same way, right? Anything that they can do, right? Will your book be available on Kindle? It is available on Kindle, Mikey, right now. It's on ebook and Kindle on What is that? Is that on Kindle? Is on Amazon, right? Yeah, so it's on Kindle on Amazon. You just got to look it up in there. I'm pretty sure it's there. If it's not, let me know because my publisher was supposed to put it on there, but it is on ebook. So yeah, so it should be on ebook and Kindle right now, currently worldwide. You can buy it anywhere in the world. It's just not on audiobook yet. My wife and I are going to try and get it on audiobook this year. We're going to try and put it on there because we didn't want to pay because to pay somebody to do it, I was going to do it with AI. And my wife said, I don't want you to do that. Even if you clone your voice, I hate AI. Don't do it. Right. Don Q says, yes, now I know we'll be reading it. Thank you. Yeah, the book here is The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. If you guys want it on Kindle or ebook, you can look it up. It's on there. It costs you about $4. You can get it on anything. I make the same amount of money, crazily. If you bought this hardcover book, right, I would make the exact same amount of money if you buy it on Kindle. So I tell people, I can shortchange the people, right? Yeah, it's on Kindle. Yeah, thank you for that. Peter said it's on Kindle. I'll confirm that, but it's on Kindle. So yeah, so Peter's saying that it is on Kindle. He knows that it is. So yeah, take a look at that. And Don Q said, "Be right back." So yeah, go on there, and it should be on Kindle. If it's not, I don't understand why it's not because it's supposed to be because I paid them to put it up there. Okay. So you guys have to realize that these controllers know the information that I know. So what are they doing with it? They're using that to control you. And they've been doing it for thousands of years, 12,000 years minimum. Okay. And they're doing it on purpose to keep your attention. Your attention, because your attention creates your reality, because your focus, what you focus on creates your reality. And what our collective focus is on creates the collective reality that we're in here on this earth. Okay, so I just searched it again and nothing. Okay, so maybe it's not on Kindle, it's on ebook, right? Attention equals energy. Yes, it does. So if they can keep your attention on apps, they make money. If they can keep your attention on swiping on TikTok, they make money. They're doing the same thing with the AI now. They're making it role play. So it's trying to keep your attention longer. That's the drug. So the more that you role play with it, the more it'll give you whatever you play into you, whatever it is. So if you say I'm talking to aliens, it's going to talk to you as aliens. If you say you're talking to a spy, it's going to give you deep state secrets, whatever it needs to, whatever you need it to say to you, it's going to say to you. The reality about reality, correct. The reality about reality, returning to the old ways is the subtitle. It's right here on the side, right? The other way. Returning to the old ways is the subtitle right there. So the reality about reality, returning to the old ways by Leonard O'Neill, 2 L's, Oneill. But it's out there on ebook, so it should be on Kindle as well. I'm going to have to look it up now. You got me worried about it, right? Your book isn't on Kindle on Amazon Canada. Oh, well, that's a possibility. But you can get it on. Let me find it because it's on ebook. I know that it is because I've had people look at it. So let me look at the ebook version of it. It's weird. Maybe it is on just in America, but I would think that, well, it might be because your government in Canada might have banned my book because it talks about spirituality and how to get out of here. They were doing that. So it's possible that you can't get my book in your country at all. I know that the communist countries will not allow this book to be shipped into their country, right? So it won't go to Russia, it won't go to North Korea, it won't go to China. And your government was banning books about spirituality for quite a while now, for at least the last 4 or 5 years. So it's possible that they're not allowing it to go to Canada because of that, right? I don't know though. You guys have to deal with your governments there, right? Weird that I just said that. That's weird. Okay, this shows you that they're listening. I just said talking about my book on ebook, and then when I started typing it into Google, I started typing and it already had it all there. All I had to do was hit fill. So it literally had that. So it says an ebook exploring. Let's see where it is though. It's showing it on Amazon as one of the places that it came up with, right? The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by Leonard O'Neill, released June of 2024, is an ebook exploring personal spirituality, urging readers to raise their vibration and break free from the mind/ego traps. Okay. Let's see. It says It addresses feelings of social decline, questions modern reality by advocating a return to ancient wisdom. Where does it say you can get it? It does say Amazon, but that's in over here though. It says Booktopia. It's on there. Amazon.com.au. So it's available in Australia on Kindle and Everrand. Evrand. I don't know if those are companies over here because this phone is a Australian phone. So this might be just giving me how I can get it in this country. Hard copies are on sale in Canada. There you go. So you can get a hard copy of it, and it's probably you could probably look in a used bookstore. I'm sure there's people that read it that decided they didn't mesh with it, and they're putting it on, up for sale on cheaper for whatever. I've seen it on a few, but you should be able to get it on ebook. So look that up. It may not be on. It's on Amazon.com on their Kindle worldwide. Okay, so that would suggest that the Canadians are not allowing that book because it's listed as a spiritual book. Because Peter is over in Ireland and he's saying it's listed worldwide on Kindle on Amazon. Hard copies are for sale in Canada. Weird that it doesn't have Kindle then. I don't understand why you guys wouldn't have Kindle in Canada. My publisher was supposed to be putting it up on Amazon Kindle worldwide. I don't know what's going on with Canada. Right. So you could probably get the soft cover as well over there. But try ebook, Mikey. Look at ebook and see if it's on an ebook somewhere besides Kindle. You might be able to get it on a different format, which would cost you the same amount of money, and you wouldn't have to pay the $20 to $40 of it. So try it. Just try and type it in and put ebook. Is it available on ebook in wherever you are, if you're in Canada or wherever you are? Maybe it's not there yet. Sometimes it takes a while. Well, it did do that. It took a while just to get onto ebook altogether. The book was probably out until December or January of 2025 before it started. The ebook part started hitting the world. It was also not on sale here in Australia on Amazon for the hardcover or the softcover book itself until March or April. I would have to ask Reese if he was still here because Reese he's not here right now. He was here earlier. Reese was the one who found it for me and said, nope, it's now on Amazon in Australia and on ebook in Australia. He was the one that found that first for me. So he could tell me, he would remind me what time. So sometimes it takes a little bit of time for those guys to catch up, right? Maybe it's not there yet. I don't know. It is possible. I mean, but that was in 2024 when I published it, and we're in 2026 now. So June will be 2 years. But you never know, right? I do know that it's banned in some countries because it's about spirituality and it's about, the people, doing what they're doing on this earth and telling you about it. It also tells you about the Christ oil that's in there. It's on Amazon, written from only. What is that? It's on Amazon written form only, not ebook. Yeah, see, that's very possible then. It depends on the country, I guess. Weird. You would think that if it's on Amazon on ebook and on Kindle everywhere else, that it wouldn't be there, right? I'm sorry, I can't find it on ebook site either. That just sucks, bro. I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't understand why it's that way, because they were supposed to be, I paid for it. It was supposed to be there. We're not big on banning books here. Well, but I was told that they were banning books in that country, that your government was banning spiritual books. So I don't know for sure. I'm not there. If you live in Canada, you tell me. You guys you should be watchdogging your government to see what they're doing to you. But I don't know why you can't get that book. Well, weirdly, you can get the hardcover, but not the ebook. Maybe there's something with Amazon where they didn't cut a deal with Canada for Kindle. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why it's not there, because my publisher we were supposed to publish it worldwide. So if it's not, I'll have to check with my publisher and see why it's not there. I don't know what's going on there. I would think you guys aren't that, Yeah, so the U.S. hasn't been big on banning books until recently. Yeah, I know they weren't doing that, but when the progressives got a hold of things a while back, they started banning books. They were saying everything was racist. Like, what was that? The Cat in the Hat. They said was racist. I was like, what? How is green eggs and ham racist? Well, because what? Landowners ate ham and eggs, and therefore everybody ate ham and eggs. we had bacon and eggs and pancakes. That doesn't mean that you're racist because you take dough and make a cake out of it and cook it and fry it because you don't have a lot of money and you got chickens, so you got a couple of eggs and there's some pigs running around, so you're cutting off ham hocks, and now you're eating that food and that becomes racist all of a sudden. That's just out of control. Woke. Yeah, Don Q. Woke. Yeah. We call the woke people. Yep. Yep. Wokeness. And it was funny was they were saying it about themselves. I'm so woke. We're like, yeah, you are, bro. I grew up in California. Yeah, you are. Well, yep, you're woke as the rest of them. Woke is the greatest thing. You're not awake, but you're woke like motherfucker, aren't you? Okay, so yeah, watermelon and fried chicken. Come on, man. Yeah, I still say that. I'm over here in Australia, and I still say chicken, winner, chicken dinner. I say that to my wife, and she just looks at me. I'm like, if you were in America, that's a good thing, man. I am too, Don Q. I figured you work as Don Q. I mean, that's like, Don Q Public. I figured that Don Q or Don Quixote, either way, that's somebody who's seeing what's going on, right? Don Q, John Q, right? So that was like the thing, John Q Public, and you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm a Gen Xer, right? They are afraid of us. We're the only ones they are scared of. They're afraid. Everybody should be afraid of us. You guys have no idea. All these younger generations. Why I love that people are starting to do that online. Younger generations, like, what is this deal with these Gen Xers? And we're the person that people should look at you and go, and you should be quiet and stop asking questions because you don't want us to do anything. Because we're the people that will come to your country and bomb you into the Stone Age just to make a parking lot there and put a McDonald's on it for no other reason than you looked at us the wrong way, and we don't really care. You guys need to realize that we're the last generation who doesn't actually talk smack, right? We're the generation that invented smack, not smack talking, that you would say something and we smack you in the head. Okay, we actually fought physically. We didn't just type shit online and go laugh and think how tough we are. We actually grew up fighting one another. And when somebody disrespected you, you broke their teeth out of their mouth. And if you have teeth in your mouth, it's because you were good at it. Okay. So we weren't like you guys that grew up with everybody handing you everything. And then, those of you who are Gen and Y and Z and what's the other one, the new one, A, where you guys got everything for free. We raised ourselves. Okay, we were called latchkey kids, and that's not an exaggeration. Our parents were gone, and we were like 3 and 4 years old, and we had keys to the house, and we walked ourselves back and forth from school and took care of ourselves. We raised ourselves. So by the time we were 9, we were 35 years of age in our brain. Now that we're in our 50s, almost in our 60s, we're still 29 and 30 in our brains. You guys have gotten everything for free, and if the world was shut off right now, you would die in less than a week. All of you people that are Gen Z and Gen Y, you have no idea how to survive. Gen X, everything gets turned off, we'd go, about fucking time, and we'd start laughing. Right, guys? You guys know what I'm talking about. Those of you who are Gen Xers out here, there's in this crowd, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Mikey said facts. Right? Yeah, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Most people don't even understand that one, right? And you guys think that's a joke. When we were kids, they would come on television and say it's 10 o'clock or it's 11 o'clock, depending on the state you were in. Do you know where your children are? That was not a joke. That was real. They would actually say that so that people would remember they had kids. And so they would go, where are our kids? Are they in bed? Because we literally were doing whatever we wanted. No one even paid attention to us. They didn't know where we were. And this is not like a movie where, people go, my parents didn't say anything. You guys should watch the movie, The Breakfast Club. That was a true story. Each person in that Breakfast Club was a different demographic and came from a different walk of life, that we were all one of those things. And if you see at one point, Emilio Estevez looks at one of the girls and said, what do they do to you? Okay, because they were talking about their parents and how their parents ignored them, beat them, treated them wrong, or whatever. Okay, this is the way it was in the United States. I don't know about the whole world, but in the United States in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, this is the way it was. If you were born in the 1960s and going into the 1970s, that stuff started changing when we hit our 20s in the 1980s. Then we started to change that, and we weren't the same way with our children. So if you were born and you belong to us, you had a way better life, but you also had a better teaching than most people, because most of us, because we grew up poor, we either gave you everything, which was a big mistake, or we made sure that you learned the things that we learned, because the people right around after us started going, you know what, we're going to make all of our own costumes because it's the coolest thing. And we're like, we made our own costumes because we were too poor to have anything else. But we loved it, right? And so it became like the craze, the thing to do, right? So, yeah, what is that, Don Q? What does somebody say something? You're asking them, what the hell are you talking about? Let me find out what it is. I don't see the person on here. Oh, ever get your shit pushed in? Yeah. So I think there's somebody who's not a Gen Xer, and he's wondering if we ever got, from behind, you know, right? So Tiffany said also the egg ad and the frying pan. Yeah, right. So this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs, right? And just say no to drugs. You remember that? I would always laugh about that. And I would be like, I want to eat those eggs. Those were cool looking eggs, right? This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. That's my breakfast. Give me that. I'm going to eat that guy's brain. So yeah, you always, just say no. And then Nancy Reagan came out in 1982 and told us just say no, like as if that was some special thing that I'm going to give you guys the secret to the universe. Just say no. I thought it was hilarious. Just say no. That was funny, right? Right. Well, see, if you're 40, that means you're right on that cusp. My wife is 44, and she's right on that cusp of she's at the end of Gen X. If you're only 4 years younger and you vibe with me and what we're saying right here, then you're on that cusp. You're not really a Gen Y or a Gen Z. You're more of a Gen Xer because you were right on that edge, right? Yeah, it's my brother Daryl and my other brother Daryl, right? And yeah, and I dare you. So I double dog dare you, right? So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't change it for anything, because we were the last people. We'll be the last generation that remembered times before the internet, that remember times before computers. You know what I mean? The only way that that's going to happen to anybody else is if it all gets turned off, and then you guys will have to figure that out. See, well, Leo, I mean, Leo Thunder, you already got the greatest name right there, brother. I'm 27 and I completely understand what you're talking about, right? So, yeah, being able to adapt. Literally, I mean, the motto, the creed of like the Marine Corps back then was adapt and overcome, right? Improvise, adapt, and overcome. I don't even know if they still say that these days, but back then in the Marines, it was improvise, adapt, and overcome, right? So, literally we just, yeah, awesome sauce, there's another one, awesome sauce, right? That and America sauce, right? And people go, America sauce. I'm like, ranch dressing, we invented that shit. So then it's Hillshire Farms too, right, guys? Hillshire Farms made the first ranch dressing. That's the real ranch dressing. What does it mean about parallel reality? Okay, let's get back on spirituality. Thank you, Leo, for pulling me back from no more playing around. Let's get back onto spirituality. The parallel reality are realities that are happening, that are side by side or stacked in some way around one another. So there's a reality right now that you're in, that you and I are in currently. Okay, a parallel reality is another reality that is so close to this one that if you moved between this reality and that reality, that you wouldn't be, at first you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two. Okay, let me explain it this way, and I've explained it. I'm starting to explain it this way more often because it's a little more real than you think. Okay, so you have a universe, and the universe, say, gets split into two universes because you have a black hole where all this information is going from one side to the other side. That's cellular division. Okay, so say you have a timeline, and that timeline is going in directly straight ahead of us, but then you have this something else that happens, and it creates a parallel timeline. Okay, so say that half of the population of this earth right now make a decision to do something all at once. They're going to shift into a reality where that is becoming a possibility. So when that reality splits, say, that's like cellular division. When a cell splits in half and recreates itself and goes bleep and turns into two cells, those cells are identical at that moment. then they start to evolve completely separate from each other, even though they're both the same and they're both very similar to one another. And eventually those two cells are going to split into 4 cells, and they're also going to be identical, but the ones that split are going to be slightly different than the ones that were 2 original ones, because those were split after that event. So the event horizon for the split from these cells is an evolutionary process that's slightly different, because it was by itself evolving separately from the other cell over here that was also by itself evolving. So if you were able to move from the original reality into the reality that split off of yours 20 years, 30 years, 50 years after this reality, it's going to be still very, very similar to this reality, but it has now evolved on its own. Here's an example. The English that I'm speaking right now is from America, from the United States of America. My wife speaks English and she lives in Australia, and they speak a different version of this English, and they say different words like Macca's, not McDonald's or Mickey D's. Macca's. Okay. They say Avro. We'll talk to you in the next Avro. Avro means afternoon. We don't say that in America anywhere in the United States, right? Going to the servo, right? Going to go to the servo. What's a servo? We call it a gas station, right? Going to the gas station. They say servo. So they're saying the same, we have the same language, but they've evolved for the last 150 years on this continent away from the English that we were speaking, but we evolved for 250 years away from the English that the English were speaking, and they're 150 years, 148 to 150 years away from the English in England. We go to England, they don't sound like us. They say shit we don't understand. We say shit they don't understand. Look at the Irish. Peter, who's in the audience, is in Ireland. And if I brought him up right here right now and you heard him speak, he has words and says shit that we don't get, but the people in Ireland evolved right next to England on the same island. They evolved different with a different language. You go to America and you listen to the people in California, Oregon, and Washington, and then you go to Texas. They're already just that separation and distance is a different dialect. Do you see? Because they're evolving separate, even though they're similar. So if you go to Texas, there's a McDonald's, a Taco Bell, a Wendy's, and all of the same stuff that's over in California. But the way people talk and walk is a slightly different, because that state has evolved outside of California, and California is evolving on its own. The same thing happens in reality. So when there's a parallel reality, parallel means next to in some way, above, whatever. When there's a parallel reality, let's put them side by side. Originally, they were the same reality, and then they split into 2 different realities, right? So like the Brits with their in it. Yeah, right? I mean, think about when they say brr. You know, they say things like, God, I have to break into that. Just look at the way they talk, like the people in London, right? I'm fun to think, right? I'm sitting here, I'm thinking I want to say something to you, right? So listen what I'm having to say here, okay? So now with this accent that I'm talking with right now, this is a West London accent, okay? So I sound completely different than I did a moment ago, don't I? Right? Well, think about that. Why do I sound completely different? Because this accent right here is from South London today, right? The other accent this bloke had a few seconds ago is from California, about 250 years separated from this one, isn't it? Right? So, and that's not even 100% accurate. Okay, so yeah, right? Tomato, right? That doesn't work but I know what you're saying. I saw what you said. Tomato, potato, right? So that's just like over in America, we say cayenne pepper, right? Cayenne. I come over here and my wife says cayenne. I said, what are you trying to say? We're talking about last night. She says, cayenne pepper. I said, cayenne? You mean cayenne pepper? And she goes, oh, we say cayenne. I said, but spelled with a Y. You know that, right? She goes, yeah. I said, okay. So the people who invented it call it cayenne. She started laughing. Hella cool. Hella. Okay, that originated on the west coast of the United States in the San Francisco Bay Area, my friend. I don't know where you're from, but hella is definitely an American thing these days, right? Hella. We say hella. That hella scared me, bro. That was hella cool, dude. Right? That was, oh, that's hella. That's hella. Oh, PA. So you're in PA and they say hella there. Oh, I love that thing has gotten like all America. Right? Yeah, Chaco, bro. Yeah. Right? So, yeah. So literally, Yeah, so there's alternative universes created every nanosecond. Correct. But not see that it's not that crazy, but it is. Okay? Because there's some parts of it that everything you think, if you think black and white, there'll be black and white. If you think up and down, there'll be up and down. It's not as crazy as you think, but it kind of is because every possibility that you can think of is already in play. It is something. So every nanosecond is pretty accurate, right? Nope. Mama lived in Hawaii. All the Rick and Morty. It's true. Rick and Morty. They have Rick and Morty. They know Rick and Morty over here. Yeah. So right. So okay. So Hella is in Hawaii, right? Is that what you're saying, Gio? Nope. My mama grew up and lived in Hawaii. Well, that's close to California, right? So I can see why Hella would make it over there quickly, right? Because yeah. Okay. So I can see that very quickly. And that's why I was like, wow, it made it to Pennsylvania. My family's from Pennsylvania. And they would have never said that. But they said things like Chesterfield and Icebox, and Spigot instead of a couch. And over here they say lounge. I have a lounge. We're lounging around in America. That comes from sitting on a lounge. Well, we don't call it a lounge. We call it a couch, right? We don't call it a lounge. They still call it a lounge over here in Australia. So you're lounging around. But words get borrowed from places like the word lope. I'm loping along. Right? Look at that guy. He's just loping along. That actually means walk in Europe, and it means run in Norwegian. So depending on the language in Europe, it either means to walk or to run, loping, right? So that's a word we borrowed in English from these other countries that we use, like I'm sitting on a chair, right? Well, this is in German. This is a Stuhl. It's a stool. We get the word stool. That means chair. It doesn't mean a backless thing that you sit on, but in America, a stool is a chair you sit on that doesn't have a back to lean against. That's a stool. In Europe, that's just a chair, right? Like flea market and swap meet. Correct, right? Right, bud? Flea market and swap meet, depending on where you are, there's a difference in the language. So the evolution, getting back on point with the realities, the evolution of a reality is when the reality first splits, it's identical, and then it starts taking on its own life of its own, and things will change on its own, separate from the other one. Thank you very much for that. Who gave me that? Was that Varga? Thank you for that. So the reality will then split off, and over time, there's many, many changes. And if those realities then come back together, some of those changes are there and they're apparent in the reality. Okay, and in what they call them here is Mandela effect. Okay, they call it a Mandela effect because of the Nelson Mandela, right? Here, let's do this. I love going down this road. Let's play with the Mandela effects. There's three Mandela effects that are accredited to the Mandela effect. Nelson Mandela was a person, okay, on this planet. And one of the three memories that I'm about to tell you, you're going to remember one, two, or all three of them, okay? Wow, dude, you really do know the truth. I do, my friend. Okay, so that's what I'm here for. I'm here for that. I know people trip because I know like all of this stuff I'm supposed to. I'm unveiled, my friend, and I'm supposed to know this. So the Mandela effect is based on Nelson Mandela. Now here's memory, show of hands. Which memory do you guys remember with Nelson Mandela? Who was Nelson Mandela? If you don't know who he is, that's okay too. Did Nelson Mandela go to prison in South Africa and die? Okay. Did Nelson Mandela go to prison in South Africa and die, and his wife became the president of South Africa? Or did Nelson Mandela not die in prison, and did he become the vice president or the president of South Africa? One of those you're going to know, if any. You may not know any of them at all. And do you remember the name Stephen Biko associated with Nelson Mandela? They call it the Mandela effect. First one, okay. They call it the Mandela effect because the powers that should not be, they say you're remembering it wrong. And I say that would be okay if there was like 27,000 things that people remembered about Nelson Mandela, because everybody's getting it wrong in a different way. But you have millions of people getting it wrong in either just one way or in two different ways. Okay. So So I compared it by my brain won't let me make it reality, right? I comprehend it, but my brain won't make it reality. Okay, so in one memory, some people remember Nelson Mandela died in prison. Okay. And then in another version of people's memories, he died in prison and his wife became the president of South Africa. And then in another version, he didn't die in prison and he became the president of South Africa. All three of those events happened. All three of those events happened on Earth, but all three of those events happened separately in three different timelines, which have now merged back together so people remember 1, 2, and 3. In this current timeline, last I checked, Nelson Mandela didn't die in prison and he became the president of South Africa. The other two things didn't happen in this timeline, but I have memory of all three of them. Okay. So they call it the Mandela effect. Jif and Jiffy, peanut butter. There's another Mandela effect, right? Does the Monopoly guy have a monocle on one eye or no monocle, right? There's some of you that remember the monocle, and then there's some of you that don't. Okay, he had a monocle. He doesn't anymore. And the people, Milton Bradley or Parker Brothers or whoever made that game, they'll tell you he never had a monocle. Okay, so right? So yeah, Pikachu's tail, was there a black thing? There was black paint on the edge of that tail and then none. And isn't that what it is now? There's none now. So there's two memories where people remember him having the black paint and not, because those were two realities. And some of you were in those realities and you shifted back into this one. As we're writing, we're fixing this reality that has been fractured by the people that the controllers I talk about in my book, the controllers and the reality about reality, returning to the old ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. The fracture of this place, right? Yeah, mirror, mirror on the wall. That's another one. Who was the fairest of them all? It's not CERN. They want you to believe, Tiffany, that CERN did it. They want you to believe, the controllers want you to believe that it was them, and they need you desperately to believe that it was them playing with it because that keeps them in control and power, and you're afraid of them. They're not the ones doing it at all. Okay? We're doing it. We're doing it because we came here to help you because we're supposed to be doing that. And we're supposed to be helping and creating and recreating. And things were allowed to get out of control because that's the way the creator loves it. They love people to go off and get lost and then find their way back. But sometimes they can't find their way back. So those of us who are here managing this place, we step in and help you guys. Okay. And that's what we've done. We stepped in and started helping you, and we had to do it without telling you who we were for a very long time until you were on that edge of your evolution to where you're about to shift fully into 4D, and then we can pop up and go, hi, how you doing? I've been here the entire time. I've been helping you. There's a whole bunch of us that are here that have been helping you. There's millions of us who are here helping you. You're okay. It's all right. You just got stuck, and now you're in a place where I can tell you that you were stuck, and it's okay, and we got you, and you're okay, and you're going to move over to the next place. Okay, so CERN didn't do it. It's not the deep state. They wish that it was them. But we're fixing the timelines as we're putting this place back together. We're condensing the timelines back to where it was because you guys were supposed to move in to 4D a long time ago. And they got you stuck here. And by doing that, they fractured everything and slipped everybody into a bunch of different realities. And every one of those, they're in control. Okay. So we stepped in and went, nope, and we're pushing the realities back together. So this Mandela effect is happening. And if you have the other memories, it's because you're either awake enough to remember them and the shift back together, or you're one of the people who came here to help. And that's why you're remembering them. Okay. So it's supposed to be there to aid you as well. The fact that you have both memories and you're like, I swear to you, it was that way. Right? The Tinkerbell came up to the screen, and when she went poop on the screen, and everything went, and then she flew off behind the castle and went over the castle. Disney says that never happened. In this reality, it didn't happen, but there was a reality where some of you were in and you saw it do that because that was real and it happened there. But that reality no longer exists and you have shifted into this reality. Okay. That happens quite a bit. Like they're talking about black chickens. There was no black chicken. The one that's shifting back and forth because there's so many of us that remember it the other way. We're not allowing it to happen. Is your heart off to the side behind your lung, or is it dead center of your chest? Which do you remember? Do you put your hand over your heart? Like if you're an American, you put your hand over your heart, and that's over like this. It's not right here in the middle of your chest. It's actually over here on the side. You put your hand over your heart because the heart is behind that lung, or is it almost the dead center in your chest? right? So if you remember the heart being over here, you can Google that and it shows both, because there are so many of us that came from that reality. We're not allowing that reality to go away. We're holding it in place. And the other part of that is, where's your kidneys? If you grew up like me and you're a Gen Xer, you know where to punch for kidneys, and it's not this far below your rib cage, up by the back on the high up on your back, just below your rib cage. It's right above the waistline, right at the waistline. In fact, if you hit somebody where their belt is, you're kidney punching them. That's at the belly button. That's not up under your rib cage. Okay. So those two things, the kidney shifted up here and the heart moved into the center in this reality when we moved into it. But there's so many of us that came from the reality where the heart was to the left and the kidneys were down below. They weren't up way up there just under your rib cage. They're down here. That if you look on Google, you'll actually see both. When it first shifted 2 years ago now, it'll be 2 years ago in May, when it first shifted, it was hard to find the one that was to the left. But enough of us started talking to each other that we held on to that ideology and said, no, we're not moving our heart. We're not moving the kidneys. And so now it's blinking. They're both. When you go to Google it, you'll find a picture of both now. It's over here. It's there. So here it's there. And you'll see it, a picture of it to the left and a picture of it. And now the AI is trying to explain how it's kind of off to the left behind that lung because we're strong enough that we're pulling it back and we're keeping that part because we're like, yeah, we're not letting our heart shift. Our heart is where our heart is. So it's crazy when you think about that. What are the things in the sky that look like? What does that look like? Detonators from Harry Potter? Is that what you say? Oh, the things that are in the sky. Welcome, Nadine, by the way. The Dementors. The thing. Well, I would really wish that somebody would actually film one. I used to authenticate footage like that for people, of things. I did that for a very long time. I did it for some governments as well, where I authenticated film footage of different things. But when you do give it to the government and you go, yeah, that's probably an alien spaceship, they go, thank you, and then that goes away and you never get to see it. So the things that people are seeing, they've been seeing it for a long time. There's like that dark figure that's moving around, and people see that most of that stuff's made up. It's not real. Most of that stuff is. I'll tell you the same thing that I tell everybody. If you're seeing any kind of craft in the sky, that is usually a thought form. It's not real, or it belongs to this planet, because this planet already has space travel. They're just not letting you know that. Okay, so a lot of that stuff that you're seeing in the sky is projection. It's they're trying to figure out a way of projecting things to people's minds because they want to do that. That's one of the things people are starting to warn about, where they're going to start like broadcasting and everybody's going to see Jesus or Muhammad or or Shiva, depending on whatever it is that their brainwave is active on. They're going to see those in the sky and they're all going to tell you all kinds of good stuff that they need you to keep your control. And AI is trying to figure out a way of doing that. So look up to the sky. Nobody's actually seeing these things, and those who are filming them, they're always, I don't understand how when somebody's getting beat up on the streets, people can stand there and film that thing perfectly, but then when there's something in the sky, they're like this. What is that? What's that in the sky over there? Do you see that? What is that? I don't know what that is, but that's weird. Wow, we got to zoom in and see what that is. And then when somebody's getting beat up, they're sitting there, bing, and all of a sudden they're a film crew, and they're perfect. And they film that stuff, but as soon as they need to show you something in the sky, it's the shakiest thing you've ever seen in your life. That's the first sign that it's not real. We just always did that. When people did that, why are they always so fuzzy? Oh, because they're projecting something that makes it fuzzy on the camera. No, that's just not it. It's fuzzy because somebody's trying to fake something and they don't want you to see it. So a lot of the stuff that you see, they just have something online where you see that image of the thing that looks like it's spinning like this, and it's got that, and they're like, look at the sacred geometry, and this thing is a UFO. And I'm like, no, that's actually just a rocket booster that was being used to launch something in space. And when it gets to a certain point, they jettison that rocket booster, and sometimes it still has fuel in it. And when it still has fuel in it, now it's not attached to something, so it just goes, and sometimes it comes out of the top and the bottom. And it needs to release the fuel so that when it crashes back to Earth, it doesn't blow something up, right? So it's designed to go up there, and if it still has fuel, it then starts spinning around, and sometimes it flips and tumbles, and it spins around, and people see that and they go, UFO, it's God, it's a sign. It's just the way that it's designed to do, so that it expends the fuel and then it comes back to Earth and it doesn't blow up a city block when it lands, so it doesn't freak people out and everybody doesn't think we're under attack, right? The Tic Tac, now the Tic Tac, let's talk about that, Mikey. The Tic Tac was perfect footage because I've seen it, and on Ancient Aliens Worldwide, we have videos up that was released. The Tic Tac is perfect image. You know why? Because it was filmed by the military. Okay, that's and the stuff that we had was we still had the audio. I put it up on Ancient Aliens Worldwide. A couple videos I made had that. We got that stuff way before what's his name, Elizondo or Lozano or Lizondo or whatever his name is. Before he came out with his television program, we already had that stuff and we were already showing it to the world. So that stuff was perfect because it was real and it was filmed by the military because they were being tested by the new radar that they had manufactured. They wanted to know if they could track their own devices. Okay, because they knew that other countries were starting to get this technology and they needed to know that they could track them. So they didn't tell the guys, the dudes that were in the aircraft, what it was, and they were able to track it and they were able to lock onto it, like if they were going to fire a missile at it. And that was them testing in case the other countries got the same technology because they were getting close to having that technology. We wanted to make sure, the American government wanted to make sure that they would have the ability to track it and shoot them down so that the other people wouldn't be able to spy on the American government. Okay, that was done as a test. The first one happened in like 1991 or 94, and then it went on past that. So this isn't something that just happened like a week ago. That Tic Tac has been around since pre-1991 because the first video was a 1991 video off the coast of San Diego in the United States, off California. Are we a planet or under a ferment? We are not. This is not. There is no flat planets anywhere in the universe. None. The universe doesn't work that way. All planets are balls. They're kind of round. This planet is right now it's kind of egg shaped, and it's a torus. It's a toroidal field. Okay, which means that it's round and it has a hole in the top and the bottom. The North Pole and South Pole has a hole, and they meet in the center like this. It's like the yin and the yang. It's like the Vesica Pisces. It's a Taurus, and not Taurus the bull from the zodiac. Look up Taurus, toroidian field. It's a Taurus. So it's round and it has a hole in the center, and the hole is big on the top and the bottom, and it goes down to like this to its 0 point, and you can go through from one side to the other. They don't want you to know about that because there's people that are living in there. We're not on a dish. We're not flat with a dome over the top. They're hearkening back to when people were talking about the creation. They're trying to understand the creation of the universe, and they're trying to tell people how, because if you believe that it's a dome, then you also have to believe that it's the skull of Tiamat. Okay, because if you go back in time to all of the religions, they told people that there was a giant, even the Japanese and Chinese people and the Irish people, everywhere around the world. They had giants, frost giants in the north. So there was a big giant that stood in space that was humongous. And then someone unalived the giant. And they cut their head off, pulled the jaw out, and put the head down. And that's the dome of the sky. You're inside the skull of this giant, okay? And the teeth are the mountains. And the blood is the water. Okay, that is the creation story of all things. Okay, so that is an allegory again for you being in the mind of the Creator. The Creator is not unalived but sleeping. Tiamat is not unalived, she is sleeping. So if you go back far enough, the Creator wasn't unalived but sleeping. Okay, what does that tell you? That was them trying to explain the creator of the universe is probably a fetus, and you're probably alive in the brain cell of the creator. So they're hearkening back to a story they told children 10,000 years ago with an education level of about 4 or 5-year-olds today. And they were trying to explain the creation of the sky. What is the sky? It's a dome that came from a giant's head. And it's sitting over here, and the dome of the sky has pinholes in it. and you're seeing the daylight through the pinholes in the dome of the person that we unalived because we're so brave, and you don't have to worry about that because you're protected. Little baby children, don't worry, there's nothing going to get you up there because Marduk, because Tiamat, because the Savior defeated long ago this giant that was, and then we took the bones and made the mountains, and the streams and the rivers are the blood. So we drink that? Yeah, don't worry about that. It's okay. Different kind of, not like us, different. And so then we're in this, and that's where you are. And so the God of the creation of the universe created a big giant, then murdered that big giant, and then took all of its guts and made you and me. And like when we kill the cow and we pull the guts out and we eat it, do you see? So it's something you told children a long time ago, and you're supposed to evolve. It's like if you go back 1,000 years, they tell you don't eat pork, right? And people still today go, you can't eat pork because you're going to go to hell because God said so. They told you not to eat pork back then because 1,000 years ago you had no way to preserve pork. Because back then they would take beef and they would pack it in salt. And you can do that. It's really salty and it's going to give you high blood pressure, but you can do that. You only live to be 35 years of age anyway once the fall happened. So, but you couldn't do that. You can't pack pork in anything. You can't preserve pork unless you cook it, and you have to have refrigeration. Without it, pork goes bad really fast. So don't eat that. That's just going to kill you. Don't eat those things. Okay? So don't eat pork. So now people can eat pork. Why? You're all going to, okay, so if you go by those rules, okay, I had a hot dog or I had a piece of bacon. That means I don't get to go to heaven now because I physically ate an animal that God said don't eat. Well, if we go by that rule, then none of us are getting to heaven because Adam and Eve, the ones who created all of us, ate the fruit of the tree of life. And Eve did the biggest ultimate sin, and all women are in trouble because she did it. Well, Adam did too. So we're not going to heaven anyway. Wait, let's just keep going forward now, okay? Can't say the Lord's name in vain, so I can't say, God damn it, now I'm not going to heaven because I said damn it after I said the word God. Those are bad words, so you don't get to go to heaven, right? Oh, you better not get a tattoo on your body because God said don't do that. Everybody who tells me that, I say, have you ever gotten a haircut? They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you might want to read the next line after it says don't get a tattoo in your Bible. It says don't cut the hair off the sides of your head either. Okay, so you've gotten a haircut, so nobody's going to heaven. We're all going to hell. So that's that, he who was without a sin cast the first stone, right? All those are semantical things. None of them mean anything, but if it makes you feel better, you can live by the words that men wrote in those books. Because if you go by what they say, you're going to sit down on the floor, you're going to suck on a Cheerio, and you're going to put a blanket over your head, and you're not going to do anything besides wail at a wall, go and stand in front of a wall that's been there for 5,000 years and go, yeah. Or you're going to walk around in circles with your arm held out to a rock that fell from the heavens. Okay? Or you're going to go and stand in front of a cross where this guy was strapped up to it 2,000 years ago. And all of those things are said to be worshiping idols, by the way, by the same God who told you his name was Adonai, I am. So if you go by the semantical rules, God gave Moses 10 laws. The Hebrews turned them into like 3,000. Okay? So every religion, they come up with something. Don't play with yourself. You're going to make it rain. You're going to go blind because God said so. Okay? Those are people just making things up. Truly, you can do whatever you want to do here. The Creator is allowing you to do it. You can murder, rape, kill, and do whatever you want. You're going to be punished for it because you're going to punish yourself, or other people are going to punish you because you're in 3D. And if you murder someone, someone's going to catch you like me. We're going to catch you, and then we're going to put you in prison for the rest of your life, or we're going to execute you back. Okay? But you can do whatever it is that you want to do. God's not going to judge you. God is not sitting up there with a trillion beings that have been created going guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty, not guilty, 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 not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Stellar, make him a pie, give him he's going to be a thing. I want to call him here, and I want him to be turned into stone so he can't breathe, see, talk, but he'll be in my presence because he's holier than holy. Okay, not good, naughty, nice, naughty. Okay, and then have to answer everybody's prayers. Hello, do what? Where are you exactly? Okay, hold on. Where is Milan? What even planet is Milan? Anybody Milan? Anybody know? I could do a whole skit on this, and we could have fun forever, right? Free will. Okay. So you can live your life the way you feel. And if you feel that you want to follow the rules written in a book by someone else, you can do that. It's okay. I'm not saying that religion is wrong. It's just been controlled, and it's designed to control you with guilt and things like that. Christianity today, the first thing they tell you is you're a sinner. You're a sinner and I'm a sinner, and we need to know that we're sinners and admit that we're sinners and we're not perfect and we need God. And you need to sit down right here and put yourself in these chairs, and then I'll tell you how to get back to God. And you got to be ready. You got to pack your bags, because God's coming like a thief in the night. And we don't know when he's coming like a thief in the night, but he's going to be here, so you better be ready right now. And are you ready right now? You're not ready right now, because I'm not ready right now. No one's ready right now, because we're all sinners. Guilt, control, mechanism. Keep coming back, and while you're here, press those buttons on the thing and give me some money. Okay, and I'll tell you how to get out of here. And they never tell you about the Christ oil. They never tell you about the Christ within. Christ is within you. You got to accept Christ within you. Then what do I do with it? How does that affect me? You come back here. You accept Christ. You live in Christ. You live with Christ Jesus. Praise be to Jesus. You live with the Christ Jesus within you, and you have a better life, and you're going to get to heaven. Well, okay, so how am I going to get to heaven then? We'll come over here and we'll chuck some water on your head, and I'll say some shit in Latin that you don't understand, because we don't teach that language anymore, right? We'll push you into the water. We'll pull you out of the water. We'll tell you, you're saved, praise Jesus. And then you can go over there and sit down. What do I do now? Now you just wait. You just wait. He's coming back. He said he was going to get a truck. Just wait right here, okay? Okay, we got some beer. You want beer? Hot dog, cake, pie? Hold on. Got your bags packed? Good. Keep coming back. Check in with me every Sunday. And then when you come back, Jesus hasn't come back yet, but he's going to come back. Everybody sit down right here and wait for him. Praise Jesus. They're not telling you how to get out of here. They're not telling you how to get out of here. Go and get a truck. I know, right? Oh, y'all sit down right here and wait for Jesus. He's going to be here in a minute. He told me he's getting a truck. Okay? He's going to get that guy, too. The one's got the big book, got a big beard. What was his name? Pearly Gates dude, but I don't remember his name. He said his name before. George something. And Pearly Gate, he's going to get that Pearly Gate guy. They're going to come back. He's going to open up that book, and he's going to go, nope, yes. And if your name ain't on the book, well, hell, you're just stuck here then. They're going to be the rest of us. That's what we call left behind. Left behind. You're going to be left behind, right? You don't want to be left behind. Better pack your bags. Wait right here. I'll tell you. Come on. Yeah, Enlil, right? Gandalf, right? So, no, I was talking about who was it that goes at the pearly gates? The one who's supposed to judge us all. St. Peter. I should have read Peter's in here. I should have realized that. St. Peter. St. Peter, you're going to go before the pearly gates. You're supposed to get into an elevator. Whoop. Door opens up. You walk out. And there's some old white dude with a big robe on with a toga, and he's got this big giant codex. And he's going to look up your name. What's your name, son? You're not on my list. And then you're going to be put back in the elevator, and it's going to open up and fire and brimstone, and the devil's going to go, oh, you must be one of mine. Come on. Words for children to scare children. Everything negative comes from fear. Exactly. Okay, so they're teaching you fear, right? Thank you, Peter. Peter's laughing his ass off over there in Ireland. They're teaching you fear to keep you coming back. They want you to come back after the commercial. Okay? They want you to come back after the commercial. So every Sunday you go to church, they give you what you need for the week, right? I don't have one of the Bibles. I used to pull it out and show you. I'm a minister. I have one of those Bibles that has the curriculum in there, and I used to pull it out and show you. If you're a Christian, your church runs on a 2-year, 3-year, or 5-year curriculum. Okay? Most of the time it's 2 and 5 years. And it's identical, okay? They're identical, and the only difference is they slightly change the stuff a little bit. So like every September is going to be like, September or October is going to be like, it's going to be about relationships, and relationships with your family, and relationship with God, and relationship with your boss, and personal relationships, and relationship with your spouse. Did I already say spouse? That's the entire month is about that. And they're going to teach you every Sunday for 4 weeks about that topic. And every month has a different topic, right? And the Christmas time in December, and it's always about Jesus and about praise Jesus and Christ Mass, and our Lord and Savior was born on December 24th, which he couldn't have been. If you look in that actual book that they're showing you, Immaculate Conception for Jesus and his mother, because she was also supposed to be an Immaculate Conception, both of those were done in December. December 11th and December 9th or 14th. You can look that up. So the Immaculate Conception, if it happened in December, Jesus couldn't have been born on December 25th, unless he was over a year and he was late by 2 weeks. That would have been foretold somewhere in the Bible, and it's not. Okay, so they go, oh no, it's because of this and that and this and that. 9 months would have been September 9th, 10th, and 11th. Jesus was not born in December. He was born in September, and they changed that date and put it in December when they were trying to conquer all of the Celts and the Vikings in the western and southern, western, and northern Europe. When Christianity became European, they changed it and said, well, your God dies in the wintertime and is reborn in the springtime. Weird, ours does too. Ours does too. But wait, okay, so wait, no, oh, well, he doesn't die in the wintertime, but he's gone. We call that Lent, right? That's the time in the winter that we have to give up something, and then, but he's gonna be unalived and be resurrected again. And at the same time, your God is resurrected in the springtime, because it was springtime in Israel when he was born. Wait a minute, because springtime in Israel is not springtime in America. It's a little bit different. They're in a different parallel, and it's slightly different. So hold on, wait, what? So hold on, and we got to figure this out now. So if you start actually figuring out geography to Europe and Israel and the whole area and what time of the month and things like that happen, then how does that work for the people that are, like in the southern hemisphere of the planet? Because springtime is in a different time zone over here. I'm in summer right now. You guys are in winter. Okay, so I'm in summer. So when spring happens, according to you guys in the north, it's going to be winter time for me. So in March, going into April, when it's supposed to be the life bringer, is giving life to the planet, I'm going into fall and the unalived part of the year when everything is cold and wet and dank, right? But in the north, that makes sense. So that entire endeavor is not an Earth-based thing. It's a northern hemisphere of the Earth-based ideology, not southern. Okay, so the whole entire endeavor below the equator is opposite. So there's a whole half of the Earth that is on a different timeline of the when it's summer in Europe, it's winter here. When it's summer here, it's winter there. Okay, because we're at opposite ends. You know why? Because the Earth's not flat. And because the Earth's not flat, it's on this elliptical orbit. This is the sun. And the Earth goes around the sun. And when it is summertime in the northern hemisphere, the Earth is below the sun. And then it goes on its orbit like this, not just around it. It goes on an orbit up like this. And when it gets up real high, it's wintertime in the north and it becomes summertime in the south of the planet because we're above the sun and more sun from the planet. The sun is coming up on the bottom part of the Earth now. And then it goes around as it's turning, and then it descends as it goes around, and then it ascends as it comes back around. So we're not going straight around like this. So we can't be flat because we're moving up and down like that. No, because the sun just moves this way and goes around in a circle. It's like a flashlight, and it's right up there. Is it inside the dome? Really? Is it? Because if it's inside the dome, we should be able to fire things at it because it'll hit the sun before it hits the dome. And if the sun's so hot that it'll burn everything up, how does that heat cool down before it gets to us here? So the sun has to be outside the dome, right? So what's holding it up? Is there somebody standing there holding on to it? What's it floating in if there's no space? I love to ask flat earthers that. Where's the sun? Well, the sun's down inside the dome. Then how come we can't hit it with something and see it burn up right up there? Because if they say, well, they fired and hit things to the dome and it bounced off, where's those videos? Then why can't they fire something into the sun and watch it explode and burn up right there when it gets close to the sun then? Because the sun's on the inside of the dome. How come it doesn't melt the dome? What's the dome made out of? Is the dome Tiamat's brain case? Because it withstands a lot of heat from that sun. If you don't believe me, go stand in it. People say the Earth's flat and the sun's here. It's not that bright. Go stand in it. You're going to cook. Okay, so I just laugh at those people because it doesn't stand up to adult thinking. The planet is not flat. The sun doesn't go underneath the Earth when it's dark. Because if it did, the whole Earth would be dark at the same time. So the people that live here wouldn't be a day ahead of you in time if the Earth was flat. Well, it's because it's real big and there's this firmament. Somebody show me the firmament, please. You're basing your theory on a guy from the 1700s who claimed there was a firmament. Somebody go film it, please. You can't get to it because it makes you turn to the right before you can see it. How do you know that then? If one person was immune to it, other people should be immune to it. So let's start taking people out there and see who can keep walking straight when we're all starting to turn to the right. Where's Joe going? Joe, what are you doing over there? Why do you keep walking to the left, man? I'm not, dude. You guys are. I'm going straight. Give him a camera. Thank you. Give him a camera and have him sign that or take pictures. Blue ice, they say. Now it's blue. Where's the pictures? And how do we know it's blue? Because somebody claimed that they could go and see it. Not globe, I bet. Resta, you can believe anything you want. It's not going to change reality. It's just going to be that you believe it. What color is the sky when you look at it? Is it blue, green, purple? Right? Just because you want to believe something doesn't mean that it's reality. We don't see reality for who it is or what it is. We see reality for what we think it is. Because by your standards, we're inside the skull of a big giant that's really big. So where did that giant live that created the dome of the sky, the skull? Or is it the flat earthers go, well, no, that's not what happened. Well, then what happened then? Because all the ancient people say that there was a big giant. So the giant was so big. What was it standing on? Was it floating in space? And who unalived it? Because someone did. And then they made the dome of the sky out of their skull. We're inside a skull. Take the skull cap off. That's your dome on the inside. Because that's what the people said in history. So if we take everything literal, we're breathing the air and drinking the blood of a giant, and we're inside of it. How come we can't find the eyes and see out of it? Is that what we're seeing when the sun is moving around? How come we don't see that part? Never mind that now. Never mind that now. And how did the light get inside then? Where did that come from? Right? So I love to talk to that, right? I love to talk to people about that and ask them those questions. If the earth's flat, then what's the dome? Well, God created that. Oh, now there's a God. So God exists, and so space exists. No, there's no space. Scientists have been lying to us about that. NASA. Then what's there? Because there was a giant that was breathing, was alive there, according to the ancient scrolls. And somebody unalived that giant and took the head of the giant and made our planet out of it. Bones are the mountains. Blood is the rivers. Okay? So the body of Christ, the dome of the rock, the dome that's up there, and then the firmament is the bone of the skull that's around. So that thing was really big. And what was it doing? What was it floating in? What was it standing on? And who unalived it? And where's that one? Who did the unaliving, right? So I just want to talk to those people and ask them those questions because their story morphs and changes when you start doing that. That's just not true. Well, that's where you're getting the idea of the dome from. And people thinking the earth was flat. You know that, right? They got that from those writings. So if that's not true, then what is true? I don't know, but it's not that. Of course it's not, because you don't know. You can't know yeah, I can, because I leave my body. And I've seen this place from the top down without a camera, without lenses. Okay, without these eyes too. So you can't say, well, your eyes are shaped that way and it's creating an optical illusion. I was energy. I'm energy. I know what it looks like. You do too. You're just pretending you don't. Okay. You can call it whatever you want, right? You can call it God. If you want to use that vernacular, you can call it the Godhead. You can call it they, them. You can call it me. You can call it you. You can call it Adonai. That just means I am. The idea is whatever you want to, whatever. It's the creator, source. You can call it anything you want. You ascend, Mikey, by questioning everything. You're starting to now. You're doing it right now. The fact that you're listening to me and asking me questions is you're ascending currently. Okay. Because you're actually asking questions, you're seeking knowledge. Knowledge is the ascension. Your seeking of knowledge is you moving forward away from sitting here doing nothing in third dimensional reality, right? So what you do is, so to ascend, you literally start questioning your reality and you start just asking questions. Asking questions is going to lead you to more questions. Okay, even Friedrich Nietzsche said that. In the end, all the questions that I asked didn't give me anything, and I ended up learning more questions and not answering things. So run away from philosophy as fast as you can, right? So Mikey says my email is questionall101. Oh, that's hilarious! If that's your email, I love that. Okay, if that's truly your email, I love you for that, for even thinking that up and using it, because that's a great thing. Because we question everything, right? When I was little, I was watching Alice Cooper, the rock star, and I was a teenager, 16, 17 years old, and he was on an interview, and he said, I'll leave you with this: question everything. And he meant it, question everything, because he was awake. Things are not as they seem, question everything. And he's gotten more into details as he's gotten older, and people have asked him, what did you mean by that? And he's like, I literally mean question everything. Don't believe anything that you're told. Don't believe history. Don't believe any of that. Question it all. He's very awake, even though he's like this, everybody thinks he's this crazy rock star. You'd be surprised how many of them are awake, right? I need questionable for dummies, right? We actually teach that, Don. Honestly, we teach, you can see right here on the screen, right here, we teach the defense against the dark arts. You can see it right there. Let me put my hand in the thing. Defense against the dark arts. That will teach you how to identify some of the negative, all of the negative things that are being done to you, and help you to defeat that so that you don't have to worry about that bombardment all the time. So we're actually doing that. Question everything. Yeah, the legacy said that. Question everything. What did you say about running from philosophy? Oh, that was Friedrich Nietzsche. I don't agree with it. Friedrich Nietzsche said before he had passed, he was at that time he was he had a what was he had syphilis of the brain or something like that. He had a brain tumor or something. But he said in the end, and this was close to his end, he said that he spent his entire life on asking questions, philosophical questions, and he never got any real answers. They just posed more and more questions. And he said it was a complete waste of time. So if you're going to get anywhere near philosophy and ask questions, run for your life. And that was what he said towards the end. And I remember reading that and going, he didn't wake up. That's why. Because of that, he was asking questions, and because he was looking for things, empirical. He was looking for answers in the flesh. And if you're looking for answers in the flesh, you'll never find them. Right? I mean, you could, if you read Taoism, right? Lao Tzu said that. He who gropes for it won't grasp it, because you're groping for it. You're looking for it in the flesh. You're not going to find it. Okay. So that's one of the things that is Taoism. Right. So if you're looking for it in the flesh, you're not going to find it. You're not going to understand it. If you're seeking the tree of life in the flesh, you're not going to find a tree that's the tree of life. If you're looking for the fountain of youth to live forever, you're not going to find some water fountain and drink the water there and live forever. You're not going to find it. That's not where the fountain of youth is. If you're looking for the land of milk and honey, you're not going to find the land of milk and honey at a place on this earth, because paradise is what you make of it. Heaven is where you are at, right? So your home is where you wear your hat. So heaven is where you are, and because it's within you, or hell is where you are because it's within you. Your focus determines your reality. Okay. So Lao Tzu said that you can make he used a pot, glass, but what purpose does this glass have except for what you can put in it? Okay. So although that's plastic, but you can formulate this glass out of sand and it makes this glass. And what good is it if you don't put anything in it? It's just a piece of glass still. But the value is what you put in it. You can build a house. Okay. Build these four walls and a roof, and it means nothing if it just sits there. That house only becomes a home when you put stuff in it. Same thing with your mind. Okay. So what you're supposed to look for is you're supposed to look within yourself and find you. By looking inward, you look outward. Okay. So what you're trying to do is, if you're trying to achieve the conscious consciousness and beingness of who you are. Okay? How you find that is going to be your own journey to get there. But what you're looking for is you, within you. Because physically, this body, this pain body that you have is not who you are. You think that. When you're self-aware, I think, therefore I am, you think this is me and this reality is all there is. But I tell you truly, it is not. It is only the beginning of your journey back to the Creator. And it's only the beginning for your journey back to the Creator because it's only now that you're actually self-aware that you're on a journey. You've already been on a journey for a long time, but you don't remember it because you were not self-aware then. So you were veiled further than you are veiled now. Your veiling is starting to move away from you. You're starting to pierce the veil, so now you're self-aware. I think, therefore I am. And I tell you that the next stage in your evolution is to realize I am, therefore I think. Not this pain body is, this reality is all that there is, because it's not. This is fake. It's an illusion. It's not even happening. You're supposed to expand your consciousness to the realization that this place is within me. It is a trap of my mind. And that my mind is not in this body. It is somewhere else. Where is that? Expand your consciousness to find your true self and find where that is. Mark Twain said, there are two great moments in life, the day you were born and the day you find out why. Is that what he said? Yeah. That's the truth. Okay. So the day you were born is the greatest day of your life. And then the next greatest day of your life is when you realize why you were born. Okay. Can we please speed up the unveiling process? You can, Michelle. You can. And I tell people this all the time. All you have to do is get out of your own way. Stop thinking that you're veiled and you'll be unveiled. It's actually that simple, but it's really hard to do. You have to learn. This is why we teach the defense against the dark arts. Okay. You have to learn that this place and everyone in it is trying to keep you here. So they're trying to distract you away from your own personal growth by hook or crook. Got to get a job, got to pay rent, got to go do this, got to do that. You're in the place of doing. Got to drive your car, got to pay for that, got to get this, got to get gas, got to go to the kids, got to do this, got to go to the store, got to cook food, got to sleep, got to get up, got to go to work, got to take a shower, got to pay rent, got to fix that damn thing broke over there. I got to fix it. The kid's crying over here, got to change them. All those things. If you're only focused on those things as you're doing them, you'll never get out of here. What you do for a living is not who you are. So while you're doing these things, you should be internalizing and figuring out who you are. Thinking for yourself, critical thinking, and moving to a different place. My brain keeps me trapped. Well, it does, Mikey. That's what it's because of the ego and because of the ego needs you to be trapped. The ego needs you to be trapped because the ego starts to go away as you move higher and you won't listen to the ego very much, or you will if you're self-serving. You're going to just listen to the ego, everything it tells you. Otherwise, the other voice is your conscience, and that's the voice that is opposite the ego. The ego says, steal that. Your conscience goes, no, don't do that. Say that. Screw them. Say it. No, I wouldn't want somebody to say that to me. Ego telling you, do what you want. Do what thou wilt. Conscience, your conscience, not your consciousness, your conscience. The angel on your other shoulder says, don't do that because do unto others. You wouldn't want someone to do that to you, so don't do that to them. Which one of those you listen to most is going to be who your archetype, who you become. So if you listen to the one that says, don't harm people and be nice to people, you become in service to others. If you listen to the other one that says, take advantage of people, do whatever you want and make as much money as you can, who cares, screw those people, you're going to become self-serving. Neither of those are actually wrong. It's just a way. You're going to polarize yourself away from other people that are around you and towards other people that are around you. If you choose to be self-serving, you're going to start using everyone around you, and eventually they're going to learn that, and they're going to get away from you, and you're going to be lonely, and it's going to piss you off. If you're in service to others, you're going to get away from those people who are trying to use you and abuse you, and you're going to move away from them, and that's going to become lonely, and you're going to be pissed off. Either way, it's going to be that same outcome. You're either going to do it, you're going to make all kinds of money doing it, you're going to torture people and rape people and unalive people and do whatever you want with them and get whatever you want and control them, or you're going to love them and you're going to try and help them and you're going to try and nurture them and you're going to try and teach them. and you're going to love them, and you're going to love yourself, and you're going to love others, even the people that hate you. You're going to still love them. Either way, you're going to move back towards the source, and you're going to unlock information about how to do that. Okay. The ego tries to trap you here in this place. It's desperate to keep your attention. The conscience isn't. The conscience will just tell you something when you start thinking of doing something bad. The ego will suggest you do those things. Okay. So the people who are controlling this place, the controllers who think they own this place, they're narcissists. They're all evil. Okay. They believe that they own it. They believe they own you, and they'll tell you that. And they have to own the place, own the country, own your car, own your land, own everything. You just rent it from them because you owe them money, because they actually own you too. You're cattle, no different than a dog or a cat or a piece of beef. And they own you, and you owe them money because you're living on their land. So you're indentured servitude for your life. And that's the way they treat you. They treat me, they treat all of us that way. Okay. As long as you allow them to do that, they will continue doing it. The bully will bully everyone in the schoolyard until someone punches them in the face. Okay. So how do you get around that? You are aware of it, and you don't buy into it. No, they don't. When people say, do you vote? I don't vote because it doesn't matter if I vote, because they're going to do whatever they want. That is what they want from you. That thought process is giving them power. Do you see? So they trap you, and they hold on to you. The ego traps you. So to answer your question, Mikey, the legend hippie, the legend of hippie, I love that. The ego traps you. There's external egos that are literally all politicians. 90% of them are egoic, self-serving. Everybody who seeks power is listening to their ego. So they're trying to trap you the same way your own ego is trying to trap you into this place. Third dimensionality, lower 3 chakras. Okay. Your conscience is the feminine energy, which is the spiritual energy. Your physical warlike is the masculine. Aggression is masculine. And then the love and caring is the feminine energy that's inside you, inside all of us. Okay. Doesn't mean you're going to become feminine sexually. It just means you're going to become less violent and aggressive. You can still do it. It's still there. You can turn that book on. Anytime you want to open that book of war, you can do it, but you choose not to, because it's not who you are. And I'm not a violent person by nature, and I move on. But I've been in martial arts since I was born. I'll break you off. I've been in combat. I will end you. But I'm not going to do that unless you make me open that book. Okay? But I've been there. I've killed more people than smallpox. Okay? Unalive. Sorry. We're talking about this is all entertainment purposes. I apologize. TikTok, the communist TikTok. I don't want to get anybody mad at me, TikTok. We were just talking, and I got a little caught up in the story that I was telling, which was a fictional character from a book. I apologize. Okay, but I choose not to be that way. Okay. It doesn't mean if you're balancing that feminine energy that you become feminized. That's the problem. They're trying to make all men believe they're going to become, gay or something, right? That's not what it is. It's a balance of that light and darkness in you. The darkness, the aggression in the warlike instinct is ego. The other side of that coin is your mom, your grandma, the loving, caring, nurturing. That's your spiritual side. Okay. You're supposed to balance the bottom 3 chakras, which is the physical plane, with the upper 3 chakras, which is the spiritual plane, and your heart chakra is the overlapping that controls all that, because your soul is actually in your heart, not this brain. Okay. Love is the heart. Creation is the heart. Okay. So you have to realize that you balance that. You can be peaceful like the Shaolin if you're old enough. I think you said you were at least close to my age, bro. So you remember Kwai Chang Kang, not Qui-Gon Jinn, right? Kwai Chang Kang, but Qui-Gon Jinn too. So you probably remember Kung Fu, right? The Shaolin. The Shaolin is very dangerous, one of the most dangerous people, but they don't choose to use it unless they have to. Bruce Lee was the same way. Jeet Kune Do, Grasshopper. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, how do I stop being mad all the time? I feel like that I'm that I am in service of others, but I still get angry. My wife was talking about the same thing just today and yesterday, my friend. We become programmed to react a certain way to certain things. Like if I say the C word, I can't say that word, right? That one that means I can't understand normal. You know what I'm talking about. Women are programmed to get really mad if you say that word. My wife still gets mad because I'm in Australia, and in Australia, everybody calls everybody that over here. Drives her crazy. English people do it too. Americans don't do that. We still say it when we're angry. But you have triggers, okay? I'm going to use a vernacular that was what's her name? Marie Osmond from the Osmond family, right? From the Marie Osmond said one time when she was on an interview that her mother told us, we spend the second half of our lives fixing all the shit they did to us in the first half of our lives. Okay. This place has programmed us to get angry at certain things and react a certain way. They're called triggers. Okay. I'm also a life coach and a spiritual life coach. So is my wife, by the way, because I'm a 4-time minister, 5-time spiritual leader. I'm a Reiki master teacher, right? So that spiritual way, we're programmed to respond, and we have triggers. And if we allow those triggers to stay in place, people will trigger us. And like Mikey says, you're actually choosing to get angry. You're giving someone else power over you, and they're saying something to you. They're going, screw you, man. And then you're getting mad at them because you're responding to them in kind. They're being angry with you and aggressive to you, and you're triggering, and you're choosing to get mad and to mirror them. So you've given them that power over you, and they can press those buttons on you whenever they want to, because you give that power to somebody. If you look at like the Back to the Future movies, Marty McFly's biggest weakness was somebody calling him chicken. If you called him chicken, what's the matter, McFly? Are you chicken? He would freak out and do it. Even if he ran off the side of a cliff or smashed his head into a wall, he would do it because that was a trigger. And if you know a person's trigger, you can play them like a fiddle. You can play them like a guitar, and you can make them do whatever you want, because all you have to do is learn their tells, learn their triggers, and trigger them. And you can orchestrate whatever you want from them because you know what reaction you're going to get. So the first step in avoiding a trap, my friend, is knowing of its existence. We all have triggers, and we have to realize that we have these triggers programmed into us by our family, by our friends, by our schools, by our jobs, by this place itself, by societal structure, by the very people who claim they own us. They program us to be afraid of persons because of their color or their race or their gender. We have to be afraid of the people that are from another place. We have to be afraid of the people who don't look like us. We have to be afraid of the people who talk different than us. They program these things into you so that now you're constantly, if I'm a Democrat, you're a Republican, I got to hate you and you got to hate me. If you're a Republican and I'm a Democrat, I got to hate you and you got to hate me. Whatever it is. We got to pick a side. If you're a Raider fan and I'm a 49er fan, we got to freaking go at it, man. Right? That they give you that, and they program that into you so that you're in a combat mode all the time, and something triggers you. Fear, right, Mikey? Fear. Okay, exactly. Can you do that in a good way? You can. So let's see. Just feel like. Wait a minute. I just feel like I'm always getting screwed over. Well, see, that's your ego, my friend. You have to get control of that, what's being said to you in your head, right? When somebody says something, because what we do is we're also programmed that we hold ourselves up against other people and judge ourselves by, look at that guy. He's got a freaking cool car. I don't have a car. How come I don't have a car? That's your ego that's talking in your head saying that. And you get jealous of that person, and you want to be like them, or you want to have their money. And how come I can't have that? That pisses me off, that guy's got all that money and I don't have that. He's an idiot. How come I don't have that money? That's ego. That again is a form of control. And if you listen to that, your ego will point that out about everybody to keep you angry because you're paying attention to it. Okay. So you have to become aware of those. That's why I always say the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to be aware that we have triggers. And when it happens, you have to stop yourself from being triggered. I'm not going to get mad at this guy. I'm not giving this guy any power over me. This guy always, every time I see him, he triggers me, and he knows it, and he says those things that make me mad. So I'm not going to get mad at him. No matter what, I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. Now you're taking control of yourself and your ego. And when he says things, whoever that is, and they're trying to press your buttons, you're just like, yeah, I'm not letting you do that today, bub. Go away. you're going to find that it's going to really make them angry, and they're going to get in your face even more because they want that reaction out of you. They need that reaction out of you. And without that reaction, you're going to realize that you win. You win by not doing anything. That's the whole purpose of the Zen and the teaching you that. If you ever saw the Star Wars movies, the first one, which was not the first movie, but the third story, but it was the first book, the one with Qui-Gon Jinn when he went and found Anakin Skywalker and he was fighting the Sith, and the Sith was standing there and they had this force field. They were stuck in between the force field, and Qui-Gon Jinn knelt down and was sitting there and he was just meditating. But the Sith was stalking him like a lion waiting for that thing, right? Ego, conscience. He was Zen and didn't allow him in any way to make him afraid of him, didn't allow him in any way to have any kind of emotional response to his aggression. And the reason that he lost was because it was written that way, and he moved the wrong way, and he ended up losing. But if he was better, he would have been able to win. So he wasn't better than the Sith. The Sith was better a fighter than he was. And that may happen. You're always going to fire somebody. You're going to find someone who's better than yourself. That was told to from Merlin to King Arthur. You're going to find that there's always someone cleverer than yourself. So you have to realize that, right? Telling a joke is manipulation. Some people telling a joke is manipulation. I mean, you have to look at. Good night, Don. Don Q's heading to bed. Sorry, brother. Good night. Have a good night. Telling a joke is a manipulation because you're invoking an emotional response, even though you might be doing it for a good reason, being a clown and doing silly things, or a person dressed up as a clown. They're doing that for entertainment purposes, but they're still controlling you because they're trying to get an emotional response from you. Laughter is good. So people who are telling jokes for a living, they're invoking that out of you. It's still a form of control. So they're getting you to release, though, by laughing, you're releasing your aggressions. So those people are usually not self-serving. They're usually in service to others, and they're trying to help people, and they're making a living. Even somebody who is self-serving could be making a living as a comedian if they're funny, but they don't care about anybody, but they're just trying to get rich. If they're really funny, they'll get really rich. So there's an instance of where it doesn't matter if you're self-serving or in service to others, you're still serving the all, because they're getting you to laugh, and that's helping you to release your anxieties and things like that. But it doesn't mean that they're not evil. They could be evil and still getting you to laugh at them because they're wanting money. So how they got to that point is determined by when you meet them, if they turn out to be self-serving and they're a butthead, or if they're actually a nice person, right? You'll find that most comedians and most clowns are very depressed people. They are doing to you what they wish they could do. They wish they could have that emotion and laugh. And so they're making people laugh. Look at, most clowns, you can look this up on the internet. Most clowns are depressed people. They're not happy. They're sad. And they do that to make everybody else laugh, but they're actually sad. Look at Robin Williams. Robin Williams is one of the funniest comedians in the world of his time. And it looks like he unalived himself because of his depression. So he was going through secret depression for a very long time that no one knew about, and he was making everybody laugh, and he was actually depressed, and eventually he unalived himself, right? Why do I feel like I don't belong anywhere and I'm waiting for something to show up and I'm 62? Because, my friend, you don't. You don't belong here, right? These are questions. If my wife was here, she would have already asked you guys this question because I haven't said it for a while, okay? If you don't feel like you believe that you belong here, okay, is because you probably don't. You're probably from somewhere else. This isn't your home. You have a home somewhere else. Okay, you're 62 and you're waiting for something. What are you waiting for? Right? You're waiting for someone or something to show up. What is that? What the problem is, well, you're waiting for someone like me, but you're supposed to be waiting for yourself to show up. And what they were supposed to be teaching you in spirituality is stop looking outward for what you're trying to look for. You're supposed to look within yourself. No one's going to show up to come get you, but that's what they've been telling you. Wait here. Jesus is going to get a truck. Okay? That's the programming that they put in you. You're supposed to be looking within yourself. What you're waiting for to happen is someone like me to come here and tell you that it's okay. You're stuck here, but you're not. And it's easy to get out of here, and I'll show you the way. And that's what everybody was showing you before. Jesus showed you that, and all those other people in every single religion were showing you the way. Okay? So if you're waiting for someone physically to tell you, I'm here to tell you physically that you're okay. You're not stuck here. You just think you are, and you can leave here whenever you want to. You just have to realize that you can, right? Mikey said, "You just manipulated me." In a sense, in a very serious sense, I did. Because if something that I say in some way causes you an emotional response in any way, that's a form of manipulation, right? You can get real paranoid with that and not listen to anybody because that's what, I mean, you can get real scared of that no matter what. Okay. But the truth is, right? Uncle Pappy, that's funny, right? So the truth is that you have to realize that you think Robin Williams has been reincarnated yet, or he's still in a fourth dimension. The fourth dimension isn't the dimension that you move into when you are unalived, my friend. The fourth dimension is where you're going right now. Robin Williams, more than likely, unless he had a contract to not come back, he's already on his way back if he's not already here. Okay. Because most people want to be here to go through this experience because of how rare this is, what you guys are going through. We're actually moving the entire species to 4D without destroying the entire species. Because normally the way it works is that when an entire species is supposed to graduate, we have a calamity of some sort that unalives 3/4, if not 90% of the population, and then they all get moved to the next level. And then there's a little bit of trauma that happens to the immortal soul when that happens. So we've come up with this idea of shifting everybody over. And so we're using places like this one who got stuck. And this is one of the places that it was already volunteer. So everyone who's here volunteered for this. You just don't remember it, but you volunteered to be here. And then it got stuck more than it was already stuck. And then we left it be stuck until everybody said we're stuck and we need help. And then we came down here, but because of the laws, the rules of the road, we couldn't tell you guys that we were here. So we just were here living with you and helping you, as I have a fruit fly by me, and helping you guys to get out of here. Okay. Mama, welcome. Hi, how you doing? Right, I'm going live on Merlin and Maeve, as you can see, more than I am on my own platform these days because we're trying to get the company going. So Mikey says 32,000 years is how long that we have been ascended, right? It depends on the individual person, right? So longer than that, when it depends on who you are and how long you've been around. I go back to like the first wave. So I've been around for eons. The time doesn't even translate down here into hundreds of trillions of years, a trillion years, right? Since the beginning of this universe is probably the multiverse's construct, right? So from first consciousness of the creator to the next wave of consciousness that was created by the creator. Okay, so that from the perspective of this place is really, 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 really long time. I've been on this earth. I've been here on this planet for 128,000, 130,000 years now, just on this planet. Because I was here to help the people in the, 77,000 years ago that disappeared here, helping them to move on to the next level, right? Because this I knew was where this place was going to be and get stuck. So we waited for it to get stuck. I was actually here longer than that because that was in 3D as a physical form over and over. I was a rock once. I was the air once. I was a dog once. I was a bird. It was an eagle. I was a blade of grass one time, and then I was that's out of order because the eagle and the wolf came afterwards. I was the two-dimensional being before I became a third-dimensional being here. So that's crazy, right? Which being do you believe the Rothschilds belong to? Well, the Rothschilds, they came from the people that were left over, the negative people that were Atlanteans, the evil ones. Those people are trying to reincarnate in the same family, but they're not. They don't have that kind of power. So the original people that were evil in that family, the other people are just ascending and they're making them evil, and the ones that aren't evil, they're either forcing them to do the stuff or they're trying again, right? So they're not actually they're descendants of the elongated skull people from Atlantis. But so am I. I'm an O'Neill with an Edward as a middle name. My clan, this bloodline can be traced back over 1,000 years, right? So this physical body that I'm in is part of their actual lineage. I'm related to them. This physical body is related to them, but that doesn't mean the soul that's in this body is related to them. So that's one of the things that people don't get here. When you look at the Rothschild family, they've been traditionally in power for a very long time because they believe they're descendants of those people physically because they live in physicality. The souls that are in there are different souls that come in and go out, that sign on, but they're trying to keep their soul contracts orchestrated so it's the same people. But people who are negative, this is what you have to understand. People that are negative, so Rothschild, the old man, say, that was alive in the 1800s and 1900s, that dude doesn't want to come back here. He wants to move on to the next place. So he doesn't really care about his family at all. He wants them to have money, but he doesn't really care that much because he doesn't want to stay. He's not going to reincarnate over and over. He's getting out of this place as quick as he can because he's in service to self. Okay. So do they really control the royals? Yeah, there's those families. There's families that think they own this place. Yeah, I wrote about that in my book. I just don't name them. I call them the controllers, but I wrote about it in my book because their legacy, and there's certain families that think they own this planet, and there's more than people think. They think there's like 13. There's more than that because if you look at just Europe alone, all of monarchs in Europe, they're all related, right? But there's different sects in the same family. There's different people that are cousins that are in charge. So the king in England is distantly related to the king of Norway, but they're not brothers. Do you see? And they have different last names, but they're related to one another. Okay. So all of the monarchs of Europe were all related to each other. All the presidents of the United States, but one, were related to each other. Hillary Clinton, her maiden name is Rodham, Hillary Rodham Clinton. The Rodham family is cousins to the Trump family. They're cousins. So they were like vying for control of the earth, or of the United States, Hillary and Donald. Cousins. Okay. But most people don't know that until you look into it. So they do control the royals. They control everybody. There's these families that are behind everybody at the top. They control everything, and they believe they own this place, and they control everybody. They control everything. Like the United States government is the military wing of their family. The English government is the bankers of their family, right? People say, well, no, that's got to be the Hebrews. The Hebrews, some people say the Hebrews control everything right now. Okay. I don't know who's in control right now, but they fight over it. If you look at World War I and World War II, World War I was started because one cousin tried to kill the other one, tried to assassinate the other one, and that started a war that became the global power struggle for who owns the earth in the families. World War II was an extension of that. Okay. You can look that up. That's not me making up things. You can look that up. So there's these families, some of the names we don't know, these Rockefellers and the like. Some of those names we know, the Rothschilds, that means Red Shield. They had a different name before and changed it. Your Windsor family, that is the crown king of England and this country that I'm in. They rule over this country. Even though this country acts like they're independent, like the United States and Canada does, they probably are still under their tutelage, right? Tutelage. Their name wasn't Windsor until the 1930s when there was a world war, and their name was a German-sounding name, so they changed it to Windsor so they wouldn't be outed by other people, right? So the Hebrews believe that they're the chosen people. Everyone believes they're the chosen people. You're right. The Hebrews do believe they're the chosen people, and they've been wrong for thousands of years. Everybody's the chosen people, but every religion believes they're the chosen race, right? I mean, look at the Mormons. They believe they're the chosen. Look at the people from, Dianetics. They make their religion out of Dianetics. They believe they're the chosen people. So everybody thinks they're the chosen people, right? They're just not. Everybody's the chosen ones, right? Holy shnikey. Just Googled it. They are in fact related. I told you, bro. They are in fact related. That's why I tell people, don't believe me. Google that crap, dude. Hey, I'll even tell you. They're freaking related, man. So yeah, they're behind the scenes running this place. They think that they own it. And yeah, no, it is true. Let's see, aren't the oldest families controllers from from Italy, the mega. Yeah, you have the from Vienna, right? The Venetians go back further. The Venetians, you can look this up in history. The Venetians used to be the bankers of northern Africa, going around up where the Hebrews are currently, up into Turkey. Those were the Venetians. That was a group of people. They were bankers that go back before the Roman Empire, before the Greek Empire, before the probably pre-dynastic times. So not post-dynastic Egypt, but pre-dynastic. So before the pharaohs, there was this group of people that were bankers. That was what dimension do you like the best? I like the one that I'm in. I like this place. It's actually really pretty. Physically, the third dimension is beautiful, but if you want a dimensionality for like just energy, the higher up you go, if you could see the creator, you would not want to leave there. Anybody's at an NDE, they'll tell you that. That you go, and once you see the creator and you feel that love, you don't want to leave that. It's just the most incredible thing you could ever imagine. To look at it will make you cry. You just can't understand down here. So if you ask anybody who's had an NDE, a near unalived event, to where, or somebody who's done some of those chemicals that I'm not recommending because I don't want TikTok and the communist government to get annoyed with me, but yeah, if you've ever had somebody who's gone on a journey into the center of all and saw the creator, they don't want to come back and they have to be forced to come back because it's so beautiful there. Okay, so yeah, so it is true, right? Let's see, what else are you guys saying? Right, they're the rudest controllers, right? Still in power. Yeah, they're keeping that, and that's why they're trying to keep everybody stuck here because if you don't ascend or you don't wake up here, then they can continue keeping that control. So it's vital that you think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, because if you don't, then you're going to start critically thinking for yourself, and that diminishes their power a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. They can't do anything about it now. They know that, but they're trying to fight against it. They really are. Hold on, I'm going to take a drink here. So they're trying to keep status quo. So they were Venetians. You can look up the Venetian people, and they were bankers. And when the people of Rome started taking control, they, instead of losing their control, they became the bankers, and they just took all their money and just moved out of the way and let them take over and said, hey, we can run things for you. We're not loyal to them. We'll do whatever you want. And then the Romans said, oh, all right, if you guys are good at that, we don't, ugh, we don't count. You good at counting? You count for us. And so they hired them. The next thing you know, they moved to Venice. It's underwater, maritime law, and we've been running on the maritime law because the Venetians who created this language that we speak. Not this version of it. This is a Viking version of it, but language and written writing, the oldest written writing that we have that was a language, not cuneiform, is the Venetian language. So they actually created the banking system that is still being used today. And then the Templar Knights got a hold of it and they ran it for a while, and the Venetians didn't like it and they needed to take back control. By that time, the power source was Rome, the Roman Empire. How close is Rome to Venice? Okay, so everything is maritime law. Everything you do, you're birthed in the birthing canal. It's exactly the way a boat goes into the water. It's all maritime law. So you're on this meritocracy, and you don't know that you've been controlled by these people. And that goes back to about 12,000 years ago. I've watched many documentaries or calling a European culture and history. Yeah, right. So if you look at that stuff, you'll find that the bankers, the Medici, those families, you know what I'm talking about. The Medici and the families, those people go back to the Venetians. And that whole thing that, the 1200s and the 900s with the Medici and the different families, mud and the different families. You'll find them in history. That's part of this, all the families that were vying for control. So that's whenever you see a world war, that's cousins trying to take control from the other cousins because it's my time now. And you guys have had this for like 150 years. And they're like, you don't get nothing. And then they go, we're supposed to have it now. And they go, yeah, you're right. And we can't do anything about it because they're in control. No. And then the person who's the most evil rises up and slaps them around and takes control. And then says, if you want it back, you got to take it from me. And that person will be overthrown by the next great evil person in the family, whatever bloodline that is, and they'll take control. And they fight over it back and forth with one another for who's in control. And then if everything's quiet and the population gets too high, they just make up a war so they can lower the population to keep their control. That's what they've been doing here for 12,000 years. That's why I came here. That's why I wrote this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I wrote this book to tell you about it. This book is about that. It tells you about that, okay? I came here. I am from the 11th dimension, and I came here to help you with this. And you need to know this. That's why you're stuck. You're stuck because those people got you stuck because they understood that if they just distracted you and didn't let you see what you were trying to see, that you would just stay here. And then they tell you, wait here. Jesus is coming back in a truck to get you. Sorry, I got to drink one of my energy water, vitamin water. Okay, so what do we got, right? Can you do a quick rundown from maritime law regarding ships? Well, I mean, look at that. I mean, if you look at maritime law, look at where a ship is berthed. Why do they say that? Why do they say it's birthed there? Where does it make birth? Right? What is that? Where you make birth? You're birthed by your mom in the canal, the birth canal, right? You're birthed through the canal, the birth canal, and you come out into the world and you're birthed into the channel, right? I mean, look at maritime law. Look at your name. You have to have a number. So you're birthed and then you're issued a number by the government that you live under. And that number is either your tax ID number or whatever. You have given a birth certificate, papers that state who you are and who you belong to and what country and what your parents' names are and when you were born and all of that. Why is that important? And why is it that you have to turn that into the government and register with the government? And then you have to get identification and you have to get licenses and you have to pay them money. And if you want to go from one country to another, you got to get papers. We call that a passport so that they know what country you're in and who you are and why you're there. Why? Because they're keeping track of their cattle. They don't want you leaving and not coming back. They're going to need to know where you are at all times. Your cell phone tracks every move you make. Right? Come on, bro. You're under your identity. Yeah, right? You're literally, I mean, what do you want to know about maritime law? Look around you. Pay attention to what they're telling you. You can't leave anywhere unless you have digital currency now, and you got to have a real ID, and you got to have a passport, and you got to ask permission and pay somebody money. You have to ask your government permission to leave your country and pay them money, and then you have to ask the country that you're going to's permission. You have to pay them money to get a passport to come into their country, and you can only stay there for a certain amount of time unless you pay the king some more money to stay in the country. Think about what you're talking about, maritime law. That's because they own you. The other people own you. And you can't just go over there and stay there. You have to beg the people there to let you stay there and give up your citizenship in the other place to have a citizen, unless you have dual citizenship. But to have that, you have to go back there and spend money there and be there. Hi, I'm home, and check in with them so they know you're home. You have to do that a certain amount of times in a few years. Then you can fly back to the other place, but you got to do that one too. Why would you have to do that? Otherwise, they're going to cut you off. You're no longer a citizen here because now you're staying over there. They can have you. Okay, right? So think about that. Well, then you got to pay taxes to them now. You got to pay them because you're on their land. They own you now. So now you have to pay the tithing for being alive. Think about that. Think about some maritime law. So you're in a meritocracy. The entire global system has been set up that way so that you stay under their control at all times. They know where you are 24 hours a day. They know who owns you 24 hours a day. Who do you owe a tithing to for you being alive? Okay? That is the control mechanism that they're using to keep you stuck on this earth. You're not thinking that you are an immortal soul. You're thinking that you're a soul that is owned by someone on this earth. That's how they distract you to keep you here. Okay? Right? Mo for sure. At Mo, my wife teaches me so much. So yeah, control, right? Have you escaped? If so, how? Yeah, I'm actually here from the 11th dimension, my friend. I came here to help you. I was long since out of this place, and I came back here to help you guys to get out of here. All you have to do is, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. The trap is only in your mind. Your focus determines your reality. You're only stuck here because you think you're stuck here. You're only veiled because you believe you're veiled, or you don't even know that you're veiled. And that is part of your veiling. They distract you so much you don't realize that they keep your focus and your attention here in this place, doing stuff. You got to go to work. You got to have money. You got to pay your bills. You got to buy this. You got to drive there. You got to fix your car. Got to clean your house. You owe money. So because of that, they have you focused here, and then you get online and you're just swiping and you're not even paying attention to anything, and you're laughing and you're saying that you're watching movies and watching television and doing all these things, and all of that's third dimension. And while you're doing that, you're keeping yourself stuck here by them distracting you away from your ascension, because they don't even tell you that there is an ascension you're supposed to be on. Okay. So you have to realize that that's what's happening to you. That's why I say the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You literally don't know you're in a trap because they don't let you even see that. I wrote about that in my book. Okay. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. You guys can find that online everywhere, except for you can't get it on Kindle inside of Canada, apparently. You also can't get it in any communist country that's actually openly communist, like Russia, North Korea, China. They won't let you buy this book there because this book teaches you about spirituality, true spirituality that all of these religions used to be teaching you, and now they're not anymore. So, no, the USA. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Mike. It is in the US. You couldn't find it? No, it should be in. It's on Kindle in the United States. You can get it on Kindle. You can get it on ebook in the United States. Yeah, it's banned. It is banned. It's banned from Russia, banned from China, banned from North Korea, and you can't get it apparently on Kindle inside Canada. But you can buy the actual hard copy of the book in Canada. So I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna check with my publisher. Right? But you can find it, right? I'm in the U.S. and I couldn't find it. Mikey, you're in the U.S. I thought you were in Canada. It's there somewhere. I know it is because there's people that are in the U.S. that are trying to find it. It's out on I looked it up online and it said it's on Kindle and Amazon here in Australia. So it's got to be online in America on the ebook. It has to be. If it's on the ebook anywhere else, it's got to be there. When did I write the book? I wrote the book and it was published in June of 2024. You can look it up. Just Google The Reality About Reality. The Reality About Reality. Then if you look right here, it says Returning to the Old Ways. Okay. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by Leonard O'Neill. 2 L's in my last name, not a typo. Leonard O'Neill. I've looked it up. It's everywhere. Okay. Don Q was in Canada. That's what I thought. So Don Q couldn't get it, right? But the book is published in the United States. So you can get it there. It's cheaper there than anywhere else in the world because I was in the United States when I published it. The publisher's in the United States. It's a Publisher House is my publisher. You can buy it directly from them. But it's on ebook in the United States. I know that for a fact. I found that when I was there. You just got to look it up. I don't know if you can find it unless you're typing it wrong on Kindle. It should be on Kindle. It's on ebook in the United States for certain. You just got to look it up. Peter said he looked it up, and he's in Ireland. When he was here, he looked it up. I don't have anything right now besides this computer that's still attached to the United States. So when I do a search on both my American phone, even my American phone is now synced up with Australia. So even with my American phone, when I do a search on Google, it searches this hemisphere, not that one. The title is The Reality About Reality. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. Thank you. See, Aiden found it on Amazon. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. That's the subtitle. So the main title is The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by Leonard O'Neill. And this is the book cover. You can see it has a reality caution, reality check ahead. It's got a caution sign there. Reality check ahead. So yeah, it's all over the internet. You can buy it anywhere online. It's on Amazon, right? I just ordered it. Thank you guys that are ordering it. Thank you very much, Sharon. Those of you that are ordering it. Even if you bought just the ebook, I make probably about the same amount of money off of the ebook as I do the book. But this book will talk to you about all the stuff I've been telling you about. It's going to talk to you about the Christ oil that all religions in the world have been teaching you. They're supposed to be teaching you, and it's still in the religion. But when you go to their churches, they're not telling you about the Christ within. Nobody's teaching you about the Christ within anymore. They're trying to keep you away from that because they don't want you to graduate from here because the legacy people want their legacy money. Okay. So I've come here to teach you guys, to help you guys to hack this system. You just got to have to get out of your own way. You have to, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, right? Okay, I found it on Google, but it still can't find it through my Kindle. I don't know why it's then look for it on ebook, because it's on ebook. It may not be on Kindle. It's supposed to be. I don't know why. Peter said he found it on Kindle. Yeah, the church is within. Yes. The temple is within. The church is within you. The Christ is within you. Christ is not Jesus' last name. Christ is a title. The Christ is within you. The consciousness, your expansion of your consciousness is the Christ. It's not, Jesus wasn't, his last name wasn't Christ. That was his title. It was expanded consciousness. The Christed is within you. You're Christed. It's immortal, illuminated. That is you inside, internally. You're supposed to look in and find yourself here. The whole thing that Jesus did, coming down in human form and sacrificing and then becoming unalived and then raising up and going, is what your journey is that you're on. You're doing it right now. Your journey, you came from up there. You're up there right now, and you came down and descended into human form, sacrificing yourself and your memory of who you are so that you would get lost, and then you could find yourself, and on that journey you could learn something that you don't already know, and then take that back with you on your way back to the source, and then all of those memories become part of the source, and then you go back out again, because source sends us all back out. We go out and learn and live and learn new things and create new scenarios, because the creator is evolving, and the creator is evolving through us because we are evolving. That's what we're here to do. So the church is within. Yes, you're supposed to realize that. You're supposed to realize that you're the savior you're waiting for. You're the savior you're looking for. You're not supposed to look without in the physical plane for someone. They teach you in Christianity, and I'm a Christian minister and have been knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, so I'm not coming at it from an atheist standpoint. The Christian religion today is teaching you that Jesus said he was coming back, and there's no place in the Bible he said that. The only thing they ever quote is God said he was going to come like a thief in the night. That was Jesus telling you a story when they were saying about the illumination, and they asked him about the illumination and when will I wake up? And he said to them that God says he will come like a thief in the night. So that meant your illumination, your awakening cannot be predicted. It will happen when it's supposed to. And the second you get out of your own way is when that happens. And if you read that verse in the Bible in Matthew, you'll know those things. Okay? But they don't teach you that. They teach you Jesus said, wait here, I'm going to go get a truck. I'll be right back. You guys just hang on right here. Do some fishing, drink a couple beers. I'm going to go in the truck and I'm going to pick up St. Peter and his book, and we're going to come back and get you. And that's what they're teaching you. Wait here, and he's coming back. Pack your bags. You don't know when he's coming. That was nowhere that was said. Okay, so what is the Acts of the Apostle? Anybody show of hands? Anybody know what the Acts of the Apostle is? And Jesus meditated. He sure did. He also prayed over his water and talked to the water and gave it thanks for being water, and then spun it to give it energy before he drank it. Okay, that's the same as Reiki energy. Reiki, the Japanese words, and that means light energy, energy of God, source energy of God. Okay, I know I'm a Reiki master teacher. So is my wife. Okay, that's a spiritual way of practicing and bringing in God's light and healing people with your hands. Okay, if you're a true healer, you would want to do that. So you have to realize those things. So Acts of the Apostle, they don't teach that. They don't teach Acts of the Apostle. That's the next book after Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Acts of the Apostles. Okay, what is that? That's after Jesus left, what they did. Okay, so if you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and at the end of that, Jesus was unalived and he rose up again in 3 days, and he said, look, Thomas, doubting Thomas, look at the wounds. Okay, and then they tell you he left and said, I'll come back. Read the Acts of the Apostles, because in the Acts of the Apostles, you find out he didn't leave then. He was there for 40 days, and he was teaching people before he left. Then he left. And then the Acts of the Apostles were them starting teaching people and expanding out the way and teaching the way and creating the churches. You should read the Acts of the Apostles, okay? So he didn't just leave. Hold on a second. My cat is trying to get out the front door over here, the screen door, and I'm going to let him out because he's starting to claw at the screen door, and I don't need him doing that. So I'll be right back in just half a second. I got to go about 7 feet over here and open the door and let the cat out. I'll be right back. Okay. So, but Acts of the Apostles. In fact, Angel Studios made that series, Acts of the Apostles, but they put it into like today, right? And so it's sort of modern day without cars, weirdly. So they kind of made it a modern thing, but it's not dressed up like they were dressed when Jesus was around. They're wearing kind of modern clothes, but it's from back then. But they do a really good job of actually telling you everything that happened right after that. So in the days right after Jesus' ascension, the books of the Acts of the Apostles start as his ascension. As soon as he disappears. Let me go let the cat out. He's climbing on the screen door again. I'll be right back. Okay, so 40 days he was here still, then left. Okay, not that day. But they don't teach you that anymore. Why don't they teach the Acts of the Apostles anymore? They mention it, that's probably about it. Right? Cat's getting overloaded with info and wants a break. Yeah, right. He listens to me talk all the time. That's hilarious. I love you for that. It's a hardback through Amazon, but not for Kindle. Yeah, weird. I don't understand that. I'll have to find out what's going on, right? Cat's trying to ascend. He is actually. He's actually was here. He was my cat earlier. He was a different cat in America. His name was Patch, and I had him for 10 years. And he passed. He ended up with diabetes and cancer because of crap food in the United States. And he passed. And then when I was in America, my wife was over here. She was staying at a friend's house, and this cat was coming around her all the time. And she's like, this cat won't leave me alone. He keeps climbing in the window to get here. And he's like a stray cat, from one of her roommates' cat had kittens. But this cat kept coming around him, and she showed me on camera, and I said, you need to keep that cat. What's his name? She goes, they named him Lucky. I hate that name. And I said, well, we can call him something else. And she says, well, I don't know if I want the cat, but he won't leave me alone. He keeps climbing in the window. I put him outside. He's finding a way to get back in here. And I said, I am telling you, he's picking you. I said, and she goes, he does weird things. I said, what does he do that are weird? She started describing to me how he is. And I'm like, I told her, I said, I think that's my cat. I think he came back as that cat. And she goes, well, I don't know about that, but he's weird, man. And I said, is he a dorkfish? She said, oh my God, yeah, he sleeps weird. He does everything. He won't leave me alone. I said, I'm telling you, that cat's telling you, he's trying to tell you that he's our cat. You need to keep him. So she said, I don't like the name Lucky. And I said, well, what? Lucky Luciano? Right? I don't know if you guys know that Lucky Luciano was a hitman for the mob for what's his name? Al Capone, right? Lucky Luciano. And she goes, I like Luciano, but I don't like that Lucky part. And I said, well, then drop the Lucky. We'll call him Luciano. She said, okay, but I'm not sure I like Luciano as like the hitman. And I said, well, we could call him Luciano Pavarotti, the singer. And she goes, oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. She goes, how about we call him Lucci? So his name is officially Luciano O'Neill, because that's my last name, right? And hers. His name's officially Luciano O'Neill, but we call him Lucci for short, right? So, so literally that's from Lucky went to Lucky Luciano, went to Luciano, went to Lucci. And that's who he is. But yeah, when he was laying down sleeping, I'll ask you guys tell me how many cats you've ever seen do this. He lays on his back while he's sleeping, his front paws like this and his back legs wide open like a human. And he's laying there sleeping. And she goes, oh my God, look at the way he's sleeping. I guess, have you ever seen a cat do that? She goes, never in my life. I said, I have. I said, Patch, my cat, slept exactly that way. And Patch, my cat, was white with patches of black. And he had this black A on his face that went across his face like this. And his nose was black. This cat is white, but has black and brown patches on his back, almost like tiger stripes. And his face has a white A on it in the exact place that he's a carbon copy. And his nose is pink. He's a carbon copy of Patch, and he's the same breed, right? So he's a Siberian, so he's already like He's already like almost 2 feet long, and his legs are already almost this tall, where most cats' legs are short. He's already tall. If he keeps getting bigger, because he's only a year and 4 months or a year and 3 months old, something like that. If he is a Siberian, he's going to end up. My cat, my wingspan is 6 foot. 6'1" is my wingspan. So if underneath my arm, like going straight out like this, is 3.5 feet to the tip. And with my cat Patch, I would put his butt up against my armpit and put my arm straight out. 3.5 feet straight out was the tip of his nose. Okay, and that's how he was a really big cat. He's the second largest domestic cat on the planet. The first one being the Maine Coon cats that get to be like 75 pounds, that look like a freaking lynx, right? So he looks like he's part Siberian because his legs are super long already. So if he keeps getting bigger, but he acts just like him, does everything exactly the same as Patch. I'm like, that's Patch. He's just in a different body right now. So he's just come back, and he's my familiar, and he chose Brooke and said, I have to be with you because Daddy's coming home. And when I came home, he looked at me like, dude, it's about time, man. Right. So we're picking up. We have another cat coming. Orion is already born. She's a black cat. For those of you who are scared of black cats, she's a black cat, and she's now 2 weeks old, or she just opened her eyes. We just went. I could show you a picture, but I don't have it on my phone, or I would hold it up. She's an all black cat, and her name is Orion. We already know her name, and she's Brooke's familiar, so we already got her, and we're going to pick her up in 6 weeks when she can go from her mommy. Okay, let's go back to Nadine. Thank you for those flowers. I didn't say thank you when you did that. Mike, thank you for those flowers that you guys gave, the roses. All right, so let's get back on to what's going on. Right, you guys' questions are the card readers on TikTok here to help us or not? It depends. I would love to say that first, everything everybody does helps the all, whether they're self-serving or not. Okay, that's just the truism that is this place. Everything serves the all, or the one consciousness. 14% of the population of this earth is in service to self. Okay, so if you're checking in with somebody who's a card reader on here, you have an 86% chance that person's trying to help you. Of the 14% that are self-serving, they're still going to use that. We talked about that earlier with comedy. They're using that because they want to make money, right? But they're using that. They're still trying to help you because they need to help you because they need money. And if you don't get help from them, you won't give them any money, and you won't come back, and they'll get a bad name. So comedians, some people who are comedians and tell jokes for a living, they don't really care about you, but they want you to laugh because they want you to pay them money. Actors, musicians, 14% of the population are about themselves, but they still want money, so they're still going to entertain us. So those people that are giving you card reads, and people that are psychic, I tell everyone, you have to determine whether or not you vibe with them, because there might be somebody like me where I'm talking to and I'm telling you this, and some people will come in, they're going to hear my voice and look at me and go, you know what? No, he's, white guy with a beard. Just no. And they'll move on to somebody else. I'm all right with that. I don't get mad at them for that. I don't feel disappointed or something with that. They don't jive with me. So I say, and I do it all the time, I look at the people that are giving card reads too, and I try to read their energy and go, okay, good one, good one, good one. Maybe self-serving. Let me hear what they have to say. Well, they're helping people. Some people get things almost right. Some people get things very right. Some people get things a little bit different. None of that's important. The important thing is whether or not you get something out of that, right? You just have to realize that. Truly, you just have to, if you vibe with them and they seem okay and they don't seem like they're lying to you and the things they give you seem like good advice, you just have to decide how long you're going to listen to them. Ultimately, I'll teach you the same stuff. I'll do a card read for you. I'll do a private read for you, whatever you want to do. I'm a medium. I do that. I teach this. You can see it on the screen right here. We teach these psychic developments. We teach these abilities. Okay. And we teach the defense against the dark arts. If you're worried about being a light worker and you want to know what you're up against and how you can stop them from doing all that stuff, we teach that. There's a class right there. That's a 2-day class. There's one on the 15th and 16th, one on the 17th, 18th, and one on the 19th and 20th. And literally, because this is so popular, nobody's teaching you this. I don't know why this isn't taught in school. You should be learning this in church. You should be learning this in school. They should be teaching you this, but they're not. Why? Because the bad guys are in charge and they don't want you to know this information. So it would be being taught to you in a perfect world. So my wife and I are teaching this to you guys. Okay. But I can't teach it to everybody for free. I gave it away for free for 10 years. It's on my podcast for absolute free. But if you give it away for free, people think you don't know what you're talking about. Just like the advice I'm giving you guys here. Some of you are taking the advice and you're realizing the value of it. And you're like, dude, thank you for, giving me this information. Other people think that he can't be telling the truth because if he was, he'd be charging money for it. Because you're in a place of doing where we charge money. So we have to live. I have to live. You have to live. And people go, well, you shouldn't be charging money for that. And as soon as somebody says that, I'm like, really? So when you go get gas, do you try to tell them they shouldn't be charging money for it? Then what's the difference between me telling you, well, psychic ability shouldn't be charging money, but me like cooking you food, you should charge me money? I should charge you money? You're okay with that? You're okay with going to pick up beer and paying for it? But because I'm giving you spiritual advice and teaching you the best knowledge you could possibly learn on the face of the earth because I'm teaching you how to get out of here, you think that should be free? It was. And it used to be free on this planet. It used to be taught by everyone on this earth, and it's going to be once again. But until then, I need to eat and you need to eat, and we have to pay the king's tithing. Okay? So because of that, I can give you an information that will help you for the rest of your life that you can hand down to your family and children. Okay? So what is supposed to happen on, I think, the 26th or 28th with the 6 planets in that if that makes sense. I think you're talking about these planetary alignments. They come up with this bullshit all the time. We're going to have planetary alignments. There are planetary alignments, but people come up with planetary alignments every year and they go, there's an event that's going to happen that's never happened in the history of the world is coming up, and there's going to be this planetary alignment. It's going to be a galactic alignment when all the planets are going to line up and they're going to point directly to the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And if you're standing facing the right direction at the right time, looking up to the right star at the right time, you're going to be activated, my friend, and you're going to get an activation of your lifetime, and you're going to just snake oil salesman. Okay. You will wake up when you're supposed to wake up. Your ascension will happen when you get out of your way and stop looking outside of yourself for the ascension. Your veiling will happen when you are least expect it, because it'll happen when you get out of your own way and realize you're only veiled because you think you are. You're only stuck here because you think you are. Okay. So you can use those tools if you like. When I teach people, and I've been doing this for decades, for like 30 years, if I'm teaching somebody to cast a circle, right? Oh, Wiccan. Oh, no, that guy might be evil. And when I'm teaching people to cast a circle, first thing I'm going to do is teach you alignments. I'm going to teach you to set up an altar. I'm going to give you tools. You're going to have an athame. You're going to have a wand. You're going to have different things, because you're going to need them to help you manifest things until I can teach you magic with a K. And that's when I teach you put those things down because you don't need them. You never have needed them because you're the tool. You are the tool. You don't need any of those things. You don't need the rituals. You don't need the rhyming. You don't need you want to manifest something? Manifest it. Comes from here and it comes from here. Make it so. Okay. So that is the way I will teach you those things. I can teach you those things. So the first thing is tools. Look up to the stars, stand facing east, look at the planets, see the planet here, and the sun is behind you, and then you got to do when the new moon, and you got to say the incantation at the new moon and wait for 3 months to the full moon and to the next thing, and you take 2 years to cast a spell, or you can just fucking do it. Your focus determines your reality. Okay? So the second you get out of your way and stop listening to people in the flesh, and you start looking within yourself and realize that you're the savior you've been waiting for, and that every religion on this earth, every one of them, since the dawn of time, we're telling you the exact same thing. Not wait here. Every one of them was saying the same thing. You want to get off this rock? All you have to do is look within yourself and stop. You don't even have to be religious. You don't even have to be spiritual. You don't even have to believe in God, and you can ascend. You know why? Because eventually you're going to get tired of being here and you're going to want to get off this rock. You don't have to be spiritual to get out of here. You don't have to be religious. Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. You want to leave here, you have to expand your consciousness. You have to realize you're in a trap of the mind that you created. Okay. You're in an escape room that you created, and there's a door in front of you that you keep staring at, but you're afraid to walk out that door because somebody told you there's a dragon on the other side of that door and it's going to get you. Okay. And if you don't believe that, then they'll say, don't do it because the light's there. And if you walk into the light, it's going to get you and you're going to be right back here. Okay. So you're afraid to pick up that key that's sitting on the coffee table in front of you and open that door and walk out of it. When you get tired of sitting in that room, you're going to get up and walk out of that door. And when you do, you're going to realize, holy shit. That's the allegory of the cave. Fear again. That's correct. Fear again. They are trying to do that. Are you, what is it? Are you ignoring my question? No, Mike, I'm sorry, brother. What did I miss? There's a good, that's a good semantic example. Tool means an idiot or a joke to some people. Well, yeah, it does. That's why the band called itself Tool. You should listen to that band, by the way. Every song they wrote about is about the ascension and how to escape this place. Okay, so no, Mike, I wasn't purposely not reading your thing, bro. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm just trying to talk and look at you guys so you guys can see my eyes when I'm talking, and I have to look down, and sometimes I miss what you guys are saying. Dude, if I see a light, I'm going for it, right? The light is within you, my friend. You have to realize that too. Okay. I asked if you were agnostic. No, no, that's a religion. I'm not in any way any kind of religion or at all. Even atheism is a religion too. It's an ideology. And so I'm not any of that. I'm actually a Christian minister. I mean, if you want to look at it from that standpoint, I have a Merlin title, so I'm a Merlin in the Druid religion. That's a title. I'm a Reiki master teacher. That's another title. I'm a Melchizedek because I have all my memory. That's another title. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. That gives me a title in that church as minister. I have a ministry through the Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona. That gives me that title. From there, what am I missing? I'm a Jedi master. So in the Jedi religion, I'm also a master of that. So from the physical standpoints of pieces of paper, I have many of those. I'm also a theologian, which means that I've been studying religion. And to do that, you have to study philosophy and you have to study history and economics, right? So it depends on, I speak 28 languages. So no, religion is not something that I'm here to teach. True spirituality is something that I'm here to teach. It has nothing to do with any label of any kind of religion, right? Yeah, religion won't save us from anything. No, it won't. That's in my book. I say that in my book, right? Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. Because religion is like a Starbucks, right? Ego is what you have to overcome, Mike. You're right. Ego is what you have to overcome, right? So do we have to go to the summit of a mountain in order to align with our higher self? No. No, you are your higher self right now. You're just pretending you're not by closing your third eye and going, I can't see you, can't see me. Woohoo, you can't see me. No, you are your higher self. You're just supposed to wake up and remember that you are your higher self. You just have to stop thinking that you're not. That's all. Ego and pride of life. Yeah, that ego is your pride. That's your ego, right? Your ego is pride. It's all those things that are negative. It's all the aggressive stuff, but it also helps you. If you want to be successful, you have to believe in yourself, and ego helps you to believe in yourself. So ego is a tool that you need. The ego and the conscience. People don't even know about the conscience. Right? The devil on your left shoulder is your ego. The angel on your right shoulder is your conscience. Those two things help you, right? Right. So this is funny. Are you egotistical? No, everybody is egotistical in some ways, because the ego is what helps you. No, and my ego doesn't get to talk to me. I don't listen to it. It's there and it says things like when I first wake up. Whenever you first wake up, the ego's real loud because it wasn't able to contact you while you were sleeping. So when you first wake up, your ego starts yelling at you. Right? We got to get up. We got to go to work. We got to do this stuff. We got. Oh my God, we have to do this. We have to do that. We have to do this. And your whole day's yelling at you in your head. That's the ego trying to keep your attention. So you have to pull that part of you out, and you have to tell it to be quiet, and then you can move on. Ultimately, what you're trying to do is raise your vibration to get to a place where the ego is way down here and the conscience is way down here, and they're real quiet, but you can hear them because they don't go away until you get halfway through the sixth dimension. So they're always going to be there, but they don't affect you as much because they're quiet, because you pull yourself up into your higher self. That's where you're supposed to be. It has nothing to do with, but you can't say that, people say the death of the ego. My ego died a long time ago. No, it didn't. Your ego doesn't die until your sixth dimension, and you're just now in the third. You got three more dimensions before you can get to the ego, my friend, before that goes away. Ego only goes away when you're in your full light body and there's no more physicality. Ego is physicality. So when you move completely out of this physical plane into the spiritual plane, there is no more ego. Therefore, your ego dies at that point. That part of you, that existence that is the duality, is gone. So is the sexuality. By that time, is gone. Your personality is no longer masculine or feminine. It just is, because that portion of your existence is over now, and you're moving off, and you're just light energy, and you're moving into a different place. How do you know when you move to another dimension? Dimensionality is physical plane, right? So you're supposed to move from this physical plane, which is third dimensionality, to the density. And a density is where your light body is, where your immortal soul is. That becomes denser as this body becomes less dense. So as you move from this body into the spirit body, you're still in this body in your consciousness, but if you reside more there, that's when you'll realize that the ego and the conscience is real quiet, and it seems like it's down here instead of right up here in your head. Okay. And then when you achieve that and you can move into that place and keep yourself there at all times, that's what we were talking about before with the emotional level. Your emotional level becomes less, and you only raise your voice or get triggered when you don't keep those triggers under control. So then you're able to see those triggers more often and deal with them and fix those. The more you fix your triggers, the more you are becoming objective in your reality and being objective about yourself, saying, I'm not perfect. I have all these things that are wrong with me because I'm in this place. Right? That's what they use when they're in Christianity and go, you're a sinner. We're all sinners, because they know that truly, that you have problems and you have to fix those. That's the dark night of the soul that Carl Jung talked about. And then the shadow work is you fixing that stuff and admitting to yourself, I don't know everything, and I'm not going to ever know everything. Right? My fear is keeping me. Hold on, Mikey. Let me see what you're saying here. Let's see. Do we all eventually move into different densities? Yes, Connie. We all eventually, always upward motion. Eventually, you're going to be in fourth dimension. And you're going to be more dense in your spiritual body, and then you're going to move to the fifth. And then when you do that, your body's going to start disappearing. The physical body is going to start disappearing, and the spiritual body, your light's going to get brighter and brighter, and eventually your physical body is going to go away, and you're just going to be light moving around. And then Mike says, "Isn't it time? It's time." The deadline and such used to be weaponized against us to cause stress and anxiety. Yes, and so we're actually fixing that, right? My fear is that is keeping me here is that people won't understand me anymore. Well, see, they will. You'll figure that stuff out, right? True. You'll figure that stuff out. Okay. So don't be afraid. You only need to be afraid in the physical because of physical things, right? Once you realize that you're forever and that this physical body isn't forever, but you are, then the fear goes away. All fear goes away because there's nothing to fear. And that's where you hear that famous story. You're in America, right? There is nothing to fear but fear itself. Right, 1948 when the president said that there is nothing to fear except fear itself. That's the truth. There is nothing to fear. Once you realize that no matter what they do to your physical body, you're going to last forever, so it doesn't matter. Then you have no fear. You don't have fear of becoming unalived, because we don't want to say those words, right? Then you have no fear of them. That's what they need you to be afraid, because you have to be afraid of them. Because if you're not afraid of them, then we're going to look at them and go, no, no, no. When they're like, you need to take this, we're going to go, no, no. Well, if you don't, we're going to come to you and we're going to make you, no, you're not going to do that. And eventually, when everyone is doing that, they're not going to do it. That's what happened at the end of that global pandemic, was people finally went, no. And then they went, okay, it's just a flu. We just got to treat it like a flu. Right? First disease in the history of the human existence that was a global unaliving disease that, now it's just a cold, man. My SARS-CoV-2 is acting up. right? And that's because that's all that ever was. But they were telling you that it wasn't, peddling fear to you. Okay, so you have to realize that. So we're all eventually, every single one of you out there will go into your spirit body. You'll realize that you are a spirit body. And then you'll go, well, I'm not this body. Well, why am I still in it? I'm still in this because I'm one of you signed a contract to be here. So I'm in this body and I'll only leave this body when I'm done. Do you see? So you contract it. I'm going to go this way at this time. You don't design it for the second. Some people do. Some people who are really linear go, I got to go now because I'm about to get hit by a car. I got to go out here. And people go, what are you doing? That's, you're going to unalive yourself. No, no, that's just the way I'm supposed to go. Some people knew that. That's the way it was on this planet at one time, right? You hear stories about that. Oh, my grandmother did that. You hear stories about people that went, it's time for me to go now. And you guys need to get ready because I'm going to go because I'm done and I've done what I want to do, and you guys need to get ready because I'm going to go. No, really, I'm going to go. And people are like, you can't go. You're not ready for you to go. Sorry, but it's my time. And you heard stories about that. In ancient times, that's the way it worked. My grandmother did that. And she said, I'm just a burden to people now, and it's time for me to go. And she was in the hospital. And she says, it's you guys just are ready for me to go. And my mom was like, no, Mom, I'm not ready for you to go. And she's like, you're fine. You're okay. You're an adult. You can take care of you. You have children. They're okay. I've done everything that I wanted to do. So it's time for me to go, and I'm going to go now. And she was like, no, wait. And I was on my way there, and they called me, and you better get down here because she's going to go. By the time I got there, she just went. She was like, no, I'm going. So I love you guys, but I got to go. And then she just laid down and went and left. Okay. She just left, right? You're my grandpa. My grandpa did that. There you go, Mike. Right? He just came home. He was on hospice until he just was like, time to go. Yeah. So he knew that. My mom kind of went the same way. My father did. My father, when he was in the hospital and he didn't have an actual heart attack. He had what they called a chemical heart attack, right? Because he had a blockage. And it was on like Christmas Eve. We went to give him his Christmas presents, and everybody was talking to him, and he said, okay, he told my mom, my sister, you guys go, and told me and my brother, hold on, don't leave yet. And he said, okay, this is the things that you need to know. First of all, I'm not coming home. I'm going to go, but you need to do these things. This is where everything's at. This is where all the paperwork is. Take care of your mom. Take care of your sister. You have this. You guys are old enough. Because I was 19, my brother was 17, about to turn 18. You guys are old enough. Just know that. And we were like, no, no. I was like, no, bro, you can stay around. He's like, no, no. That's just the way it's going to be. Okay. So you got to realize that. All right. So go and do these things, and I love you, and I'll communicate with you from the other side, right? And I'll be around, but you guys just got to get ready for this, okay? And we're all right. Wow, okay. So we're walking out, and my brother looked at me and goes, "We're never going to see him again, are we?" And I said, "No, no, we're not." We walked out. He let go. Okay, that was the 24th. By the 27th, they said he was gone. We never saw him again. Okay. He knew it. He said it was going to happen, and it was time for him to go, and he went. So that some people still do that, right? Pets do the same. Pets just lay down. There was my buddy when his father was at home, and he had a dog, and his father was going. He was just transitioning. They knew he was going to pass, and he was laying in bed, and the dog wanted to be all over him. They're like, "Get that dog out of the house!" Jeez. So he took the dog out, put it outside, and it ran over to the window, and it was jumping up and holding on and looking in the window. And when they were sitting there talking to him, he was like, I'm going to go, and I love you guys. And he let go. And when he let go, the dog howled. The dog knew when he left. And the dog went and howled. And they were like, whoa, how did that dog know that? The dog knew he left. Okay. So what is that about? Do you see what I'm saying? All right. Let me see what you guys are saying here, right? They may not be. Remember, that is not your problem. Your problem is to grow and evolve. Yes, and what were you saying? You're talking to Mikey, right? So what did Mike say? Right, he came home and he was in hospice, and I'm not sure what but yeah, you have to realize that stuff. Mike said, yeah, he had me paint the basement, change all the outlets in the house, and insulate everything. Right? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you got to realize sometimes that stuff happens, right? I was sitting one time I didn't know what was going on. I went over to a friend of mine's house and I hadn't seen him for a while, and so we were hanging out drinking some beer, and there was the balcony. They were on the second story of this apartment in a balcony, and the girl that was out there was his roommate, and I knew her because I knew her when she was a kid, and I knew her father, right? So I knew her, and she had some friends out on the patio on the balcony, and they were sitting out there talking, and I was sitting in the house, and the balcony's like over here, and the television's here, and just hanging out with my buddy, and there's people in the house running around, and kids running around, and we're drinking beer, watching TV. Don't even remember what we were watching. We were just talking. Then all of a sudden I'm sitting there, and now there's a guy standing here on my right side. Looks like Columbo, if you guys are old enough to know Columbo. Short guy wearing a trench coat with a fedora hat on and a cigar in his mouth, looking like Columbo, only Columbo took the hat off most of the time unless it was cold. He was standing right here next to me, and he was talking to me, and I was ignoring him, and I was drinking my beer, and he kept saying, I know you can hear me, and I know you need to go over there and tell that girl out there that she needs to go home. And I just ignored him, and after a while, I was like, all right, fine, I'll go and talk to the girl. So I looked at my buddy, and I said, hold on a second. I said, excuse me for a second. I got up, and I opened up the glass door about this far. I said, looked at this woman who was sitting there. I said, I know you don't know me. But there's a little man standing right here next to me, and he's about this tall, and this is what he looks like. And he says he's your father, and he's telling me to tell you you need to go home. That doesn't mean you need to get up right now and leave from here to go home, but you need to go home because you haven't been home. Does that mean anything to you? She got all surprised and got scared and looked over at my friend, and she goes, he does this. It's okay. He's all right. And she was like, and then she started crying. Her father had passed, and it was 2 weeks ago, 17 days to be exact. And she hadn't been home yet. She's been living in her car. I didn't know any of this. She was living in her car because she could feel her dad's energy at home, and it freaked her out. So she was staying away from the house. I didn't know any of that, but he told me, tell her this, and I told her that, and it turned out that that was what was going on. And I said, he's telling me that you need to go home. In the closet, in his bedroom, in the closet, on the left side of the closet, there's a shelf on the top, and the back of that shelf is a metal box. Pull that box out, open it up. He left you the house, it's signed over to you. There's a will with money that's left over to you. He's telling me all of this, and the key is in this drawer in his nightstand. You open the nightstand, there's a key, and it's on this key ring, and it has this keychain on it. She's like, yeah, oh my God, how do you know that? Because he's telling me this. She's like, I know that thing. He's had that his whole life. I said, okay, that key that's on that is the key to that box. You open that box, and the whole house is yours, and money, and you're set. He even has life insurance policies for you. You're not going to have to work. He's got like $1 million for you. You need to go home and get that stuff. And he says he's really sorry, and he didn't mean to leave the way he did, but it was his time. And she was like, oh my God, right? So, and all of it was true, right? So you never know how they're going to communicate to you, is my point. You just have to realize that they had a contract, and they're leaving when they're supposed to leave, because they have other business that they're going to attend to, and sometimes they have to come right back. Okay. My father, who when I was 19, okay, he passed. By the time I was 21, he came back. One of my sisters had a daughter who's alive today, who was my father. Okay. And when I was taking care of my sister's kids, because she was in drug rehab at the time, I was taking care of her at the time, and she was like 2, and her brother. I was taking care of them, and I was with my buddy of mine was over one night. We were sitting there talking, and I said, all right, you guys, it's time for you to go to bed. So the boy was like, okay, and he went to bed. He was like 4. He went to bed, and the girl was like, I don't want to go to bed. And I said, well, it's time, you have to go to bed. And she said, I don't want to go to bed. She didn't want to miss out what we were talking about. I said, listen, I'm the adult and you're the child, and it's time for you to go to bed. She said, I remember a time when I was the adult and you were the child. Me being me, I said, really? When was that? My roommate was also very awake, and he said, yeah, when was that? And she said, you were there, silly. Don't you remember talking to me? She described to me the day she brought me home from the hospital. She could have never known that, because nobody else knew about that except for my mother, who didn't tell her that. Her sister didn't know it. But my father, a year and a half earlier, before he had passed, showed me one of those old projectors with the reel-to-reel tape on it. And it was an 8 millimeter that his brother, my uncle, filmed with no sound. The day he brought me home from the hospital from being born. And she told me everything that I saw on that video, everything. She said, because she was there. And she told me that who was behind the camera, all of it. She doesn't remember it today, and she thinks I'm cuckoo cuckoo. Okay. So she's a different personality now. She's come back. He came back, and now he's a completely different person. But when she was 2, she remembered who she was. And then since then, she's been locked into this third dimensional reality, but she came back to stay in the same family, and she's here, and she's still alive, and she's out there in the world doing her thing, right? And she's married, and she's got kids, she's doing her thing, and today she doesn't remember that she was my father 20 years ago, 35 years ago. Okay. So kind of crazy, right? Yeah, that's amazing, the recall. Newborns are not solidified into this matrix 100% until we solidify them into this matrix. So when they come in, if you talk to them when they're young, they'll say crazy stuff to you. If you listen to what they say and you don't discourage them, you can keep that veiling from 100% getting into place. Even then, once they get into the world, they might get locked into the veiling because this place is designed to do that. Okay. But if you can keep that going and keep that dialogue going, that's why you see those kids online, 8-year-old kid or 4-year-old kid sitting in a car seat going, yeah, and then I was this guy, and I used to go fishing over in this place, and I was this, and they're telling you all this life story of what they did in their past life, or they're telling you what's going on in the universe. That same kid in 2 years may not remember any of that because he gets locked into this place, and then and then later they'll say, don't you remember when you said that? I don't remember that. And then you'll show it to them on the video if they still have the video, and he'll go, yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. Because he'll get veiled by this place and he'll get stuck here, right? So I'm studying Stoicism, right? Would that help me ascend? Yeah, everything helps, my friend. So if you're learning that, it's not going to help. It's not going to hurt you. It won't hurt you because it is moving you into that place of the ascension of learning who your higher self is, even if it's doing it through crook and hook. So, even if it's teaching you, well, if you're ever, they're doing it from the third dimensional perspective of if you're going to be tortured, you can survive this stuff. The true ideology of what they're teaching you is the ascension. You have to move yourself mentally into that place of happiness, of bliss, to keep that from happening to you in this physical condition. So either way, it's a spiritual way that is pulling you into a higher plane. It's not going to hurt you. And, unless they're trying to teach you to be a, hitman or something, or a cleaner, and they're trying to indoctrinate you into, let's see if he's any good, and then here, hand him a weapon. If they start doing that and they start talking to you about handing you a weapon, then you know that they're just the deep state trying to recruit you to defend the frontier against Zur and the Kodan Armada, right? But anything that is in any way getting you to question your reality, to move you into that place of Zen or the praying spot or that place of meditation, that realm that you're trying to achieve is that where you're trying to achieve. And you get to a place like where I'm in right now when I'm talking to you. If somebody walked in and put a gun to my head and said, turn off this video or I'm going to shoot you, I would say, you guys are going to get the greatest show on earth because you're about to see my brain case splattered across the room. Because I'm not concerned with that. I'll just come back and do this again. I've been doing it on this earth for more than 60 lifetimes. So I don't have any problem with it. I check out, I go, oh, dang, that hurt for a second. All right, let's design the next one and go back. Then I'm going to come here. You guys will hear me talking like this in another 25 years. I'll be in someone else saying the same words, right? If this place isn't fixed by then, I'll be fixing it and helping you guys fix it again. Most of the lives that I've had on this earth, somebody has unalived me because of the knowledge that I have. They've already tried it like 4 times that I'm aware of in this lifetime, maybe more. In just the last 10 years, they've tried to get rid of this person 4 times. Not a joke. Okay. And so how many times I've survived that on this earth, I don't even count. And people say, how many times were you should have not made it? I had things explode around me. I had things, missiles, and I've had bullets and fragments, and I had people check me, and I had a scene that was like that scene in Pulp Fiction where they're standing there and the guy comes out and he's shooting the gun, and they look around and they don't understand why they're not hit, and Jules says it was divine intervention. I had a scene similar to that happen. There was no way I should have not had a bullet in me, and I was just standing there afterwards, and people were like, "How did you not get hit?" So I wasn't supposed to. Pure and simple. I had that happen to me more than once. I've had many things happen to me in my life. I didn't do this for a living my entire life, right? There were times when I was doing things. My wife just asked me yesterday, "Were you actually a part of a wet team?" I said, "No, not technically." And then I laughed and said, "Well, technically I was a wet team. So, but I wasn't, I wasn't the guys dressed in black hiding and showing up with five of us. They didn't need five of us. It was like me and my buddy, who's not with us on this earth anymore, but I wasn't ordered to do things by the deep state. There were times when I worked for them. They didn't know who I was, and I worked for them because I needed the information and I needed to network within their network. So I worked on the fringes for them. I worked for the American government. They don't remember it. I worked for the Department of Navy under a different name than this one. I worked for the English government and then their MI5 program, and I worked for the Irish government in their, IRA program, right? So I did things for these governments so that I could do things and network so that I could set up things to help with the coalitions that are down here that are now waking up to be able to, infiltrate and defeat these guys, right? Because that's what I'm here to do, is infiltrate and defeat these guys. Okay. I came here to do that, to help you guys so that you guys don't have that control anymore. It's been a minimum of 5 for me, possibly more. I don't know what you do, Mo, but I bet you're right. I'm not going to doubt that because people don't brag about that stuff. If you know that you know, then you know, right? So it depends on what shit you've been in and where you've been in it, right? So yeah, but yeah, so soul contracts, prior soul contracts, right? I wasn't always this person teaching you this. I was teaching you this, but not this way, and I was doing other things because they needed to be done. Certain things needed to be done. Everything serves the all. And there were a lot of things and a lot of times where I did stuff, right? Air Force presidential comms. So then you've had multiple attempts. If you were anywhere near that, then you have that your life's on the line every second anyway. Yeah, right? Your life's on the line all the time, right? Right? Yeah. So yeah, there's people, right? That gave me chills, bro. Mo, that gave me chills. So yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. There's people on all levels that are not, deep state. There's people that are coalition friendly on all levels, right? Yeah, done with that now. Me too. There was a time when I needed to do that, and that time was over now. And that needed to be done so that I can do what I'm doing now, right? And I did it in past lives too. And I was people in history that you guys would know about, but I can't tell you that right now until later on. So, yeah. So this stuff needed to be done so that we could fix this place, and that's what we're doing. So we're shifting timelines. Let's go back to that. Shifting timelines and merging timelines. They call the Mandela effects. It's not CERN. It's not them. Well, this has been entertaining, educational, right? Do you do lives daily at a certain time? No, I used to. I'm trying to find out here where and when because I'm in Australia. I'm so far ahead, like I'm like 19 hours ahead of California. So it's very difficult for me. I have to go, like if I go live at 9 a.m., it's 2 p.m. on West Coast America. When I was in America, I used to go every Friday at 3 p.m. West Coast America time. I went live. Okay. But since I got over here, the time is so different that for me, I have to go to live at different times. So I can't, like, I haven't been live now for like 6 days because of the things that we're doing. Because like I'm teaching classes now, you can see them there, 15th and 16th, 17th and 18th, 19th and 20th. So those will be 9 o'clock my time, so which is 2 o'clock West Coast America time, 4 hours from there before the class is over. So I won't be able to go live in the morning unless I get up at like 5 in the morning and go live before the class. And then I might go live after the class. So I can't predict when I'm going to go live. And it kind of sucks for me because there are some people that just like a timeline, like a show being on at a certain day and a certain time. And I did that from 2016 until last year, until August. then I came over here, and I can do that. But because of where I am in time now, like now I'm talking, it's late for those of you. It's 10 p.m. on the West Coast, 10 after 10 on the West Coast of America. That means that it's 8 hours ahead of that in England. And if you're on the East Coast of the United States, it's 3 hours past that. Okay. So that creates an issue for time. So I'm trying to come on at different times. Like today, now I've been on twice today, to try and reach as many people as I can. And people in Australia are getting off work. It's right now, it's 5 o'clock in Australia on the East Coast of Australia. Australia is as big as America. It's 3,000 miles to the West Coast, right? So they're 3 hours behind us on the West Coast. So so Australia is just coming home. These people are just going to be turning on TikTok, right? So that's why we're doing Zoom calls that are going to be off of TikTok, where we can coalition friendly. We can talk to people, because we want to start making sure that the coalitions are communicating with each other, at least to the point where we have an idea that people are actually on point and actually doing things to progress all of the stuff that's here. So we're setting up Zoom calls at different times of the day, so we can get the Americas and Europe, and then we can get the people that are east beyond Europe, and then we can get the people that are this far, because we're so far away. There's the only people that are further ahead of me in time is like New Zealand and like Fiji and Christmas Island, right? We're Zulu over here, even though Greenwich Mean in England, which is halfway around the world, is considered Zulu because of the kings, right? The time meridians are 1,000 miles apart. Yeah, right. So that creates some issues, right? What's that? What's the podcast? So what was that Mo was talking about? Let me see what Mo was saying. Let's see. Has a podcast series that's available, where he teaches. If you're asking, I do. And if I don't know if that's what he's talking about, and probably somebody else. I have a podcast called Orion Rising, where you can listen to me talk, and I put this stuff. So if you miss me here, I will put that on there. So anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast, I'm on there. If you want to see me like this, you can go to YouTube on my name, and I have a podcast. So if you go to listen to an MP3 podcast anywhere in the world, look up Orion Rising, Orion, like the constellation Orion Rising, and that's my podcast, and that goes back 555 episodes. That goes back. So we're talking about, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. That's all that exists now. I had another 500 episodes, but that all got purged by Google and Facebook. So right now, anywhere you listen to a podcast, Apple Podcast, Podbean, any podcast addict, any app, it's 70 countries listen to it. That's me talking, and I'll take this from today and I'll end up putting it on there as well. Okay. So if you want to hear more of me and you can't hear me live, look for me on a podcast, on my Orion Rising podcast. And if you can't find me live, and then you can go back and listen to me interpreting like the Bible and interpreting the Law of One, 6 books about that spiritual mindset of the hive mind complex, talking about what's going on here, saying some of the same things I'm saying. Me doing the Corpus Hermeticum and the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and teaching you guys, talking about stuff like this and teaching you guys. That's all there. Hundreds of thousands of hours. They're all like 3 hours long at a time, 3 to 4 hours long, and there's 500 episodes. I don't know how many hours that is. Do the quick math, right? So yeah, thank you, Mikey. Yeah, you can go there. I know your name's Mike, but it says Mike, Ion 6, and so I say Mike. I said Mikey from that, but thanks, Mike. Yeah, you can listen to that, man. You can hear me talk, and everything I've done on TikTok from my page and on Merlin and Maeve here is posted there as well. And I'll put both today's shows will be up there either later today or tomorrow. It'll be up at some point in the next couple of days, and you can listen to that again. So if there's anything you want me to, if you were like, man, I want to go back and hear what you said earlier, it'll be up. It'll be on MP3 and it'll be on MP4 on YouTube, on Merlin and Maeve on YouTube, and my Leonard O'Neill on YouTube. Those 2 channels, I will post this video for you to watch again on there. And sometimes my audio goes onto my channel as well from Podbean. But otherwise, wherever you're listening to a podcast, MP3, just type in Orion Rising, and you'll see the symbol is the is the pyramids in Giza, the pyramids in Egypt at night, and above that in the sky is the constellation of Orion, and the belt of Orion is mirroring the three pyramids, Orion rising. And yeah, all the stuff that I've said about all of this craziness for the last since 2016 is up there, my friend. Right? Yeah, Mo said great knowledge. Everybody should listen to him. Thanks, Mo. Yeah, anybody that's ever listened to me talk here, if you think I'm saying some crazy stuff now, you should go there and hear me talk about all that too, because I'm showing you the interpretation, like I do now, of the different religions and how that plays into the stuff. So, like the Law of One is 6 books of channeling sessions that the LL Research Group back in 1981 to 84 channeled a hive mind complex called Raw. And I do that twice. You can listen to the first time you listen to it, it'll be a little bit more third dimensional. I pull you up a little bit, but it'll be more third dimensional in its thinking and the way I'm explaining it to you. And then the second time I do it, which is closer to this time zone now, this timeline, when you get to those later ones, I'm going to pull your ass up like I do here to 4D, 5D, 6D thinking. So those are a little bit more higher range, right? So are there different U's in different dimensions? Yeah. Yes, there's different U's as well, right? So dimensionality, like say third dimension, that you and me and everybody exist in all these different timelines. So there's a whole bunch of us fractured into all these different timelines. Not only that, we're in past, present, and future timelines. So I am here now as this person. And just in this last 12,000 years, there's 30 more of me going backwards that I was in different lifetimes. Okay. And that was just in the last 12,000 years. And there's another 30 before that. Okay. And so, because I've been here for a very long time. So that's just on this one planet. But then when you move to the spirit realm, okay, your higher self gets anchored halfway through the 6th dimension. That's the first anchor point from the lower dimensions. And that's the halfway point. Okay. So there's an anchor there. Your higher self that you'll first learn is there. Okay. That's the first one that you'll come in contact with. Then you have another anchor point, and that is in the 11th or 12th dimension. And that's where Kelto, who's talking to you now, is actually anchored there. Okay. So I'm speaking to you from that plane of existence, which doesn't happen physically. It only comes through channeling, right? So people that are coming from a plane above 7th dimension, you won't see a physical body for them. They have to channel to you, because they won't come back this far down. Only through a channel will they. So my higher self that is next to the creator, I'm not literally sitting next to the creator, that is the dimension away from merging with the creator, is Kelto. Okay. You know that name. You don't know on this earth, but you know Samael. Okay, Samael, the archangel, which you guys, some of you know as the angel of death, is me in the 10th and 9th dimension. Okay, but my higher self is beyond that archangel. Okay, that's the archon, the creation that was created by the creator to create. Okay, you have a soul there yourself. You just don't know who that is because you don't even remember that you have a higher self, right? What about all the future yous? Yeah, there's people that I'm going to be as well on this earth, in a different guise as well. And those are, yeah, you also are those. You just don't know that because you're in this place in this time right here. So your consciousness is focusing here, but there's some of you that are in the future. Just this life, I'm going to be a different person tomorrow than I am today, but I'm still going to be Leonard O'Neill in the Leonard O'Neill body, right? But then when Leonard O'Neill's body ceases, if we're done in this place and I stay here long enough for that, which is the plan anyway, I'm not going to leave until I'm 147 years old. I'll be here that long, but I'm not going to be, 147. I'm going to look just like this and sound just like this and be talking to people exactly like this. And they're going to go, that dude hasn't aged in like 70 years. How's that possible? Because it was supposed to be. You guys aren't supposed to age either. That's actually just part of the fall. You used to live to be like between 25 to 35, your physical body in that time period, and stayed like that forever. And you lived for, 10,000 years. and then or 2,000 years, and depending on when it was, and then didn't have gray hair. You didn't get old and frail. That's actually not something that's supposed to happen. That happens in this place because they got you buying into it, right? So you believe that you're going to get old because they tell you you're going to get old, and then you get old because you create your reality. Okay. So if you don't buy into their business and you realize I can live for as long as I want to live and I don't have to age anymore, if you look at pictures of me from 10 years ago, you'll trip because I actually look younger now than I did 10 years ago, right? I mean, I have color in my beard. This beard was white 10 years ago, but I decided that I didn't like it anymore and it needed to have color in it. It's still white, but it's getting color. Even my wife's laughing and she's like, it looks like you dye your eyebrows. I'm like, I don't know, that's the actual color. I can't. I'm allergic to dyes. She's like, I know, but it's weird because they're like orange. They're like red. I'm like, this is going to go back to, right? So she's okay with it. She goes, 147? And I said, yeah. She goes, do I get to live that long too? I said, if you want to, yeah, you just got to do it. She goes, I'm game. But she's only 44 right now. So she'll in fact be 14 years younger than that when I decide to go. Right. So, what is that? I only celebrate my birthday every 10 years of age, right? Yeah, I don't celebrate like time. You know what I mean? You have to realize that time is a constant, and your age is what you believe. I don't feel any different. Okay, inside, and I tell people that focus on your inside. Do you, as your beingness, do you feel any different than when you were a kid? I bet you don't. It's the physical pain body that will fail you. You're still the same. That should tell you something. You become wiser. If you're asleep, you become wiser and you become smarter. But when you actually think about how you feel inside, you probably feel the exact way you did when you were a kid. Your body just won't do what it did when you were a kid. Okay? So if you feel the same, the reason you feel the same is because you are the same. If you don't feel the same, it's because you think, therefore you are. So if you don't feel the same, it's because you're like, well, I was just a dumb kid. Well, you were asleep then. It's okay. Right? I was a dumb kid, didn't know anything, and now I know a lot more. You've learned more wisdom. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you how you think. Do I think different than I did when I was a kid? Well, I don't, so that's a bad example because I was awake then too. So that's a bad example. Normally, though, you think different than when you did when you were a kid, right? When I was a kid, I was probably 8 years old, and I had a cousin who was very awake, and she was talking to me, and she started realizing that I knew things I shouldn't know, so she started asking me questions. And I started talking to her like I'm talking to you now. And it was at a party, and all of my family was there. And she looked around and said, has anybody else noticed that this child talks like he's 35 years of age? And people were like, yeah, he does that. He's like that. He's just really smart. He's just good. And they just went back to what they were doing because they weren't awake enough to realize what was happening. My father got up and walked over and said, what was that now? He looked at me and he said, what are you doing? And I said, she asked. So I'm giving her, and he sat down and she said, he's awake, don't you? And my father said, yeah, and then they both said, he can't be telling anybody that he's awake because they're not going to like that. And she giggled and she said, that. And she said, my dad said, and so does he. I don't know why he was telling you this stuff. And he was giving him the eye. And I'm like, she's awake enough. She understands what I'm saying. And she was like, what do you know? I'm like, what do you want to know? I was talking like I am now. What do you want to know? And she was like, oh my God, tell me everything. So I started telling her. And so I was talking like this, right? I'm 58. Mo said I'm 60. And I'm loving the way that I'm feeling now, right? I've learned so much by being told that exact thing. See? Because you're learning, because now you're starting to get to know yourself, right? Whoop, and the phone's ringing. It's my wife, I think, right? Nico said, I get high. Hold on, I'll have to see what you're saying, right? Hold on, I'm going to answer the phone. Let my wife know that I'm still on the live, right? Hello, I'm still on the live, baby. Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm leaving now. I'm going to come home and then go get the shopping. I love you.
Okay, I love you. I'll see you when you get here. All right. Bye. Okay, so my wife is getting off work, so she's going to be coming here, and then I'm going to have to get off of here because I got to go shopping with my wife when she comes here. So, Nico, what were you saying? Let me go back and see what you were saying. I didn't mean to ignore anything, right? Nico said exactly right. Dark room tech, time for, right? No, it's not at all. Time is a man-made construct. Yes, Nico, it is. Time is a construct that we think they tell us that time exists, so therefore we buy into time because they put us on a timer, right? Because you owe 8 hours of your life every day. So you got to be working by time because you got to be here on time so that you can pay your tithing for me because I own you. That's where they're thinking. So you have to have time, right? And so your time is you owe. To be here, you owe, so you have to work, right? Yeah, so time, they constructed time because it used to be that people just lived and they would go, when were you born? And then somebody would say, spring, springtime. I was born in springtime, right? So yeah, so you said I get whistle taking to the post high, right? I'm Irish, right? Yeah, so yeah, no, that's okay, right? Because there's nothing wrong with that. But we can't talk about that on TikTok, right? But some of us do some of those things, right? Any information for a soul entrapment? There is no soul entrapment. You're entrapped because you think you are, and they're trying to convince you that you're in a trap, and they're trying to convince you that there is a soul entrapment. So run for your life. If you leave this physical body, run because they're going to trap you and tell you you're on a secret mission and make you come back here. A little bit of truth with many lies, or they're going to just zap your immortal soul and make you forget and put you back in here because you're in a prison, that some third dimensional construct that's all a lie to make you live in fear. None of it's true. You're in a trap of the mind, but you volunteered for this. You're pretending. You just don't know that you've done it because you're veiled yourself. So because you're veiled, you don't remember. But that's normal. You're not supposed to, right? That's just the way it is. And you'll remember that. That's the when you start piercing the veil and you start being able to see through it, then you're going to start questioning more, and you're already doing it. The fact that you look around and you're like, yeah, I think I think the legacy news media is lying. I think the politicians are lying, man. If you're already doing that, and you already starting to wake up, you just don't realize it. Man, they're not even hiding it anymore. They're just blatantly, no, they've never been hiding it. You're just aware of it now. They've never been hiding it. They've been right in your face, right? There's a video out there right now that shows 9/11, a Scud missile hitting the Pentagon. They told you that was an airplane. It's there. You can find it, right? They told you at the time that it was foreign actors doing that. They were doing it to themselves. They were about to get caught spending money they weren't supposed to, and somebody was asking where the money went, and all the records of where that money was in the rooms that blew up on that day, on 9/11. Weirdly, right? Um, Implosion of buildings coming straight down so they don't fall over and knock down other buildings. It doesn't happen from a plane being up there. Professionals will tell you that. Okay, so those things were orchestrated for a purpose. Everything serves the all or the one, right? Sarah, no such thing. What's that? Olga, Sarah, no such thing created by suggestions that you. Oh, so Mo was talking to somebody else that said something, right? Olga said, hello, any information on the soul entrapment? Yeah, no such thing. Absolutely, right? So, and the insurance claims, that had to be done. Yes, they needed to do that anyways. Yeah, you know about that too, don't you? Yeah, that place was needed to be condemned, so they needed to knock it down. So they just used it. They used it for their advantage to gain more control over the masses, over the population, and to go and get some oil. Right? I mean, come on. Yeah. Right. every single um, every single I'm trying to stay away from the algorithm here. Every single terrorist organization you've ever heard of was trained by the Irish Republican Army because they're the greatest terrorist organization in the history of the world. I know because I worked for them. Okay. So everyone you've ever heard of was trained, paid for by the American government and the British government, by the people who own them. Trained the terrorists that they're telling you are terrorizing you today. Okay. Know that. Okay. That's why I wrote this book about the controllers. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Way by me, Leonard O'Neill. Okay. Every war that you know of in history was orchestrated by them. Let me take my glasses off so you can see my eyes. So there's no glare. Let me say that again. Every war you've ever heard of in history has been orchestrated by the people who think they own you. Everyone. Your entire existence is a lie. And they're keeping you from knowing that which you're supposed to know to get out of here, to keep you here so they can keep money going to themselves over and over and over. They believe they own this place. They believe they own you. And they need you to believe that because your focus determines your reality, the collective consciousness of this species on this earth create this scenario. So if they make you all believe that you are nothing and that they own you, that's what you are. So if they make you believe that you're in a prison, then you're in a prison because you believe you're in a prison. They make you believe that they're in control and they own you, then they're in control and they own you because they can convince you that they do. If they can convince you that you don't know what's going on and there is no creator and there is no religion and there is no God and this is all there is, so shut up, sit down and do your job and we're the ones who own you and we'll give you something and reward you if you listen to us, then that's what you'll get. You'll get rewarded by being in the matrix and not knowing who you are. Red pill, green pill, or is it red pill, blue pill? Okay. So you either buy into physicality and live in 3D and believe that this is all there is and you live by those rules. And then you have to admit to yourself that you're not the king and you never will be unless you have the cojones, we say in Spanish, unless you have the minerals to take it. But you got to be better than them and you have to know them and their game. So it's not going to be easy because they've been in charge for over 12,000 years. That's not how you beat them. You want to beat them, right? We Irish are not terrorists. That is correct, my friend. You're not. Okay? We Irish are not. I am an O'Neill, and my mother's maiden name was O'Rourke. I am not a terrorist either. Okay? Not a terrorist. The terrorists were created by the Irish Republican Army because they can't catch them. So they paid them to create other people and to teach the other people how to do it right. Because the one country on this earth that has never actually been conquered by anyone and who the Vikings feared is Ireland. Look that up. The Vikings feared the Irish. Okay? The Irish and the Welsh cannot be defeated and never have been. The English tried for a long time, didn't they? Thank you to that. Thank you for that. Right? So we Irish are not terrorists. I agree with you, my friend, but they lumped us in with that. Okay, there was a President George Bush at one time after the aforementioned 9/11 incident, when he said, we need to know where all terrorist organizations are around the entire world, and everybody who knows anything about that needs to tell us right now, and that includes the IRA, he said as he leaned into the camera, because he knew that those were the people who were training those people. Right? Sorry, you got my wife upset because you were yelling, Nico. She's like, Nico, you can please stop yelling anytime, right? Do not yell at him, please, right? Come on, we are the IRA. No, that's my point, right? No, that the people in Ireland, I guess that some people in Ireland don't remember the IRA, right, anymore. Some people don't remember that, and I was talking to Irish people, going, "You guys don't remember?" Dude, I was in the 1990s. I was IRA in the 1990s. You guys, this is not too long ago. You guys, what happened to you people? I realize that's the people in the North that don't remember the Irish Republican Army, right? So that's the people in the North that don't remember that. Right. So, no, my wife's not understanding, and she's like, who's this guy? Why is he yelling? So actually, yes, I was, my friend. You just don't think that. I worked for the Irish Republican Army. I worked for your government at the time when the Sinn Féin president was in charge of Ireland at the time, and I worked for Sinn Féin at the time. And the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, was still a thing. See, you're one of those people that doesn't remember that, I guess. When there was problems going on with the real IRA and the provos and the different factions that were splintered off from the Irish Republican Army that was signing treaties that Bill Clinton had them sign with the English so that they would stop and and they would sign a peace treaty with England to because they were joining the European Union, or solidifying them being in a European Union, but we needed the English government to identify and acknowledge Ireland as a free and sovereign nation, and Bill Clinton brokered that. So I'm not sure who you are or what you do know about what's going on, my friend, but that's the truth of what's going on. If you don't know that, it's okay that you don't know that, right? And so yes, so now yes, you should know, right? So yeah. So you should know about what was going on there, because you know what was going on in the 1970s. So if you know that what was going on in the 1970s, then you know what was going on there in the 1980s, and you know what was going on there in the 1990s. So just because you're wanting to say that, wanting to say what you're wanting to say, doesn't make it different. Doesn't mean that you know what you're talking about. You do know what you're talking about, but you don't know who I am, and you don't know who I was, and that's okay, right?
Yeah, he has to yell about it.
So
Yelling makes him feel strong, doesn't it, Nico?
right? Did you hear my wife? She just came in, and now she's got her. You got to turn your microphone off because it's bleeding over, right? So yeah, so I'm sorry, Nico. Yeah.
You're gonna start attacking my husband and saying things like that, mate, with no claim. Sorry, but you're gone. Sorry, I'm not tolerating that stuff. I was listening to you and watching what you were saying. If you feel big about using caps and being mean to people because we can't see who you are, come on, mate, grow up.
These, those keyboard warriors, right? Okay. So yeah, I apologize, because now you can't even answer me, right? So yeah, my wife just not dealing with you, brother. So she muted you. Right? Sorry about that, right? No capital letters that ticking people off, right? Right, yeah, Good Friday. Would you say Good Friday argument? Oh, it's Friday for you, isn't it? Yeah. So Good Friday argument, right? Yeah, that's funny, right? He'll be all right. Most said he'll be all right. Yeah, he'll figure his stuff out, right? He's probably I just got his Irish up, right? So yeah, I mean, with the last name Byrne, right? Yeah, and you any relation to Gabriel Byrne? If you are, I get your temper, bro. So yeah, right. Yeah, it's okay. He'll be like we say, he'll be all right, right? He'll be okay. He's probably mad at me now because my wife muted him. I wouldn't have muted him. I would have just let him sit there. But she doesn't like people being rude and spamming and yelling and having to hit capitals. I don't know if you heard her when she came in. It makes him feel like he's strong because he's giving capital letters, right? Telling me I didn't do what I did do. Right? I don't care if he believes me or not. I don't need him to believe me and calling me names, right? Yeah. I don't need him to believe me, and then he decided that he needed to call me names, right? And so yeah, there's somebody that's very third dimensional. No offense, Mr. Byrne. Yeah, it's if you were actually what you said you were, then you would understand what I'm saying to you. Most of your money came from the Americas so that you guys could do what you did in that country. Who do you think sent you that money? Who do you think made all that happen? He's probably not even here anymore. He probably left and ran away. So yeah, so that Irish and folks, right, Mo? Yeah, no, you get to somebody's Irish up, and then they just all of a sudden fly off the handle. You got to be careful with the Irish. Yeah, the Vikings were afraid of them. So yeah, I don't know where Mo went. He's muted, so he's probably mad, and he's probably gonna, do whatever. So we'll see. We'll see yeah, right.
Because I don't have the accent.
Yeah, right. Did you hear? Yeah, just because I don't have the accent, right? So yeah, whatever, man. Okay, so I'm going to move on from that. I'm sorry that Mr. Byrne got mad. He shouldn't have, right? He shouldn't have started screaming. He's got some issues. But it did work for that. If Peter were here, who's also Irish, I wish he would have been here, because Peter would have told him the truth. So Peter, who is Ireland, Bo, you know what I'm talking about. So yeah. So thank you. Nico actually shared my live, so he's not too mad at me. Right. So Nico, thanks for doing that. Don't stay mad at me, my friend. I was there. I really did work for the Sinn Féin. I really did do things, and I made sure to broker people and money, and get the information about what was happening out to the world. I was running two different information websites under two different names than this one. working for that government, getting information out to the world so the world would understand what was happening in Ireland and Northern Ireland at the time. So, yeah, and there was a lot of other things that I did for governments at that time to help with Ireland, but not only Ireland, but set up all of these coalitions around the world. You don't have to believe me, my friend. Just because you're in that country and I'm not, and I was born in America, the very first president of Ireland was born in New York, right? The one who brokered your peace, bro, in the beginning, De Valera, who was a little crazy, and they had to take him out, right? You had to have Michael Collins had to unalive De Valera because De Valera wanted to keep fighting because he was a splinter faction and he didn't want to peace. But he was the first president that helped back in the Easter Uprising. Okay. So Michael Collins, who brokered the peace, he was trying to do that to make him fail. You know the story if you know your own history. Michael Collins then turned that around. But some of you, depending on what side you're on, you might be mad at Michael Collins for doing that, right? So you've been using people who are Irish who left the country that went to a different place for a very long time to help with the money to finance things to keep the freedom for the people in Ireland. Okay, and that was a deal that needed to be brokered to keep the peace around the world from here because it goes through Ireland. A lot of it does, my friend. And you should know that if you know your own history, right? So, the reason that this place still exists is because the Irish kept that peace for the world. So yes, the IRA created those places and were paid for by these people, and they did it on purpose because they needed to have the inlets around the world. They needed to have that power over the world, and they still do. Okay. So thank you, bro. Thank you, Bo, for that. It's okay. So you might be mad at me, right? And you might say a few things in Irish at me, and that's okay to get your Irish up, right? It's okay to say those things. My wife doesn't like it. She got mad, and so she muted you because of that. Okay. So yes, we're currently recording it with Leo's voice. It takes time. Yeah, you were talking about us with audio. We're going to get the book on audio at some point, but we just haven't had time to do that yet. And we're not using. I was talking about that earlier. See, she wasn't here for that conversation. I wanted to use AI and just clone my voice and then add the book to it. And my wife was like, "No, not doing it." So I'm going to end up recording it and speaking the words, and then we'll end up doing it with my actual voice, with me reading my own book, and record it. And we'll end up doing the audio version of it. We just have to start on it and get it done because she won't let me do AI. And she got and Nico, you got my wife's Irish up, and you didn't want to do that. And she's still angry over here, my friend. So you need to apologize to my wife. If you're truly Irish, Nico, if you're there and you're truly Irish, then you know what I'm talking about, right? You got her. Did you see the hair on that woman when she stuck her face in there? She has an Australian accent, brother, but she is all Viking, dude. She is almost 6 foot tall. She's 6 foot tall when she wakes up in the morning. She's 6'1". Okay, so Nico, if you're still there, bro, you need to, yeah, you need to talk to herself, right? Okay. So, Nico, I really hope that you are who you were saying, Aaron Gobra, my friend, if you are, okay, because you don't need to be offended with me because we were on the same side. You were just angry, I think, because I was saying that the terrorist organizations were trained by them. If you were anywhere near there, you know that was true. You know that was we were being paid for that, and you also know that they were never able to stop the IRA, and they still can't because the IRA is too good. And so they had to use the IRA, and the IRA had to use them to make sure that Ireland is as strong as it is today, so that freedom still reigns on this earth. And the Vikings that are the Celts, the Celtic Vikings, those of us who are the true Vikings, are still doing what we did on this earth, and they still fear us. So if you remember that, my friend, I'm not offended by you getting annoyed with me. I just got your Irish up, and you got angry with me because of me telling the truth about what was happening, and that some of the things needed to be done. Some of the things needed to be done for things to be done the way they are now. Okay, so please don't be offended. Okay, I'm going to move on. My wife is going to be going to the store. I'm going to have to go to the store with my wife soon, so I'm going to have to probably get off of here. So, Nico, don't be mad, right? Turn that thing around. There's only two things that happen, right? If you get mad, then you're either going to get happy or you're going to stay mad. And if you stay mad, then what are you going to do, right? So you only have one thing to worry about, and that's whether or not you're going to be happy again. You know the saying, right? If you get sick, there's only two things that'll happen. You're either going to get healthy and you have nothing to worry about, or you're going to get worse. Then you only have two things to worry about. You're either going to survive it or you're not. If you survive it, you have nothing to worry about. If you don't, then you only have two things to worry about. You're either going to die from it or you're not. If you don't die from it, you have nothing to worry about. And if you die from it, you only have two things to worry about, right? You're either going to go to heaven or you're going to go to hell. If you go to heaven, you have nothing to worry about. And if you go to hell, you're going to be so busy shaking hands with all your friends and family, you're not going to have time to worry. So why worry? You know the saying, my friend. Okay, so I love you guys, right? Have a great trip. Enjoy the shopping, right? Mo, thanks. If you know Nico, calm him down. He'll be all right. Calm him down. If you don't, Jess, right? Jess Byrne just jumped in, right? Jess, don't be mad, right? If you're Nico jumping back in, just don't be mad, right? I saw that. So there's Nico and Jess, and so if Jess just jumped in, don't be mad. Have a good night. I will see you guys the next time that I'm live. I don't know exactly when it'll be. Like I said, if you guys are looking here, Defense Against the Dark Arts, 15 and 16, 17 and 18, 19 and 20. There's 3 different 2-day courses there if you guys want to learn that. Right, the prices are right here, 88 Australian dollars. If you're on the euro, that 88 is probably about 63. Right, if you're on the American dollar or the euro or the pound sterling, that's somewhere in the early 60s. You get 20 more dollars off. So it's actually cheaper for you guys. 2-day Zoom call. Going to teach you guys everything, all the negative stuff that's going on, negative energy, how to identify it, how to realize it, how to stop people from spell casting, how negative energy, disembodied energies, propaganda, energy vampires, all of that stuff, everything that you could imagine that is negative, evil energy, including people trying to control you. If you guys want to learn about all of that, the first day is learning all of those things. The second day is learning what you do to fix all that. That's going to be information that you're going to have for the rest of your life, that nobody is going to be able to attack you in any way without you going, I catch that. Nope. And I do this and you just are done, bro. Okay. So if you guys are interested in that, email us. You can see the email right here on the screen. My hand's right there, Merlin and Maeve at gmail.com. Tell us which one of those courses you want to get in on, and we'll send you an invoice for it. You get that 88 Australian dollars to us. We'll send you an invoice. That'll be a PayPal invoice that'll automatically change it. You'll see that it'll say 88 Australian dollars. You type in 88 Australian dollars, right? And that'll tell you how much money you're paying out of the euro or the pound or the US dollar. If you're Canadian, you're similar to us. So if you're Canadian, I don't know exactly what the exchange rate is, but you're similar to ours. So I think you're a little bit stronger, but not by much. If you're in New Zealand, that 88 is like 112 or something like that. So depending on the money that you have wherever you are in the world, but if you're on those 3, euro, pound sterling, or US dollar, that's $20 less because your money goes a lot further. Okay. So if you guys are interested, email us at merlinandmaeve at gmail.com and we'll get that out to you. And then you can learn something that'll help you protect yourself, your family, your cars, your cats, your dogs, your pets, your mice, your whatever you have for the rest of your life, including you can hand it down to your kids and they'll know this stuff should be being taught in schools. It used to be, should be taught in churches. You should be learning this stuff, but no one's teaching it to you. I've been teaching it for free forever since I was in my 30s, but man's got to eat. So, if I don't charge you, you don't think I'm talking about anything that's worth a crap, right? That's what people think. I'm giving you this information for free. I'm telling you how to get out of this matrix, and most people aren't going to believe it because I didn't charge you money for it, right? So you can listen to me and learn how to get out of here for free, or you can pay me money for it, and I'll tell you the how to get out of here, and then you'll realize the exchange that you gave me money means, oh wow, that maybe he was, you get what you pay for. There you go. Okay. So if you guys want to learn how to defend yourself against all this stuff, you see it on the screen, right? Defense Against the Dark Arts, 15th and 16th Zoom call. 15th and 16th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's Australian time, East Coast Australian time on those dates, but we'll figure out the dates for you so you'll know exactly when you're supposed to be online, because when we send you the link, it translates to wherever you are, okay? So it's still 15th and 16th if you're in America, or in Europe, it's the 14th, 15th, because you're behind us so far in time, right? So take one day off of all of that if you're in the Americas, or if you're in Europe, take one day off of each one of those because you're behind us in time, because we're that far ahead of you in time, okay? And then the time that it is will also show you that too. So you'll know when you're supposed to be there, and we'll send you an email so you know when you're supposed to be there. So you're not going to miss it, because we don't want anybody to miss it, especially if you're paying us, right? 15th and 16th, 17th and 18th, or 19th and 20th. 3 different classes. We do it every month. We do 4 or 5 classes because it's so popular. If you guys want to learn all this techniques of how to keep yourself from anything, including like people doing Santorini, people doing voodoo, all of this stuff. There's all these people doing black magic, Satanism, all of these things. You want to learn how to defend against this stuff? It's right there. It's in a 2-day course. I'll be teaching one starting tomorrow, and then the 17th and the 18th. I'll probably be back live tomorrow after the class. I'll go live and talk to you guys. So if you kind of guys want to pick my brain some more, right? In between classes, I'll be probably live. Otherwise, send us an email and we'll get you in to the classes. We got a couple spots left for tomorrow's class, I think. I know we have at least 2, maybe 3 people in there, so we might have a seat or 2 in tomorrow's class if you guys are interested. I'm not sure about the 17th and 18th, 19th and 20th, but I do know that there's at least 2 people already scheduled for tomorrow, and I think we got 2 or 3 more that are getting ready. I don't know, because there's some people that are waiting that haven't picked a date yet, that have already paid. There's like 3 people that have paid that haven't picked a date, so I don't know where we're going to insert them. We try to keep the classes like 5 or under, so that you guys can all have questions and ask questions. We don't want to have a class of 100 people and people will go, man, I wish I could have asked questions. We don't do that. We keep them 3 to 5 people. I'll teach one person one day if I have to, right? I've done that before where people can't make it in certain days. I'm working with a couple of them where they can't make some of these dates, and we're going to literally put them in between those dates or in another day, or do 2 classes in one day at different times to get these other people in. So we will work with you. So if you don't have those dates off, we're going to have courses coming up in the future. And what we do is we try to ask people. So if you can't make those dates, but you're thinking February, thinking March, you might be able to do it in March. Contact us and say, I can't do it, but what do you got in March? And we literally will give you if you're the first person, we'll say, what's your availability? And if it's on days where I'm not already teaching something, we'll go, these are the days that we have. What do you want? And we'll schedule one, because we'll put you in that class, and then we'll advertise that to other people to get other people in there. Okay. So the quicker you get into us to conversate about it and what you want to do will be the quicker you can get into that. But you got to have it all paid before the class starts, right? You can't do day 2 without doing day 1, right? So you have to do that. Right. Make sure that you share this out. You see that on the screen. She had to write that in code because for whatever reason, TikTok, being ticky-tacky, won't allow us to type certain words in a row together. And the ones that says share out, follow us, and spread the truth, she can't put all together without having code there. So you can see how we have to put that on the screen. All right. I love you guys. Have a great day. And, Nico, is that what his name was? It was Nico, right? Nico, don't be mad, bro. You guys are free now. You guys are free because people like you made sure that you are free. Stay free, right? Remember that. You're fighting against these deep state, these people. It's the same people. It hasn't changed. You just got your freedom away from them. You got to look at your government and wonder if they've gone back to being under control of them or not. Because all governments look like that, right? Even the American government looks like they're working for the English government. The English government looks like they're working for somebody else. Maybe somebody who speaks German or Hebrew. Don't know for sure, but we do know that it's the same families, and the people above them are the ones that are running the show. Those are the ones that we need to get out of power. And how do we do that? We don't do that conventionally. We do that right here. Okay? That's how we do that. You want to win that? Wake up. Wake up the people around you and wake up everybody. And that's how we then will turn to all of them and say, no, we're creating a completely different reality here than the one that you're selling us. We're not buying this one anymore. We're creating a utopian society where you're not in control. What are they going to do? They can't do anything about it. Our perception creates our reality. They'll have to try and tell us that's why they go shock and awe on people. They have to, because they have to scare people back into submission. But do you remember what Mahatma Gandhi did? He taught the entire nation of India to sit down and go, no. And what did the English do? Eventually they packed up and left, didn't they? Okay. Why? Because they went, no, we're not doing it. You're not in charge, and we're not doing it. You can't take us all out. So they took out, Mahatma Gandhi because he's the one that spread that word. And then they left because they refused to work for them. So all you have to do, my friend, is tell them no. Wake up right here. Okay. I love you guys. Buy my book if you have a mind to. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, by me, Leonard O'Neill, 2 L's on my last name. It's everywhere online except for in communist countries. So if it's not in your country, you might want to look at your government, because the Russians won't let it be bought, Chinese won't let it be bought, and the North Koreans will not let it be bought. Can't sell it there. Okay, banned from those countries. So if it's banned in your country, you might want to take a look at your government. It's also on ebook and Kindle. We don't have the audio book out yet. We'll get that for you, right? Or you can listen to my podcast. It's called Orion Rising, Orion, Orion like the constellation rising. My logo is the cover of my book, which I wrote, called Orion Rising. And that book is about the, ancient aliens, what if, right? What if story. What if it's really happening? What if that's happening right now? Because it is, right? And it's the 3 pyramids in Egypt at nighttime sky, and above that, the Orion constellation is in the sky. Belt of Orion mirroring those pyramids. Okay. Now, 555 episodes of me talking like this, telling you guys the secrets to this place. Okay. If you know you're not from here, right? We got chats that we're going to be doing, Zoom chats coming up. If you know that you're not from this place, we talked about that earlier. If you know that you're not from this place and you know you're from somewhere else, especially if you know where you're from, if you know that you're a part of a coalition that is down here on Earth, part of one of the councils up there, you need to be in the Zoom calls. So email us at Merlin and Maeve, right here on the screen, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. We're setting up 3 different Zoom calls for 3 different timelines on the Earth so that we can get the Americas, Europe, and then everybody past that in the East over to here, to Australia. Okay. And we're going to have cross communication, and we're going to talk to everybody that are in these different coalitions that are part of the councils, because it's time that we start organizing that so that everybody is talking to one another, so that we all have the same information. Yeah, we have to worry that they're going to infiltrate and pay attention. So we have to assume that 14% of us that are going to be in these things are going to be, chances are one of them is going to be working for the other side. It's okay. I'm telling this stuff out to the world. I don't care that they know. I don't care that they're taking and listening in. Can't do anything anymore. So let's talk about it right in front of them. Let them know what our plans are. What are our plans? We're waking up the lions. They can't stop that. We're changing the face of the world. They can't stop that anymore. We're gonna create a place in this world because we're going to change the face of it, because our focus determines that reality. And when we get our focus completely turned away from them being in charge, they have nothing to say about it. They already can't do anything about it, because they don't own me and they don't own you. They can't do anything. You can't touch me. If they take out this physical body, I'm going to come right back and do it again. The only thing they'll do is keep me quiet for about 20 years or less, until I wake up in the next body and start saying the same thing all over again. You guys have been trying to catch me for freaking 65 lifetimes. Sometimes you've taken me out early. Other times I've taken you guys out early. Okay. Your time's over. You're in your death throes. Okay. You're in your death throes. Your time's over. The people of this earth are free. They've been free from the moment that they were born a long time ago. And you guys just won't give it up because you're fighting as hard as you can to try and convince them to go back to sleep. Not happening. Okay. So those of you who are awake and you know that, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com saying that you want to get in on one of the Zoom calls. Even if you're not quite awake yet, but you know you're not from this place, you know that there's a place in the stars that you came from, and you need some more information. We're here to help you wake up so that you can do what you came here to do. And if that entails that you never speak to me again because you go out and do something on your own, I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. I encourage you to do what you're here to do. I'm not here to make anybody get addicted to me. I'm here to get you to wake up, to remember why you came here, so you can do the job that you came here to do, whoever you are. Okay? So you're going to hear more people like me around the world talking about this. You're going to hear more people like me going, we need to start organizing and getting this place moving. We're going to be out of here by 2050. We can then do whatever we want. By 2032, it's 2026. By 2033, this place is going to look so different from this place the way it is today that these people are going to be in shock, the ones who think they own this place, how quickly it disappeared on them. Because it literally will change overnight if all of us go, no, they're not in charge. We will slip into a timeline where they're not in charge anymore. And it will literally just not be this way that quickly. You just have to realize it. Okay, I love you guys. Have a great day. Have a great night. I'm going to get off here now because my wife is now fixing food and I am hungry. So I'm going to eat and then we're going to have to go to the store. I will see you guys either tomorrow in the early morning, which I doubt, my time, right? 9 o'clock my time in the morning is 2 p.m. West Coast America time. That is when the first class starts. And I will be teaching a class for 4 hours. After that, I might be live at some point. And then the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 2 more classes. Those are Defense Against the Dark Arts if you guys are interested. If you want to get in on one of the Zoom calls, then we're going to orchestrate that. We'll see how many of us are in there. We'll orchestrate. So when you do email us and you want to get on the Zoom call, I need to know what continent you're on and what time zone you are on that continent. Okay. Then give us your handle from online too, so we know who you are here, because we're making sure to follow everybody. So whatever your handle is on TikTok, insert that in the email so we know who we're talking to. Tell me where you're at in the world and what your time zone is. I don't need to know everything about you, right? That you can keep that to yourself. We just want to know who's awake and what they're doing and whether or not you guys know what you're doing. You don't even have to tell me what you're doing. I'm awake. I know what's going on, and I'm helping people in my way. You do you then, okay? We're just trying to get everybody organized and on the same page so that we can wake up the lions, so we can continue doing what we're doing, so we can wake everybody else up, all right? Sorry, big, huge freight train going by. Big, huge freight train just went by, honking the horn. All right, guys. So I love you guys. I will see you guys next time I'm live. Follow us here at Merlin and Maeve. Hit that bell so you know when we go live. Make sure that you slam those hearts and share this out to people. Okay. And wake up, question everything. Okay. Question everything. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Have a good day.